We're in the building. You know what time it is. Not the one to play with, but sit politic. James is here. James is here. As always, make sure you subscribe, show some love, support the channel. Anybody that already has it, I need to turn that down. All right. That's a little bit why I go live before. We get to go live like 15 minutes early. I get to see if there's anything crazy I need to attend to before I have any guests come on or I get into any kind of content that we're going to have today, which you already see what we're getting into. Nelk Boys, they're vibing out with Mr. Bibi Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Netanyahu. That motherfucker. We're watching the language because we're early in, so I don't know if that counts. YouTube censors, if you catch me with that one, it's okay. Give me one. Give me a mulligan. But Netanyahu, yes, get your throat checked. It was actually a friendly suggestion. Trump, he's going to sue the Wall Street Journal because they're threatening to leak disturbing love letters. Let's see, over Epstein love letters. Yeah, no, accurate. Hey, I mean, look, don't come my way with any litigation. Everything I'm saying is accurate as far as like what is being said at the time I'm recording this, and that's all I could do. I can't tell the future, but we do try to kind of see what's going on. We try to read the tea leaves here. Make sure you subscribe for that, for plenty of tea leaves. But then we're talking about Obama conspiracy. Trump's trying to throw him in jail, y'all. Who wants to see Obama go to jail? Hey, I could take it or leave it, but we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it in depth. We'll talk about the whole lawfare kind of idea as far as it being waged against Trump and him utilizing the possibility. Is this a distraction from the Epstein list and the Epstein love letters? Is it possible? Stay tuned. It feels like days of our life. It's so exciting. You got to drop an episode every single day. Unfortunately, I haven't been doing that, but every Tuesday, I'm coming on here live around 9 o'clock. This time you're getting me a little early. Like I said, I wanted to check the sound. I wanted to make sure everything was going good because I produce everything here. It's all coming here from me. I am on Mars. You see where I'm at. I'm alone on Mars. Yes, keep blessing us. 100%. Kenny Powders, thank you for coming through and confirming in your own sweet way that you can hear my sweet nothings coming through the whatever you're listening to this on. And if you have it, make sure you hit like, share, subscribe. Tuesdays, every single Tuesday. I've been hitting you over the head with one of these. I'm getting consistent. Let's just say Tuesday is the day. We've been closer to committing, and we're to the point now. We're to the point to where it's a full-on committal, and it's Tuesdays around 9 o'clock. Sometimes I get here early if it works out that way. If it's in God's plans, I'll get here early every single week. But if it's not, then sometimes I might be coming a little bit around 10, a little bit later. But just know Tuesdays and live. Until further notice, I'm going to be here live with you in person, in flesh and blood, until I can figure out how to make this an AI version of myself and get more people, attract the bots. Once I can learn to program the AI to just attract all the bots, I don't know. You might get an appearance from me every now and then, and only the real ones will understand. Maybe you'll understand it's really me when you hear I also have a little bit of the Netanyahu throat phlegm, and that's the only thing that we have in common. For me, there's no blood on my hands. There's only bringing, like I said, this podcast to you guys with all love. I got some other things, though. We do have some other things. We got to talk about some. I got a Michael Rappaport video I got to get to. I know it's going to piss everybody off. Don't turn it off. We're going to hate on it. Do not turn this off. We're not going to probably say positive things about it. I haven't seen it in depth. That's why I want to react to it and enjoy that content here with you guys. But I'm assuming that everybody's going to hate what they're hearing, and it's not going to be a good thing. Flagrant Pod and Breaking Points. Sagar went over there, and he did kind of a crossover interview with them about, how they feel about voting for Trump. And do they feel any responsibility as far as like their endorsement, and do they think that made a difference, so on and so forth. The influence of the podcast sphere. And as long as sit in politics not having enough influence in that, I'm going to be honest with you guys. Make sure you share, like, subscribe, share this we're trying to keep it clean for the kids. So you can send it to them too. We're going to talk about real stuff here. They're going to get a real education here. I'm not saying the content is for kids YouTube, so don't try to get crazy with that. I'm just saying, you know, if it does happen to, you know, we're going to give it to them real. We're going to give it to them real. They're not going to get lies. It's all love. Sit in Politic. Find me on all platforms. Sit in Politic. It's nice and easy. Instagram, Twitter. Get in touch with me. Twitter, I'm out there arguing with too many people, and I need backup. So anybody sees me out there in the Twitter universe, send a rescue squad, because I'm out here like Captain Planet without the kids, because I wouldn't do that. Captain Planet was crazy for putting kids in natural disaster. Fucking, we're past 5 minutes. It doesn't matter. We're letting it go. We're letting it fly. All right. So the first thing I wanted to get into is this flagrant thing. I just figured that'd be a nice thing for us to just come into on a reaction vibe. We'll get people flowing through here, popping in as they see that I'm out there. I don't even know how much they're putting me out there because we went early. So this is another experiment. We're constantly doing experiments with the channel. We're trying to figure out how YouTube likes it. And, you know, right now, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I haven't totally cracked the code. But we are getting there. We are getting there all the time. And we're always meeting good people. But this first video that we want to get into, it is Sagar and Jetty from Breaking Points. If you don't know Breaking Points, they are a great channel, political channel, all political stuff. They try to showcase both sides with Crystal Ball there on more of a progressive kind of viewpoint. And then you get Sagar more coming from a conservative viewpoint. I usually find everybody to be on that show pretty good faith and be having those conversations in good faith. There are times that through the run with Trump leading up, I felt like Sagar was very like, well, yeah, whatever. We'll see what happens. You know, that's what they want. That's what they want. And then, you know, Crystal would be making this huge argument, tears running down her face, emotionally invested, just like, please. You know, as far as like, let's no more wars where you can't support this candidate or something like that. You're like, well, I think that is what they want. So we'll just see what happens. And then now all of a sudden he has a kid and he's like, all right, well, some things we can't full on just support because it's like, whatever. I have this kind of like nihilistic, you know, you'll get what you get kind of view. Because at the end of the day, downhill kind of effects that are going to be felt by people that you care about. If not you, if you feel like you're bulletproof to it because, you know, in his case, he's well off and whatever. So, you know, there may be some truth to that. And that's the sad truth. But either way, this is Flagrant. So that is Andrew Schultz. I also want to give a quick overview on that. So in the Joe Rogan sphere of influence, he's a comedian and he has the show Flagrant. He has consistent hosts on there and they'll have guests and they'll have guests from all over, all kinds of different guests from different political persuasions. Although I will say, like during the election, Trump was one of the podcasts that I watched of theirs. And I don't remember. I watched some of the JD Vance. I'm not a regular watcher, but I remember around the time of the campaigns there, you know, they capitalized off that. And I think if you're going to jump in that pool and you're going to start to capitalize off that, you have to own some of the responsibility that comes with the fact that, you know, you're talking about real stuff now. You can't just like and also not only are you talking about real stuff, you're literally having the candidates come on and in some cases you're endorsing them with Trump. I don't know if they came to a full-on endorsement, but they obviously shat on Kamala and they praised Trump and was just like, Trump's awesome. I just feel like it was just like a total fucking vibe for them. Like they're just like Trump being like, if he is fucking misogynist or something like that, well, it's kind of like what America needs right now. America's too soft. They need to start smacking bitches around or like whatever. Like, you know what I mean? So it got a little crazy with as far as like where the Flagrant commentary was just lacking when you start to, you know, when you have to consider that, you know, Trump was running on some stuff that I think, you know, was popular, but you could easily see how it's also divisive for the same group of people that might be kind of persuaded by other topics. So if they're kind of hoodwinked or just for whatever reason, not considering the the implications of what Trump is talking about when they're talking about things like mass deportation. And you have the Hispanics in Miami. We will vote for Donald Trump. Come on, that shit was crazy. And then, what happened. I'm not reveling in any of that. That's why I'm like, it's sad regardless. I'm bummed. But in that case, with like the flagrant guys, when they kind of plead at the end, they're like, well, what the fuck's going on? Like, he's deporting and he's like having this horrible posture in the Middle East. Like, where did this come from? There's this like weird full-on support with Israel, and it's like he's acting like he's on the Epstein list, and it's like, and they're just like, where did any of this come from? I don't know. This is not the candidate that we sat here with. Well, no, guys, like, if you ended that conversation that you had and it wasn't clear to you kind of who you were dealing with, that's why people would be a little disappointed with the conversation to begin with. So shoot, we're going to get into it. Make sure you like, share, subscribe. We're going to talk about it. We're going to be good faith about it. Even though I already do think that they're fucktards, but that's not being good faith. That's me just being like, I already know a little bit about the issue and I already believe them to be fucktards on this. And really have missed the point. So we got a lot of other stuff to get into on the live. Make sure you show some love. And we're in this thing. It's flagrant. It's in politics.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Breaking Points, but this time it is being filmed in the Flagrant 2 studio here with the entire crew. Thank you guys so much for...
The studio is fucking a little cringe, but at the same time,
actually letting me use your studio after we recorded just a great episode, and it's really good to be with all of you.
Absolutely, my man.
All right, so I wanted to do this. Both Crystal and I have been wanting to talk to you guys for a while, kind of a reflection of the podcast bro and the election. Andrew, you specifically have come under a lot of fire recently as the podcast bro, the guy who like led the way for Trump, but now is apparently having some regrets.
You don't know that?
So,
Trump had no support until Andrew said he was going to vote.
It's funny, I know.
Why do you immediately jump on his cock? Let him defend himself, buddy. And he started to move around in his chair, get uncomfortable. That was a very easy softball question for my man Sagar. Just own it. You don't have to fucking hop in and defend him. Immediately with he would have won anyways. Man, we're talking about your defense of him, brother. Get in here and stand on it, or stand on the fact that you're not standing on it. And I'm okay with that too, but don't get all fucking weird in your chair.
He was like gonna lose.
Okay, but let's put it this way. I wouldn't say it swung the election, but I also wouldn't say that it wasn't not unimportant to have Trump on all of these, right? And this is just part of like kind of that segment of the
my man to the fucking right is uncomfortable in his skin
audience. And so my question is that in retrospect, do you wish that you would handle the Trump interview differently?
No,
now
not
that
at all.
you've seen how
No,
so go
not
into
at all.
that a little bit.
Coward.
No,
Okay.
I don't regret a single thing like about it. I don't know why that. Like, I don't even know where the question comes from.
Well, the question
why would he ever regret anything in life ever? Brother, whoa.
comes from an idea that was a lot of criticism from the quote independent or not.
Regret twisting your mustache when you talk to me. That's what I'll say. Regret twisting your mustache dastardly while you're talking to me about that, about where the question would even come from. Where does the question even come from? What the you better
Non-independent media. And they were like, well, Trump is going on these podcasts to kind of whitewash his reputation and basically to not face like, quote, tough journalistic questions.
Yeah, it just depends what your expectation of journalism is.
Yeah.
And I think that you could
not conversations with idiots like you.
speaks to this a lot, but I was speaking to David Marchese at the New York Times about this.
Yeah,
and,
so I read your interview.
Yeah, so it's like, and there were some moments where he was like asking me some questions, and I was like, this is where things feel a little bit gotcha, because he was assuming that I talked to Bernie about one thing that I didn't talk to Trump about, and I'm like, but when did I talk to Bernie about it? And he's like, well, I can't exactly say it. I'm like, well, that's kind of where it feels gotcha, because you're coming in with a specific intention.
Yeah, that's right.
So like, and I actually think that he was like really fair, and that was a great interview. But like, an example of like my least favorite type of journalism, just the most low-hanging fruit, is like the girl that interviewed Tim Dillon. It's not really an interview. It's like an indictment. It's like, I think this thing of you, and I seek to prove that to my audience. I'm not coming here with any curiosity. So like, we don't see ourselves as like, I can't speak for the guys, but like as journalists so much, to say it's just like people that are having.
Is he saying this about Sagar's question? This is a fucking crazy ramble. Was this ramble about Sagar's question?
Conversations that we're curious with. Now, I understand that when you get a lot of people listening, like, yeah, you should, like, if you're a responsible person, like, think about like what you owe, I guess, to the audience and have that discussion. That's fair. And don't get me wrong, but like, I don't subscribe to this idea that like you have to ask these hard questions that you're not curious about, or people that watch will criticize you. It's like, you don't have to watch.
Sure.
If you're in front of me, I'm going to ask you the things that I'm curious about. People are like, why don't you ask him about Epstein? I'm like, oh, so he can give the same fucking answer he's given for the last 2 decades?
That's my point with what he's saying. Is his point. He's like, well, you guys are upset that I didn't ask about shit I didn't care about. Like, so you only cared about the most like bullshit surface level of, I mean, zero criticism. Even that's just what people say. If people are saying that when you're going to start to interview candidates while they're campaigning, then yeah, you should not only take into consideration the responsibility that you have to your audience for them to know that, you know, you're fucking putting any thought into the conversations that you're having with and the guests that you're selecting, or you just like, hey, look, I'm gonna have Trump on here, it'll do numbers, I'm gonna treat this conversation like any other conversation. That's not the right way to handle it. That's not the right kind of it's similar to the Nelk Boys conversation. Actually, it's in an interesting way. It mirrors that, where it's like, you just have to take those conversations more serious if you're going to have them. Like, regardless of, you can't hide behind your reputation if you're going to step into the realm of having like extremely serious guests who are involved in and have like insane material impact on people's lives. Like, yeah, when like on your audience's life, like probably a majority of your audience is American, so you were having on a person that would later on become their president, and they were going to make their decision, whether they were just going to make their decision based solely off of, well, fucking Andrew had him on a show. So it's not that kind of like cartoonish thing, but it's like, is that, and then also the fact that he was on Joe Rogan, and then just like now you have like 6 hours of exposure of them, and just people that are making uninformed decisions. If it's even like exposure, like, I mean, you're making an uninformed decision because in that 6 hours, he's not actually being grilled or exposed on the things that are actually going to have an effect. Like, it's like, you know, and I get the curiosity around like the assassination attempts, for example. And I think like, to be honest, like Joe Rogan and Flagrant, they asked about that and they should have. And they did a piss poor job getting anywhere or any kind of interesting information off of that. So, I mean, the conversations that you even did choose to have, you got no information. So you're like, you're going to give a bullshit. You were asking the same bullshit. It's just, you chose the softball bullshit. And the point is that these people, more times than not, they do only go where they're going to get favorable treatment. So it's like, when you're saying like, he's going to give the same answers, that's because at least those people are asking the like, I mean, like the very like minimal kind of pressing questions to Trump or Netanyahu in this example. They're not going to go out of their way to talk to people that are going to really grill them past, you know, the first initial sort of talking point that they can give.
Like, he's not going to immediately sit down with me and then after 3 questions be like, you know, we used to fuck them kids. Like that's not how these things work. So like, for me, I think one of the reasons for the rise in podcasting opposed to like normal or traditional media is that you have people asking questions that they're authentically interested in instead of asking questions that like they think that their boss wants them to ask or they're worried their base wants to ask. Because now you're not even curious in the questions you're asking them out of fear of retribution from your audience. And now you're captured by your audience instead of your own curiosity.
How the fuck is this the Epstein list isn't that interesting argument again? How has that creeped into this discussion? This is even the line that people that aren't even like really directly associated with Trump are going. Like, he's like, I didn't ask because it's like, well, it wasn't that interesting. What? The fucking the international fucking PDF call was not interesting to you? You thought, what did you? I would like to know. What was it? Tell me something that was more interesting than that.
And I would also say, yeah, absolutely. There are.
Is it that Kamala was a retard? We just thought that was cool to talk about. We thought instead we would just like talk about how dumb Kamala was.
At that point, in the polls, they were actually neck and neck, and Trump always overperforms in polls. So I don't know what impact we actually had, but there were two candidates left for president of the United States. I don't want to talk to both of them. I want to talk to both of them. And second of all, there's things we all talked about that we wanted to ask Trump, but I could do the thing that feels really good where I ask a gotcha question and I dunk on you, and then he gets up and he walks off and he says, go fuck yourself. I know, I've seen enough interviews with this guy to know I have to relate to him on a human level, and then when he feels safe, maybe he'll answer the questions I want to ask. Are you going to run for a third term? Are you willing to tone down the rhetoric? I got to ask those questions, but you had to get to the point where he's willing to answer those questions.
Sure. Yeah.
So I could have done the thing that feels good and dunked on him, but we would have gotten absolutely nowhere.
And who does it feel?
And that's a
good
tactical
for?
thing. No, it's important.
You just have to have the things that you want to ask and ask him. And I had 3 things I wanted to ask him about. I asked him about those 3 things.
Okay.
And that was it.
Right.
Yeah. I will say my only wish is that Kamala came on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like,
well, that's really
to me, it seems like a Nixon Humphreys thing where, like, you know, they have the laugh-in moment and Nixon does it and it turns out great. And that it was a strategic blunder from their side to not go on to these, you know, non-traditional platforms.
Alex, anything?
Same. Ditto what Mark said.
Well, I think the question then is...
If we have Kamala on, you really can't say anything because we're going to ask Kamala the same questions.
Right.
We're going to have the same curiosity.
We're going to laugh with her.
Yeah.
We're going to make her look like a human.
Exactly. And
I just don't think you should have, like, why would you have the same questions? That leads to the lack of curiosity on their part. That they think, like, with these two people, just because they're both running for president, they would be asking the same questions. There's completely, vastly different questions that you would want to ask Kamala, and that would be appropriate to grill her on. Now, she probably wasn't going to come on this show because she probably didn't think that she was going to get a fair shake on the show, to be honest. And I mean, whether that's true or not, I couldn't say, honestly. Because I mean, the way that they're handling it here, where they're like, well, I mean, if he would have walked off, it would have been the end of the world. It wouldn't have been the end of the world. If you would have asked him something that was really pressing and you were justified in asking as a U.S. citizen, and then he decided to just storm off. And as long as you had the balls to still drop that content, it's not about it feeling right. It's like that would speak volumes in itself. If you asked him about the Epstein list and you pressed him on it and he was like, and then he just like walks off or whatever would happen. Like, who gives a fuck? Yeah, be mad. Be mad, you know? So
and the authentic curiosity is going to shine through. And if she bombs the interview, that's on her. If she does great, that's on her, just like with Trump. But we're going to ask the things that we're curious about. And I think that, like, the numbers show that if you look at anything from Rogan, you look at anything to like Alex Cooper, it's not just this right-wing thing. There's a left wing. When people are asking the questions that they're curious about, the interviews are indulged far more. When they're doing puff piece things, like when
bro, your interview was a fucking puff piece. He's acting like the two can't. I mean, I'm blown away that, like I said, this is not stuff that he was interested in. You have the former president of the United States in front of you, and you're not interested in really digging into like what his. I'm trying to give them grace because I understand this was before the election, so it would have been more like the rhetoric around the mass deportations and things. But those aren't things that you really were interested in, and like the ins and outs and how that was going to be achieved. Like, instead, I mean, like I said, I'm not even clear what you're asking. You're saying that you would have been asking Kamala and Trump the same thing. That's fucking stupid.
Alex Cooper had Kamala on, nobody gives a fuck about it. And I think that tells you everything you want.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all. But if we were to flip it around,
but people only give a fuck about this because they're like, you look fucking dumb now. And also, I don't remember the guy's name, and it's not out of disrespect. I just don't watch their podcast a lot. But his like co-host that's next to Saga here, it's not about like you guys independently swung the election in favor. It's like, just straight up what you did was literally unethical. For you to step into that conversation like completely under-equipped and unwilling to basically have Trump walk out, you have to be willing to have that happen in order to get into the things I think in this instance that really honestly matter and that, shift people's opinion, especially. I mean, of course, like I said, I know you guys didn't shift the fucking election either way because you guys didn't ask anything worth a fuck. So it's like somebody watches that interview, aside from it being a part of a bunch of other interviews that further humanize Trump. This is not swaying anything on its own. It's not groundbreaking. Nobody's saying that, but it's just dumb. It's just dumb as hell and irresponsible. And then you guys did go so far as, in my opinion, from the flagrant standpoint, I'm trying to think. Literally, did you give your endorsement? Because these slimy fuckers, they're so slimy that if they didn't literally out of their mouth say we endorse Trump, this is a podcast sponsored by Trump, they would probably claim that they didn't technically endorse him. So they're just slimy fucks. Hey, what's going on, brother? How's it feel, Sandor? It's good to hear from you. Paul should be stopping through here really soon, and we got a bunch of stuff to talk about. We got to talk about Obama. They're trying to throw his ass in jail here in America. Nelk Boys sitting down with Netanyahu. I was really interested in your opinion on that. Last podcast, you said, our numbers were down on the anti-Semite meter. So we want to go ahead and we want to correct that. We want to correct the record tonight. And if I had some videos that I came across on X, you just spend a little bit of time on that platform, you could really you feel like the balance is fucking way out of fucking whack. You spend any time on X, trust me on that. But yeah, right here we're looking at the Flagrant podcast. They're talking with Sagar from Breaking Points, and he just is asking like, "Hey, do you regret your coverage of Trump leading into the election?" They're fucking dumbasses, so they're just like, absolutely not. Nice, yeah, 100%, brother. So they're just like, absolutely not. So we're picking up from there for anybody that's tuning in.
Trump were to come back today, which we hope he will, right?
Yeah.
I hope you guys put
talk to him
in
again.
your ask. They put a statement out about you guys. Would it be different tonally this time around? Now that you've actually had him in office, and would you feel how would you feel as somebody then who had been critical of him walking into that? Like tonally, would it be different in terms of the tenor that you might take and asking a follow-up question?
Here's the thing. And we said this before. I'm not in one of your fucking cults.
Right.
I'm not in the right wing cult, the left wing cult. I'm a free American, and I'll ask whatever fucking questions I want to ask. Okay, so for me,
just a free thinking artard.
When somebody's in power, that's not when you relax, especially if it's a person that you voted for. That's where you hold them to their promises. So Trump comes back on, which he's absolutely invited to come back on. He's the leader of the free world. I want to know what's up with the Epstein shit. You campaigned hard, your boys campaigned hard, your girls campaigned hard on it. I want to know why we're not seeing it. And why I want to know why you were so flippant about it. So I want to know that. I want to know what's going on with the foreign wars, and specifically, is diplomacy harder than you thought? And what are the restrictions to your power when it
is diplomacy harder than you thought, even though he was already president before? Think about how they infantilize this situation. It's like
comes to diplomacy, and you've been president already, you must know that diplomacy is difficult. Why do you think it would be easier this time around? And what are the hiccups? So I want to know these things, but it's not about a different tenor or anything like that. When you're running for president, it's hope. What will you do? You're selling me dreams.
Sure.
Right? Yeah. And when you are president, it's delivery. And delivery is way harder than hope. You know what I mean? I loved Obama. I voted for him. I'm so excited about Obama. I know that you're not a big fan. But to me, yes. And it's he sold us hope so well. Some people will be like, he under-delivered on that hope. Some people will be like, he over-delivered. It was amazing to see what he got accomplished. If you ask anybody who had pre-existing conditions, I think that they're pretty fucking happy, Republican or Democrat, what he was able to put through. So to me, that's what it's all about. It's just and if you're not willing to hold the person that you voted for to the standards that they expected, then you're not a real person that cares about what's happening in America.
Right.
Yeah.
If you were one of these people that refused to acknowledge that Biden was senile for 4 years, and now you're lecturing me about holding Trump accountable, I think that you need to take like a long look in the mirror about what you're willing to do for the people that you voted for.
I think it's a very, very fair question. Do you guys have anything you want to add on that?
To add to that, the questions would be tougher because we are disappointed in what we're seeing.
Sure.
But the tenor of the question still has to be asked in a way that I feel confident you will answer.
Okay.
If it's, hey man, what the fuck are you doing? This bullshit ass thing. This sucks.
Yeah.
Do you think he's gonna answer that question?
I don't just.
What is it? This guy's fucking making the most insane straw man argument of all time. Nobody's suggesting that you fucking like assault the presidential candidate if they come on your podcast. It's like they're just saying like ask real questions, have real conversations with them. Don't hold back from pressing them when there's so few times that they're put in any situation that's not already scripted for them, which is a lot of the reason, by the way, when Schultz here is talking about the Biden stuff. I mean, that's a lot of what allowed that situation to stay under wraps was that, you know, people were doing the same thing that these guys were doing as far as like just having these really softball granddad conversations, having them come in and asking them about their fucking grandkids and shit. It's like, no, like he had some serious campaign promises that he was coming behind. When people talk about things like Palantir and stuff like that now, it's like, these people were already associated with the campaign coming in. So why is there the surprise that there's this, you know, crazy influence from people like Peter Thiel? It's like the vice president was put in position because of the connection there. So it's like, yeah, now when our information is being sold as a fucking police state, you know, I mean, only dumbasses are truly surprised. Only dumbasses are honestly truly surprised. And then here, at the beginning of, before I hit this again, I want to say Paul is in the building here. Are you ready to come on camera? Okay. Yeah, so Paul is in the building. He's sitting here vibing with us. So everybody, welcome my man Paul here. Let me go ahead and pull this up real quick just so I can see it. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, cool. Yeah, but we're in here, by the way, Paul, if you didn't catch that, we're reacting to the Flagrant podcast. Breaking Points is, well, Sagar and Jetty from Breaking Points was on their podcast. They did a little crossover like, hey, I come on your podcast. I'm going to interview you for our podcast. So we're watching not Flagrant's side, but we're watching Breaking Points because Sagar wanted to ask them about basically their support for Trump, how they feel about it, and basically do they regret it or anything like that. And their answer was basically like, no, don't regret it. Would ask different questions, but basically like, why the fuck would you blame us? We wanted to make sure to keep them out. We wanted to make sure to kind of placate Trump to a degree where he wouldn't walk out on us.
Right.
You know, it was like their main, like, well, if we would have asked the tough questions, he wouldn't have answered.
Which speaks volumes
Yeah,
to
that's
his
what I was
character.
saying. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
And
For sure.
Flagrant, that one is Schulte.
Yeah, Andrew Schultz.
Yeah.
Do you remember his co-host? Because I'm blanking on it. I feel bad.
Brother,
I
I don't remember his name.
think it's the Kosh or something like that.
It's something like
Yeah.
I don't attempt just because I don't want to be.
You don't want to sound racist. But
Yeah.
I don't care.
Unintentionally
as much.
racist.
So Akash, but it's out of respect. I'm trying, bro. I don't remember your name, but
I
like
don't
it's
know.
not out of disrespect. I think he's had some interesting takes before, but right now I think he's really trying to run cover for his friend here and really, you know, like I said, he's the one that actually made that argument where he's like, well, we wanted to make sure to keep him here. You know, if we would have asked him that, he would have walked off. It's like, bro, well then yeah. If you ask him a question about fucking mass deportation, he feels like he has to walk off because he can't answer it. If you really care about that issue, then ask the question. You know what I mean? Like honestly, but to me, it means like they're like kind of like morally separated from the issue. So they're like, yeah, I see why it's an unpopular issue. So that's why they're stepping away from it. But we didn't really give a fuck enough about it to actually care about it.
Yep.
To lose the interview over it.
Mhm.
You know, like it was more important for us to actually maintain the interview and whatever exposure they got from it, which I'm sure was a lot.
Principals have left the building, buddy. It's been like that for a while now.
Yeah, absolutely. Sandor, by the way, says, good day, Paul.
Hello, sir.
And then he says, if a candidate walks out on tough questions, then that candidate just answered your question.
Exactly. That there's your answer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would Kamala walked out on tough questions?
Her fucking brain might have fried. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, the thing is, because I feel like
She definitely would have tried to find every diplomatic answer.
well, I mean, so I think the same thing goes for both of them, and we're going to talk later about the Nelk Netanyahu conversation. these people don't go to places where they think they're going to have a serious conversation. So
Right.
almost them coming on your podcast is almost like a spit in your face.
Yeah.
Because they're like, hey, I know that you won't have shit to say about the stuff I'm doing. And I could go on here and just dominate the conversation. And it's going to go however we want. With the Netanyahu shit, they were saying that there's like 20 people in the room. And we'll get into that. That whole fucking is just hysterical. And I have a bunch of video of like people reacting to it and shit. But
Yeah, well, let's be. I mean, I guess we could talk about it then. But
yeah,
if you're going to
No,
take
please.
an interview with BB,
you're wild for that.
I mean, at the end of the day, you already know going into it, everything is controlled, or your head's on a stake. So.
Well, this man is. Well, the thing is, you have to be willing to ask the tough questions.
You have to.
Because sometimes I've seen this kind of put next to the Tucker Carlson conversation with Putin, which I didn't love that conversation either, and I think that was basically propaganda for Russia. But this is the thing. I will give Tucker a bit of a pass on that, and this is why, because like he was at least in Russia. You know what I mean? So it's like if he did really go crazy and ask the wrong questions, he might have been fed to the dogs. Like these people are in America, their own country. They're inviting a foreign leader on their podcast, putting an American flag behind them. Well, either way, never mind. I'm not gonna say. But one of them's not American, and the other one is American Jewish, which I think we should respect that. But I'm just saying, like, these are not like the most impartial hosts, and they also don't give any real pushback. And we'll play, like I said, I have a bunch of clips from that I'll play that are just like actually jaw dropping to me watching them.
Yeah, no. I mean, half of that Tucker Carlson thing. You saw it every time he just okay.
Yeah.
It's like he knew.
Yeah.
But again, what are you gonna do?
I get that.
When you got Vladimir sitting right across from you,
and you're in Russia. Though.
What are you gonna do? Yeah, you're in Russia. You're not gonna push back at all.
I would have a tougher time. Like for example, if he agreed to have the interview like over webcam or something, I would expect you to like come on, or even if he came to America, which it wouldn't happen now, but say that happened, I would expect you to have a serious interview. But I get some of the implications there, at like they said on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, when you're in Russia and you're having that conversation, you know, in the Kremlin, it's like, yeah, that's tough. And I could understand with some of the other decisions that Tucker's made recently, like from a journalistic standpoint, and just having genuine journalistic curiosity on a thing and having access, why he would want to pursue that conversation.
Right.
But I don't agree with like the look at the fucking grocery stores. They're fucking awesome,
bro. Oh my God.
So cheap.
Look, so people don't steal the carts. You have to pay for it. Then you get your money back.
It's like, go to Aldi's, asshole. Go to Aldi's, you dumb carts.
But it's like, how many leaders would sit there and give like a raw, like a raw interview where they're just like, hey, ask me the tough questions. I mean, you'll see like Zelensky, I think, has done that where he's like answered some tough questions. Yes, there's been like the political like jump around the answer sometimes, but that's politics, right? You're starting to see more and more like not like world leaders like presidents, but like our local like Gavin Newsom or like senators and governors are going on podcasts, and some are getting hit with some real questions and coming with answers. But it's like to me it shows strong leadership to be able to sit there and stand your ground, go to the center of the ring and go toe to toe with real fucking questions.
Yeah.
Lay it out, and even if you come off looking wrong, you're a human being.
Yeah, I'm trying to think though. Like, I mean, so you're saying, so Gavin Newsom's a good example because him and DeSantis had their conversation.
And then who's that far right podcaster? He's bald. I know that's not like
far right podcaster. He's bald. Well, I think if you're getting
Gavin Newsom just went on his podcast like a week ago.
Far right podcaster. I don't know, but I believe you, and I know that he's had some far right or some conservative people on his podcast.
Yeah,
he had Charlie Kirk. So I mean, that's an adversarial person, even if you know that he's going to be like somewhat civil, as long as you keep it civil. But
like
I think we need that. I agree
with Trudeau. If you were to get Trudeau on the podcast while he was prime minister, would he have answered like tough questions? I don't know if he did or not.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, they actually. So I don't know too much in detail on it. I'm not familiar with Canada law in depth, but I do know that they've had some like restrictions on podcasts and things like that in Canada.
Okay, I was ignorant to that.
Yeah. So I mean, that's just like that ended up like breaking through, you know, like the news stories for the week. You know what I mean? Kind
Yeah,
of deal.
like
So it's
like with the king, like with the Queen of England, right? Like
Mhm.
they got so mad at I forget which son is the one that married
Prince
the
Andrew. Oh, okay, go ahead.
is the well, I guess grandson is the one that married
Meghan
Meghan Markle and then moved over
Yeah, Harry.
here, Harry,
Prince Harry,
right? Like they got so mad at them for like being open about anything, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
like
they were accusing them of being racist and shit.
oh, again,
Yeah.
like that's like you having to
Yeah,
get
but
hit
what
with
if you-
something
But
hard.
what if you disagree with that? I mean, look, I think like likelihood that the royal family is racist, yes or no. Highly, I'm a betting man too. I'll put all my shit on
Hey,
fucking
listen,
they
yeah.
are. But I'm just saying, like-
I think that they wanted to keep the royal crown a certain bloodline for sure. That
Well,
like
okay.
I don't think that they wanted to mix race within their own bloodline.
Certain bloodline. You mean by bloodline? You mean just white?
Yo,
Well, I mean
Yeah.
because when you say bloodline, it makes me think that it's like
why else would they have
incest.
been mad?
Well, you're making.
No, I get, okay, I get where I might have misframed
That's where I
that.
was confused by.
Okay.
that. Okay. So you think they just want to keep it white?
Yeah, I was trying to
Um,
say without being racist, but yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're
100%.
calling them out.
Now
for
again,
shit.
like if like someone said that, like I understand you being mad and be like, hey, listen, us as a not parliament, but us as the royal family,
Oh yeah.
we disagree with their notion and we apologize and we'll try to do better moving forward. No, instead they were like, we're going to disown you and you're not allowed to be a prince anymore.
See, I don't. So, but
I mean, there's a lot more to it,
Yeah, I
but
think you might be simplifying a little bit. But
there's a lot to it.
we're not talking about that, so I get why you might be simplifying that to make a point. But I'm just saying, like, I would have to be reminded on the specifics because I remember them denying it. It said something about like, or I remember it had something to do with
They were like
somebody asked
mistreating
what
her.
color. Well, okay.
Or,
yeah, I don't know to what extent.
like how the kid's hair would be.
What color this baby would be. They remember being the question.
Yeah.
Is like that was one story. I don't know. Like I said, I'm sure it got deeper than that. And at one point, I know it definitely did get deeper than that. But I'm real American as far as like I'm like fuck all of them. Fuck
I mean-
the whole royal family. When they get married, I don't watch it.
Yeah, I don't care about that.
Yeah,
shit.
fuck
But again, it's funny because being a Southern white,
Yeah.
you know how many times that question has been asked.
What question?
like oh okay.
What color?
So
is your kids?
what color is the baby gonna be? What kind of hair do you think it's gonna have? When
Okay, so hold on.
it's
So,
like
okay, well then once
it's
again, look,
it's like
I get put in the devil's advocate position every time. Well, I mean, isn't that a fair question to possibly be curious about?
that's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
they took it as like this shot of racism because it kind of is.
Yeah,
But at the same time, it's like one of those innocent racist moments
that's
where it's
what
like
I mean.
where it's like oh, that's kind of racist, grandma. Don't say that.
Yeah, but at the same
Like,
time, listen, their hair could be many different textures.
many different textures.
So I mean,
yeah.
that's fair. I think it's a fair question for grandma to ask. The skin color, it could be many different beautiful colors of
Different
brown.
types. It could be like a whiter
To
brown.
beautiful alabaster white, whatever.
There are some mixed kids like Logic and stuff, you know.
Exactly. Grandma's not saying she's not putting like a value on any particular skin color. I don't think yet. If she got an answer she didn't like,
but
that's
they
what
took it that way. The royal family did, so that made it look more racist. And they would have
They
just
should've
taken
stuck
the
around.
hard-hitting question
Yeah.
and just like, no,
No.
that's not it. Then hey,
Yeah, I would have to get re-educated on the specifics of the entire debacle there. And I know like it continued over many years. And there are many stunts. And but I mean, you want to be fair to Meghan Markle, even though she's fucking just difficult to
I don't have that
see
much of an opinion
with
on
your
her.
eyeballs and stuff. She like a wonderful looking lady, but just when she opens up her mouth, she says stupid ass shit. Like seriously. Well, I mean, and it's just like because also there is a little part of you where you have to when you're hearing people bitch about the royal family being like kind of like passive aggressively racist. You're like, bitch, your family owns the most real estate in the fucking world. I'm struggling to fucking hold down a fucking house. The fuck? You're bitching right now? Are you serious? You're bitching?
Yeah.
You were in one TV show and then you fucking married a prince?
Mhm.
God damn it.
Yeah.
And now you're fucking opening up fucking like Magnolia Orchard fucking plate company. Oh
Yeah.
God.
All you had to
richer.
do is just take a few
They didn't
distasteful remarks.
No, but the thing is, that's the point. You didn't even have to. You fucking walked out. You walked out. You didn't even have to deal with the shit. You still capitalized
still
on the
made
image.
it. It still made it. Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
That's insane.
you had. Well, I'm just saying, you were able to. If it's all true, you're able to walk away and then still benefit off of
Open up
it
an orchard?
monetarily. Well, open up an orchard and get a Netflix show.
Yeah. True. It would have been a much sadder story if they left, and then like he had to become like a plumber.
Oh my god!
And she had to become
They haven't had to do
like
shit.
an accountant, not an accountant, like just like a little desk work, like a desk worker, not little,
they're
but
making
trying to.
appearances, quote unquote.
Yeah.
What the fuck what does an appearance mean when you have the bitch from fucking Suits come? She walks around and acts like a fucking fake lawyer or whatever the fuck she was in the show.
She can sell 3 different books all about the same experience but in different ways.
Yeah, God bless her.
Over a 15-year period.
Yeah, God bless her, but it's like you are very, very fucking privileged. It's hard for me to like listen to her story and like really take it serious as a victim tale. It happened to you, okay? But Sandor says Harry is what he say down under. Cunt struck. Oh, okay, cunt struck.
Okay, okay. So
pussy
whipped.
We call it pussy whipped here.
Pussy whipped.
Yeah, no.
So I'm sorry. Go ahead. But I was just going to comment on the name of that.
Yeah.
It's so funny because like Parker, went over what cuss words are like acceptable and like what names not to like ever say.
Yeah.
And cunt is one of them. Like you're not allowed to say that.
Yeah.
And then we're like, but in other countries, it's actually like just like a normally thrown out cuss word. And it's like, it's so funny how strongly we take it. Sure, but it's just funny how like their pussy whipped is cunt stroked.
Yeah. Cunt struck.
Struck.
Not cunt
stroked.
Although I think you do end up stroking cunts if you're
sorry the way I took that.
Yeah, no, but I mean, fair enough. But it is interesting when you see the different kind of ways that the different kind of insults and how they are different based off.
Yeah.
Where you
say
come
that
from
here.
Yeah, no, not. I mean, it's definitely not going to be taken as playful. Although I've said cunt for a long time. That was one that I always kind of kept in my repertoire. But I stay close to my European roots.
So I thought it was just kind of like there's like a more like intense version of like bitch, like if bitch doesn't cut it, then you go there, right?
Yeah.
So I had a girlfriend in high school that her mom was very very involved.
Okay.
And there was a moment that I texted her and I told her like or I left her a voicemail or something. Forgot exactly, but anyways, the message was that she needs to tell her mom to stop being such a cunt.
Golly,
boy, did I learn the weight of that word in that moment.
Yeah.
So not that I meant to be an asshole in that moment.
Yeah, I can't say
I was just trying to be like blunt and honest. Like, hey man, your mom's being too much.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever used it on a woman. So I mean, I've said it.
I was wrong.
More as in a playful way, but yeah, you use it as an actual insult. That's interesting.
15-year-old Paul learned a lesson. My ex-husband's a Marine. I won't give him to kill you. I'm like, over a word. I'm like, I'm a child.
Shit. He was gonna kill you.
Oh yeah, I mean extreme threats, but it didn't go anywhere.
That is a bit extreme for them to threaten to kill a 15-year-old, but hey. Sandor says Megan is crazy, so she goes off in the sack. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I have no doubt, and she is fucking insane.
Most likely, yeah.
She's absolutely insane, and
you might have to worry about what Harry's kinks are.
Oh, and then at this point, she's basically Epstein Island in that motherfucker. She knows way too much, and they're gonna have to get her to hang herself in order for that problem to go away.
Can I be real? Harry though seems like a good dude. He seems like a normal. I mean, dude, come on.
He's cringe, but I can't remember why. I don't give a fuck enough to remember why.
Maybe I haven't seen why he's cringe, but like I've seen like things he does. I'm like, just seems like a normal dude, just like living an ultimate man's life.
It is, I just
fucking.
In his book, it's funny because there's this. I remember talking about on the podcast, but I don't remember the specifics. Like I said, I don't give that much of a fuck. So in the moment we talked about it, like just because it was a story at the time, but I didn't obviously follow up on it. But like in his book, he talked about like this dark chapter in his life where he's fucking ready to just kill himself because he couldn't be fucking Prince Ali anymore.
Hey man. You know
I get it. But
you know what?
Christ, bro.
Different people have their own issues, man.
Those of us
they all come with issues.
Those of us that have lost friends to gun violence are
brother. T.I.'s son is mad at him.
Think of anything.
T.I.'s son is mad at him for not letting him be a thug. You know what I mean?
He's like, let me sell crack, Dad.
it's like so.
Let me sell crack, Dad. I want to go to Atlanta and be like you. I want to be the king.
Right. It's like you don't no. There's no reason.
Yeah, actually, son, I'm not gonna have let you sell crack.
Yeah, so
but I am gonna traffic women with your mom. But I don't know that happened. I think it'd be that case. To be fair with him, I think he did.
Some of these rich people, they're just like you always see those like nepo babies who then go like live off the land. They go move like Hawaii and live off their land off like parents' money. And it's like
bro, you're talking about Joe Biden right now. I mean Hunter Biden.
And they talk about like how bad their life was growing up, and it's like, dude, shut the fuck up.
Literally shut the fuck up.
It's like,
why are you smoking crack, Hunter Biden?
What? go do something.
He lost family. Yeah, but we're gonna definitely get into the Hunter Biden
But before we leave pop culture, we didn't talk about it last time. JB's album. Just go ahead and take a listen to it. All right.
Bro,
listen,
we're not
man,
in
the guy's back.
Pop culture, brother.
The guy's back, baby.
We're in the middle of this reaction.
Drewski's on it. Go ahead.
But Wiggy, Wiggy says hello, chat. I see you there, Sandor. What's up, Wiggy? How's it going, brother? Glad to see you. And thank you for dropping those comments on the video that I dropped yesterday. I'm gonna try to chop these up when I have some time to drop throughout the week sporadically and try to find like some schedule that works. But last time I feel like I said, I was kind of overdoing it, but we'll know. We'll get into it. Sandor, Wiggy, how you doing, boss? So let's go ahead and get this video back.
Yeah, that's more at the people who,
Yeah. Well, what I'm doing is I'm like imbibing. There isn't even like independent media. So like the left independent media that I have been able to interact with, they have a theory that the podcast guys were basically taken for a ride. Like they're looking at it as, look, Trump knew that he wasn't
accurate.
1,000%. We called that during the moment.
Yeah, you guys look like fucking fools.
Yeah,
anything that he might get on NBC News or anywhere else. He basically wanted to use the audience to convince them that he was a normal dude and get them to vote for him. And that in retrospect,
isn't that what every politician does?
Well, I agree. I'm just getting to that point. Yeah. So it's like to the extent that you think that happened, like it's not a complicity question. It's really more about a question of how do you balance that in the art of politics. I think.
Okay, so I'll get right back into this because I know sometimes when I cut these into separate reactions, they're like, you guys were chopping it up a lot. But I want to say here, and Sagar's kind of letting off the hook when he says like, doesn't everybody do that? Isn't that what everybody does? That should be the difference with independent media. Like one of the things that independent media touts is that's not bought and paid for. So he's right that is what people would do, but it's like, it's up to us or people, actually it's up to them, people in those positions to actually hold their feet to the fire now that independent media holds enough of the market share to actually get these guests like the president. Hopefully at some point you can't become president without actually going and having these conversations with independent podcasts. Go ahead.
Brother, the independent podcast market and the streaming market has gone so far that like with like the issue like Colbert, when you look at where they started losing money, it's ad revenue. Ad revenue has gone down because people aren't really watching late night television anymore. They're not watching those news networks anymore because of independent media. People rather go listen to a few podcasts every day than watch the news. So yes, there has become a shift on responsibility, I think, with some of these bigger podcasts, and they need to understand the accountability that they have.
Yeah. Definitely. And I mean, as far as like the influence on their audience, I mean, Flagrant's a show specifically. I mean, they're probably talking to a majority of people that can vote. They're probably like first time voters in a presidential
1,000%.
Yeah. So
yes, people who and that's the issue is there are so many people who didn't pay attention to politics for so long and then they got into it, which thankfully like people are taking more of a notice of the most important thing really in our outside of like your daily activities, what shapes what you're able to do and where your country, where your kids are going to go. Sure. Right. So when it came to these podcasts and they're sharing conspiracy theories without actually like diving into it and just making jokes of it all the time. And I would say to like one of my favorite shows, Pat McAfee, they did it a lot too. And it's like there needs to be an accountability that, hey, listen, like you hold so many viewers and as you're acting as a political comment, pundit. That you really have to dive into it. You really have to be more honest and you can't just fuck around all the time. You know, so I do think that they need to start taking more accountability with what they influence, like you said.
And I think that I would hold them accountable to the same level as I would say Joe Rogan. I know more about, because I actually watched more of Joe Rogan's podcast. So I know that out and right Joe Rogan endorsed Trump. So I think, and I'm curious your opinion on this in the chat. You guys let me know. But I think it's and he's flirted with it. Joe Rogan like flipping a little bit, like he's been a little critical of Trump here and there about the deportations and things like that. So I think he's flirted with the idea that he's just gonna outright kind of disavow that, at least Trump specifically. You know, I don't know, like the JD Vance, I don't know if he'll be so quick to distance himself there. I'll be curious to see that. But I do see him definitely flirting with like the idea of Trump has basically like pulled one over on his entire sphere of influence. So, and by the way, and I'm passing to you because I want to hear your opinion on this. I think it's the perfect time for him to make that switch, by the way. This is the perfect time. You have the Epstein shit. You have him throwing all this stuff out about Obama, you have the fucking letter shit. That's not Trump that has more to do with Epstein shit. But all the different fucking distractions, that the renaming the fucking Redskins, the Redskins again, all this stupid shit, all these distractions. It's the perfect time for an independent voice like Joe Rogan to cut through that noise and really take a strong stand. And then do you want me to read these comments, or do you want to give your? I want to get to them before it's too late. But
just
I want to give you plenty of runway.
So with Rogan, I just think like there was a point where I remember I've been watching Rogan for a long time, since, I mean, as long as at least right after high school, maybe high school. So what really bothered me was he used to be more like a centrist left. Okay, like to me, the way I always describe Joe Rogan was how a dude should be, right? Like he was left leaning with a lot of like the tough guy mentality where he wants the guns, you know, he's a mixed martial artist, he's all that. So what I always thought was during COVID, that's when it was a switch. And I feel like he got so scorned by the left media. He got so scorned by like everything going on in California when he moved to Texas. You know that he's right in there with Dana White, which he's distanced himself, I feel like, a lot, but with the UFC, but with Dana White, and that brings down like the Trump. I don't know if Joe Rogan actually got like duped by Trump, because I would like to say that Joe Rogan's more intelligent than that, because he's a very intelligent guy. I just think that there was so much animosity towards the left at the time that it kind of blinded Joe Rogan where he was. And then now when all that's gone, all the COVID stuff has died down, and now you're faced with all the reality, he's seen all the nonsense and all the bullshit, and especially the Epstein shit. Like that was some real shit. And Joe Rogan is into conspiracies enough to where maybe he really started to full on believe a lot of the shit. I mean, one of his best friends is Alex Jones, right? So it's like, I don't know, but I just, as far as a flip, I don't think that he'll ever go back to a left, but you're right. As far as an independent media and as far as an independent leaning person, he really needs to be the person to speak out on all the Trump shit and all the distractions.
Well, I think because of his previous, because I agree. One time I heard, I think it might have been my my partner. She said that about Joe Rogan. She said that he's the men's version of Oprah. And I was like, you know, and I mean, that's at first I was insulted because she knows that I listen to the JRE, but then I understood, and she's right. And I think some of that just comes from like women trusted Oprah. You know what I mean? And that was the main thing.
That's such a good comparison.
Yeah, it came down to that. Outside of everything, it's like you trusted that she just felt like a real person. If she gave you a recommendation on a book, then you felt great about that recommendation. And then if it turned out that the person lied to Oprah, everybody hated that person. Yes. And then Oprah would come out and say, guys, I apologize. I got duped in that scenario. Yeah. So in this instance, Joe Rogan has that same kind of trust with his audience, where it's like, at the end of the day, right or wrong. And I think that in this case, he failed them with the Trump endorsement. But I agree. If he doesn't go full on, hey, I'm a Democrat now, I'm supporting whoever they put forth, I don't know if he's going to go in that direction, but he does have a great opportunity to also trailblaze independent thought and people really owning like being an independent and, really taking things on their merit and forcing the parties not blindly to follow them, but for them to actually put policies forth that are persuasive to the people that they need to get votes from. I mean, and that was one of the biggest issues that I personally had with the Democratic Party this last time is they just didn't feel like they had to fight for that Democratic vote. I think they really were resting on one, Trump is disgusting, and they were right to rest on that. And I think that was a reasonable estimation to make. Although they underestimated how fucking just dumb people are.
Bro, I respect Joe Rogan's intellect so much that that him talking about shrooms is what made me feel like, all right, you know what? If he's doing like shrooms,
he's good with it.
Hey, and then Aaron Rodgers came out, and although I don't agree with like them politically, I sit there and I'm like, you guys are smart guys. Like you're not gonna fuck up your brain.
Well, do you think that they led you astray, brother?
Nah, brother.
Well, so on that they were right. On that they were right. And that's part of the reason. Here, let me get to these comments real quick. So Wiggy Wom says, if an independent media personality has Black Rifle Coffee ads or whatever, or what have you, isn't an independent individual anymore.
Fair.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly who backs Black Rifle, so you'll have to enlighten us there. I'm sure
right wing as fuck.
Yeah, I'm sure it's something interesting. Sandor says, why do you hate coffee, Wiggy? Wiggy says, the only time I trust a radical is when they have been legitimately debanked. Yeah, well, I'm going to try not to get debanked. That's going to be my goal. Wiggy Womp says, LMFAO, I drink too much coffee, but these companies have investors, sometimes multinational.
I did say that when Joe Rogan went to Spotify. I feel like that's when you saw a big switch. Is the Spotify switch? I feel
like before that, just because so we've kind of had this conversation before, so I don't know how much we want to rehash it, or I don't even know how much we really have had this conversation before. But I feel like, I hold Joe Rogan responsible for where he's at now. I definitely think that he spewed some really dumb. It had some really dumbass, not dumbass guests, but really actually nefarious guests come on there and spew some harmful shit. And I don't mean harmful ideas, because like I liked his podcast when he would have Milo on, or he'd have Gavin McInnes. I love those episodes, and that was some of what made it kind of daring and interesting, was that he would have these people that did have questionable opinions on the podcast. So I don't, it's not an issue there. It has to do with like, you have people coming in that want to take back protections that are in place in the government for normal civilians, and you allow people to come on and kind of like put makeup on a pig and kind of and really sell it to the people that it's fucking over.
He pushed back against none of the bullshit.
And that's the thing. And it's
that pissed me off a lot. It made me lose all my respect, like a lot of respect for him.
Yeah, I think I definitely have an issue with that. But as far as like the initial push to the right, I honestly hold the left responsible for that, because I think they fumbled that.
Yeah.
I think, they really had a crazy reactive position to Joe's kind of opinions on COVID for sure. It got really ugly where, he was having like issues with MSNBC, and like there was issues with them taking footage and manipulating it to make him look more sick and like all this kind of shit. So I think there was just people that I felt like were unfair to him in some of his opinions.
Yes.
And at that time, I think, fairly he got pushed away. Now, I think it's fair for that to push people away. And you could point at that and be like, these are ideologues who are unreasonable. I should be an ally, and they're fucking throwing us out based off of these like whatever kind of like outer arguments. Like another one was like when they had the compilation of him saying like the N-word or whatever it was. I don't remember the specific.
Bro, that was so bad.
Yeah,
like
that
was so out of context.
That was ugly, but it was out of context, and it's also like, okay, well, that's just that.
But it was bad. Like
that's a really dumb thing.
I disagree with him using the word.
But then also he even apologized for that. So it's like people were just not satisfied with that. And yeah, I just think that I think he was treated a little unfairly to begin with, and that really soured him on it. Yep. Now, I don't think that should allow you to change your principles and your morals. And I think that he has twisted those through these kind of like relationships with Elon Musk. And that's another one that he's kind of whitewashed for his audience to make seem like is like this playful genius that is like a humanitarian. And I just hate listening to him talk about fucking Elon Musk. It fucking gives me the fucking heebie-jeebies, to be honest.
No, and that's kind of thing is like the left did that too much with too many people, and it became nauseating, and it really became dividing, and people were mad to be right about it. I mean, whenever someone would have, I mean, Pat McAfee was one, Joe Rogan was another. Really any celebrity that ever came out with a different opinion, and they're right. The party of acceptance really we did turn our back on people that had a different opinion. Now I understand where from the left's perspective it was that you're purposely telling people something that's not true and is going to be dangerous, but at the same time it's like we're supposed to be the people that are like, hey, listen, that's what you're going to do. That's what you're going to do. People are going to listen to it. They're going to listen to it. Like, the government's already putting out the information that they're putting out. Like you can't control.
Well, counter education.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, you got to do your job.
Yeah,
you can't just rely on that. There's no.
Hey, Joe Rogan put this information out where here's information that we have.
Yeah,
don't sit there and call him a fucking idiot because he's not. And that's the thing is he like when you have intelligent people and you call someone intelligent stupid or an idiot, it really a lot of times it's going to really derail.
Can I add to this? I just want you to react and add to this. But it's like I think they have to take some responsibility, and that's really a come to Jesus moment for them. They have to come to grips with the fact that Joe Rogan's audience trusts him more than they trust the government.
Yes, 1,000%.
They trust him more than they trust the government.
These are people who hate the government.
But, I mean, but there's fair reason to look at it. So the government has to look inward and consider, why is it that I'm an unreliable source and Joe Rogan's audience or Oprah's audience or whoever you can pick as the specific person, they have more of a cultivated trust with the audience than at least Americans do with their own government. That's actually a fucking sick thing. And it says a lot to one, even from a conservative point of view, you either feel like the government shouldn't do anything and you still feel like they don't do shit. Or from a liberal's perspective or a progressive's perspective, you feel like they should be doing more, and you also think they don't do shit. And you think that the shit that they do is corrupt and for some ends or some small group of people that are already living high on the fucking hog for the past goddamn 100 years. Do you have anything you want to say to that? And then I'll get these comments. Okay, so Sandor says, you had 4 years of BS and censorship. People were going to believe anybody that sold them any semblance of returning to normalcy.
Yep.
You know,
and people exploited the fuck out of that.
And so are you talking, because I think this could apply to Biden's presidency. And we'll get into that because I don't know how much you saw of Hunter Biden already, but he discusses that and his dad beating Trump and people feel like he couldn't beat him again and shit like that. So I think that could definitely apply for to Biden winning. And then to a certain extent, you could say that can apply to Trump winning in a way, once again, because you're kind of just you're preaching like, hey, it's the change candidate kind of speak. So it's like, even though if you are holding Trump according to his record, then you would not be looking at him as any kind of like honest reprieve from the situation that we were already in with the crazy inflation. But regardless, people were feeling as if things were still out of whack. So where Biden won because people wanted to feel normalcy again. And I would agree with you, Sandor, if that's the point you're trying to make. I would almost agree. I would almost say that still applies with Trump, even though people were misguided in thinking that.
Yeah. It's natural though. Think all the way back to where pirates on ships or people travel by ship, right? Mutiny. Like if people think the ship's being steered in the wrong direction, someone's going to say something, and whether it is nefarious or whether it's genuine, they're going to sit there and say, hey, listen, I don't think this is right. And again, it could be right or wrong. It could be for the wrong intentions or the right intentions. And enough people get behind it. You have like you said, a change candidate. That's what it is. And that is the way that our political system goes a lot.
Well, if it keeps on fucking up, the change candidate is going to be the fucking revolutionary candidate, and the revolution is going to pop up of one kind or another.
Most countries have.
We got a few. We got some comments here. Let me grab them here. Wiggy says, no, Joe Rogan is a performance artist at the end of the day. He does everything for money. He moved to Texas because of the money.
That I believe. But I don't know, because I never got that sense from him before. And I feel like the principles he's always laid out that would just go against what like the original Joe Rogan was about, right? Like being all bought out. So I would like to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that it was more organic and not just about the money. Maybe money helps.
Well, do you think that he ever lived up to his principles? So as much as he talked about whatever principles he may have as far as like, wanting to combat homelessness, I'm trying to think of things.
What has he done for it? Right?
That's why I'm like, so I can think of some times that I've watched this podcast where I've heard him, like state some kind of point, like what you're saying, that I could agree with, that was very like a humanitarian kind of position. But then it's like, and I'm just like trying to advocate for Wiggy's position here. It's like, if you're being honest, like at the end of the day, what kind of material? I guess he did endorse Bernie. So if you think that Bernie was a candidate for good, he was one of the few people in reality like that, came out and then was vocal about talking about when the primary was being taken from Bernie. So,
like where do you go from Bernie to Trump?
Say it's enough. Well, I mean, a lot of people went from Bernie to Trump,
but like I don't understand the jump. I don't understand because
so there must be something there. I think it's a populist thing. It's a change thing. It's a like, okay, this system
policy wise, it's opposite.
Yeah, but Trump is still running on like so Bernie is saying like, hey, the system is not working for you. It's fucking you over, and we're gonna fix that through like social programs and some kind of like balancing of the sheet in a social way. Trump is, I mean, not really promising anything. That's why, I mean, I am not a Bernie to Trump person. I'm a Bernie to Bernie guy. So it's like, I look at that and I agree. I can't get there, but I do understand that he's still offering some semblance of like, hey, this system is fucked. We need to tear it down. Yeah. All these people are crooks. Now, in reality, obviously, he is as filthy as anybody else, which is, once again, why I can't buy the lie. But people do. So Wiggy says, as soon as he got $100 million deal, he left because income tax in Cali would have eviscerated it. Okay, yeah, fair point. That's a good point. That would have been around the same time, so that's interesting. I hadn't necessarily thought about that, but I did think about the state income tax being sweet.
But, yeah.
Not that he moved
because of COVID policy, the income tax. Yeah. Just like a lot of businesses did at the same time. He was one of
that was the connection that I made was the COVID thing, but that's how he presented it. So I kind of took it at face value. So Wiggy, being the free thinker he is.
Do you believe him when he says like, oh, I'm not getting paid by this brand. I don't promote this brand, but I actually use this in my daily life and I love it. Just like how that the whatever gum that thing that he.
I'm not sure.
Some gum he chews that he promotes like brain health
or some. Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't watch it often anymore, but so I don't know. It's tough. So in some ways, I would say I would believe him but maybe it's like a strategic lie where it's like maybe I'm not technically paid, but I own part of the company.
Yeah, like Celsius doesn't pay me, but
exactly, 100%. The undercover boss of Celsius is who we're interviewing tonight. So I legit understood the nature of the psyop as Rogan started nodding in agreement with Jordan Peterson. Yeah, everybody drop your feelings
Jordan
with Jordan Peterson in the chat.
Shit.
I really want to hear how everybody feels about Jordan Peterson.
How do people listen to that crook? Oh my God.
Yeah. And the crying, I'm sorry, I'm not a guy that's like, you can never cry, but fuck, he makes me uncomfortable when he starts crying. Wiggy Wom says the left fell for the wrong think psyop. Yeah, I think that's fair, and definitely ostracized a huge portion of people that should have been, fucking class conscious comrades in the good fight. Honestly, let's keep it real. So I think 100%, and that's the problem with like trying to divide things along, these kind of like identity lines, aside from like just recognizing that people are being fucked over because they're poor and they have no like social power. But what you're gonna say? So I'm reading these comments, so just if you want to say something,
I was just gonna say how many or like television pastors are there, and then how many demons are there in the biblical world, and there's a line. Because I swear the motherfuckers are walking demons.
Okay, television evangelists.
Yeah, and Jordan Peterson's one of them.
Yeah, I don't think he's considered an evangelist though, even though he may evangelize. But it's tough to even say that because did you watch his Christian versus the Jubilee thing with him?
I saw a few clips of it.
Okay. There's so many. I watched so many people that were religious. They got shitty at him, just because he like ends up turning God into like this, like he like won't argue on the basis of like Christianity what it is. So like as like a slimy kind of like debate tactic, he'll be like, well, you know, like God to me is like humans knowing right and wrong is God, you know, like shit like that. So it's like
can't debate that.
Yeah, makes it this extreme.
All right.
Like, makes it this weird abstract thing for him to just kind of like talk around for 20 minutes, and you're just like, oh, okay. So you don't believe in God? So you don't believe in God? Okay, cool. So Wiggy says they were traditionally the free speech absolutists. Maybe, and correct me if I'm wrong, just because I know that we kind of got to these a little slow here. I'm going to try to catch up here on all these comments, but I think maybe he was talking about the liberals here. It seems like that's the train of thought. The Democrats were the free speech absolutists, and I think that's totally fair. And definitely historically, you've had a lot of fighting from their side, even like in support of people like hate speech and shit like that. And I think that's the right way to go.
You can't block it because it's free speech.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to go. If these ideas are like truly like incoherent with the society, well then you'll just it'll kind of experience its own kind of societal filter in a way, you know, where those are not going to be widely accepted.
The organic party, you know.
Well,
let it all be organic. Let it all happen organically.
You have the America Party from Elon Musk, and then just me and you will be the organic party. We'll see how quickly that builds. So far, great. So far, it's me, you, Wiggy, and Sandor. And fucking Sandor's not even an American citizen.
We got some members. Not resistance.
Hey, but that's good. Yeah, we have an international spy already. That's how it happens quickly. Wiki says, as soon as you start attacking people's rights to radical opinions, you immediately lose potential allies. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. And like I said, you just end up ostracizing people over like these opinions that they hold that are just at the end of the day, they're not really like the issues. Like, for example, if you can't create a coalition with somebody that has like maybe like trans feelings that you don't agree with, or their position on the whole trans idea is not something you 100% buy into. That's just. And now the Democrats are towing that line where, like, whenever Republicans talk about it in the media, they're like, that's such a small group of people. Why are you obsessed about that? Yeah. That's the right way to be, where, we'll fight on those issues as much as we can. And hopefully those people will go to places that are more accepting of the way that they live. And that's
move out of Florida.
This huge republic that we have. That's part of the benefit. You know, unfortunately, if Florida's way of treating that group of people isn't competitive, if you want to think about it in that sense, then it's like they're going to lose. They're going to have a brain drain because they're like, well, people are going to be like, this is a dumbass place to live. Now, Florida gets to rely heavily on the fact the weather's great. So that's where it's sick and unfair.
Speak to yourself.
Yeah.
That 115 feel like today. Oh my God.
If you're working outside, you're like, God damn,
I almost died.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe even worse. We don't have a brain drain. We have a drain of people that know how to work outside.
Lauren and then went to the Grand Canyon today. So she said the weather was so great that she actually we're scrapping the North Carolina plane and we're just going to go to Arizona, I guess.
Arizona. Okay.
Yeah, Arizona. So
Arizona.
I guess the weather's perfect.
Yeah.
94 with 14% humidity today. She said perfect. And this is a girl who hates to be outside because it's hot.
Is Tombstone, are you familiar with the movie Tombstone? I don't remember
the older movie, like 90s.
Yeah. It's a cowboy movie. I don't remember if they end up going to Arizona, but the idea is that Doc Holliday, because he has tuberculosis, he has to go out west because it's like easier for people to breathe and shit like that, and it's easier on his body. Yeah. Either way, good movie. Check it out. Check it out if you haven't seen Tombstone. Yeah, it's one of my dad's favorite movies. You know, put his fucking belt on, spin his fucking gun.
Bro, you're dead.
Boom, boom, boom.
Hey, listen.
You're dead. You're dead.
I have a friend request on Facebook from him.
Oh yeah, you guys gotta connect, man.
Listen.
He's gotta hop on here, man. He's killing me.
I don't know if I have the mental capacity right now to deal with trolling on every post.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, but he's not gonna get too much into it. He really doesn't get that much
not love.
Well, the thing is,
I know what's coming with that acceptance.
He doesn't give that much of a fuck, I think, about really any of that shit. That he's gonna be like, he might still troll you though, for sure. But I don't think that it would be
he's the best.
Incessant. He's a wild man. As soon as so, and then Sandor says you got to remember we have agency. If we fail the very basic IQ test that comes with having a BS meter, podcasts and such are not the problem. Education is. Yeah, I think. Well, that's fair.
Yep. Agreed.
And then Wiki says, and I guess that also, by the way, just to touch on that even further, is like why censorship isn't the way. The way is make it where your population is more educated and
Yes.
more informed, and when they're taking in information, they're able to, cross-reference that with more information, relevant information. Or also just fucking have just general basic intuition. Like, I mean, with the Trump shit, it is pretty, that's why with the flagrant podcast, like I could forgive these people, and I do think we shouldn't turn them completely away as allies. But at the same time, you do have to like admit, like, oh yeah, well that was fucking dumb that I did that.
Yeah, listen. I have friends where I don't agree with everything you did, and my friends don't agree with everything I did. Doesn't mean that hey, we don't have to love each other anymore. And just say, hey, listen, you're a fucking idiot. Well, I mean, and you go, you know what?
Yeah,
I was an idiot.
But I mean, even further than that, though, even past like on a personal level, because obviously on a personal level, a lot of us choose to not even talk about politics because we're like, we'll just have a good relationship and we don't even have to talk about politics. It's
boring. No, I get it. I get it.
But yeah. I think
that's why
I'm talking about past that to the point to where you're creating political alliances. I think that's where we have to get. We have to see past, was somebody a Trump supporter, for example, or like I said, some of those other kind of fringe ideas that either from our perspective that they're not as willing to accept, which I can relate to as somebody even on that side. I'm sure you can relate to as well. Some of the most fringe kind of ideas, being hesitant. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think like really getting together around the issues that, truly, like, I mean, for example, like just a robust social net, like healthcare, like these are things that it's going to impact people, whether you fucking want there to be trans bathrooms or whatever like I said, just shit like that. Like let's not allow us to get distracted by those. Just
let those be our what we argue about. Let us argue about that.
On podcasts.
And then when it comes to shit like healthcare, when it comes to shit like education and voting and all that, like that should kind of be like, all right,
that should be the
universally accepted.
Well, and also, by the way, when people are like, I'm sure you've seen a lot of shit on like X, when you do see people defending the Trump shit, a lot of times it comes from this framing of like, oh, there's just more important shit. There's more important shit. Like, even Donald Trump, that's fucking boring. I've heard people call it boring. It's like international fucking pedo ring. Boring. What?
Bro,
that's a fucking James Bond.
Nobody with them at all. It was just those two individuals.
Well, I'm just saying, even like, I'm saying, like,
they didn't sell it to anyone.
When they say it's boring or when they say that there's more important things, it's like not until we have actual full closure on this is there basically anything that's more interesting and concerning. So it's like, it's the craziest plot that you can imagine. Not even a James Bond film. They're going to be like, oh, they're all fucking, it's this cabal around the fact that they want to own a ski resort or something like that we would think is actually cool, not pedo shit.
Yeah.
But in reality, they want to just have an island for fucking kids. It's like, this is not interesting. So it's like that defense is just fucking insane to me.
Insane.
But my bad. All right, so let me get to but in America, Sandor, we have a serious education problem, and like half of Americans hate their own family. So they see some dude on a show finally say what they were always thinking and get hooked. So,
why do Americans hate their families so much?
Yeah, explain what you mean by that. Wiggy.
I see it a lot with people where it's like, I don't talk to my brother. It's weird because like I talk to my siblings. I mean, I love my siblings. I love my family.
Yeah.
Me and my cousins, we don't talk as much, but I mean, again, it's like I don't understand the flat out just like I don't like my parents, I don't like my siblings and shit like that. It's like those are the people who you're supposed to love the most.
Of course. Yeah.
So it's like shit like that. I don't understand. I can understand disagreeing, but again, like I didn't have a dad that was a straight up asshole.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, let me just give you pushback here because I feel what you're saying, and I generally feel what you're saying. But like, let's just say that your brother supported Hitler. Right, man. Like I said, I don't know what you're supposed to say. I don't know what you're supposed to say on the internet. So I'm just like, fuck, do I say it? It's so stupid, by the way, that once again, censorship. That's why it's so dumb. How often are people saying, I'm just going to say it, fuck it. I already said the H-bomb. Look, how often are people saying Hitler and they're not literally like educating people on how fucking horrible he is? Why censor that?
Yeah.
Let people say it because more people are going to be talking about it in the right way, a negative way, like what we're talking about now. Disowning family members that support the motherfucker. Like, just let us say it. It's crazy to fucking...
I shared a thing on Instagram about Nazis, about it. political satire about like how people would say like somebody like with like D-Day, like not Nazis would defend it with something. It had to do with like a joke about how they would defend Nazis and comparing to like Trump people.
Yeah.
And I got taken down by Instagram and I got a message and I'm like, what? So I look
Cowards.
at it and yeah, they said that they flagged it because it's about a hate group. So then I had to like contest and say it's like spreading awareness. So then they allowed it, but it's like, why is this even a fucking thing?
Yeah.
It's like this.
Can I say I was thinking about this with another group? This is just fuck it. Hey, the people that saw this video, they already saw it. We're doing another live in a couple days, and I'll chop this shit up. But we gotta talk about the pedos. Fuck it. I was thinking about this because I was thinking about all the times we have to be in the chat and all this PDF file. Who the fuck does not allowing us to talk about pedophiles fucking protect other than pedophiles? Nobody's getting on fucking YouTube videos talking about how awesome pedophiles are. When you censor people saying that, you're censoring people talking about maybe they're talking about shit in their community or they're talking about shit in their government where they're kid fuckers, for God's sake. So it's like, just legitimately think about like when I get some of the content with the pedophile hunters where they beat the fuck out of the people.
Yeah.
It gets a little crazy, even though I think that content's fun and you should support that content if you see it out there, in my opinion, but whatever. But when people are legitimately just talking about that, why the fuck wouldn't you let that just free reign? Because more times than not, the marketplace of ideas is gonna wash out, come out in the wash, and at the end of the day, we're gonna, more people are gonna be talking about pedos are bad than good. Trust me. I hope.
And listen, if you guys want to with the AI, like,
Wiggy, I'm letting you in here, by the way.
Like have the words be said, and then like have the words be said, and then gets picked up by like an AI and put into like a little thing to go ahead and verify. Like, and then have like a real person verify, like, okay, this isn't something extreme like that, like beating pedophiles up or someone promoting pedophilia.
Yeah.
Then I mean, because I understand like not wanting kids to see it, but at the same time, like talking about it, give me a fucking break. And again, this is America, goddammit.
Wiggy, I want to let you, if there's something you really want to get into, and then let me grab the rest of these comments because we were behind. But if there's anything you want to say, please.
It's kind of tangentially related, right? But I did catch like that video that you guys posted earlier.
Okay.
And it is surprising, right? That because I guess it was Paul debating with this guy, right?
Yeah, Paul, Cody. Yep.
Yeah, and it's just weird how, right? Because I agree with Paul, absolutely. The white nationalist problem, right? That absolutely exists. And it's sort of like like it's almost done insidiously in a way, right? Where these people are they're having their identity exploited, right? They don't really know what they're supporting. They just try and just like any group of people type, they want to flock to their own, So it's weird. It's weird to see somebody like defend it without fully rationalizing it, where you got to like understand that like at the end of the day that they're telling you're right, like they don't want you to be class aware. They don't want that class consciousness,
Right.
They want it to be sort of angled at that, right? They want it to just be a purely racial sort of thing,
and I think, and Wiggy, I want you to kind of I guess address this. When you do, it goes along with the whole like divide and conquer thing. If you break it into classes, that's a much more cohesive and coherent way to look at society and how it's built and how things downstream affect people. When you start to break it up into all of these, like even for example, black people. So now you have like African Americans, you have foundational Black Americans, those kind of like subgroups being broken into all these different kind of groups. So really, there's no social cohesion for what you're fighting for. So there's no
and that's why kind of at the end of the day you start asking like, well, what nationalism is, right? Where you kind of, well, not to glaze over the crimes, right? Obviously it's a terrible thing, like what the Nazis did, right?
Yeah.
But it's sort of like they understood at the very core of it that without the whole like identity, right? Like they had to found an identity for there to be any sort of like it was done on purpose too, right? Like, in other words, like we kind of touched on it too, right? Where these Prussian nobles are really trying to suppress class identity, right? But
Yeah.
Hitler was also not really like, he was still a socialist at the end of the day, right? He understood that, like, if you don't force these corporations, if you don't force like capital to take care of the people that it's exploiting, right, it will eventually come back to kill the capital, right? It will circle around and bite it in the butt, right?
100%.
Yeah.
And I guess that's kind of what that in their fantasy utopia, they thought that, just it's kind of like what Israel is today, right? A state for the specific people.
Yeah, yeah, and with nationalism, you always have to go ahead and identify a threat, and it's always an ethnic group that's going to be a threat.
Well, that's the barbarians,
Palestine,
right.
which, and then with the Nazis, you had Jews. It was a Jews' fault. You're struggling because it's the Jews. When it comes to the Republicans, for as long as I've been alive, it's always been the Hispanics, it's been the blacks, and then now it's gone to, and that's been one of my issues that we've pushed on this channel for a while, that it's gone away from just being the Hispanics or just being, there's a time it was Muslims, or just being this.
Well, that's why I kind of like. Well, that's kind of why I get so like venom. I have like a venomous hatred for guys like Stephen Miller, right? Yeah. Because I don't know if you caught what he said exactly.
Which time?
But it was pretty recent. It might have even been today or yesterday. But it was verbatim, literally verbatim. You can go look it up. It was verbatim what Goebbels said about the Jews, right? But it was just aimed at Hispanics, basically. It was not really aimed at them. It was kind of ambiguous in that regard. It was just aimed at illegal immigrants, right? But Goebbels said, he's like, I could just look at a person and know that they're a Jew, right? So what he said is pretty much mirroring that. He's like, I could just look at a person and tell that they're an illegal immigrant, which is like it's the most insane sort of statement you can kind of make, right? It's you can't judge a person's legal status in a system based on a picture, No, we know that.
Yeah, no, but yeah, that's just the way they are. I mean, again, like they try to tell Cody. I've heard the argument so many times. Not an argument, but just the statistic about how the white race is going to become the minority, and like people like freaked out about it. And it's like I guess I can understand where that's bizarre and ironic, but I don't understand the issue. Like there's I think
it's more. It's more like it's a lack of global awareness in that regard, because you've always been the minority on the planet.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Right. It's not like that's. Yeah. It's I guess what they're trying to take issue with, and they're not quantifying it correctly here, is that
they want this to be a white country.
You're not going to be a majority in the country that you want it to be in. Right. Yeah. Which, I mean, the only real, right, because no one thinks that Africa should be filled with white people, right? I don't think it, we had a large, near 200 years of colonial pain, and like,
if Africa were to be full of white people, then land and shit was stolen 100%.
Yeah. Well, I mean, America didn't have any white people in it 400 years ago, right? I mean, I guess you might call some of the Spanish white, but. No,
100%. And then throughout, but again, and that's the thing, is that's fine. But when, and I've always been on this since like middle school, you shouldn't be able to paint a picture of like an American, right? Like it should be an open canvas. That's the idea.
It's like Muhammad, right? No.
but that's my idea of like what it's supposed to be. So like this country is supposed to organically at some time become a country of majority of minorities, right? Like that's what it was supposed to become when you say, hey, we're going to take when you want to be a melting pot, like that's what's going to happen. So it's like, to me, that's the beauty of the country. And really, then if you want to go to genetics and like what I'm going to take, I haven't studied genetics, but what I have heard from people who have is that when you look at it, you're supposed to mix cultures. You're supposed to
Diversify the gene pool.
diversify the gene pool.
Yeah.
So it's like it's natural evolution of our species, and we're supposed to remember that we're all.
Get for America too is, I mean, well, you can make the argument that absolutely the foundation of the republic was these, you know, European expats, right? That were, you know, the very specific group of people that they were, that America shares those values somehow, right? But you know, even some of them of the founders class, you know, like Jefferson, you know, this is not, you know, generational law is not a thing, guys. Like you can't bound people by the same value sets all throughout time. You can have sort of like a, you know, overarching sort of, you know, idealism, I guess, but you know, to bound it by a generational law, you people don't really thrive, right? You know, like
I wanted to say I think the whole melting pot thing is really interesting, and I think in a multicultural land like this country, you should kind of expect that. And I think one thing that our kind of like, you know, the white nationalists that really want to preserve this whiteness or whatever, you kind of have to just get past the skin aspect, because you have to recognize that just because someone isn't like white like you or I or something like that, for example, they're still going to have that kind of cultural connection. So
that's
gone away. Like there's plenty of go ahead.
That's the Anglo Empire, right? I mean, if you go back and look at the way that the British operated their global empire, it had nothing to do with, like, you know, the like British national, like yes, that's how it was spread like this, but it in the countries that it took over, right? It was, they were more than happy to kind of typically let the locals do their thing, as long as it was a monetarily. As long as it was a monetarily captured system.
Well, the idea with Rome as well, which you were just talking a lot about.
Absolutely. They had, you know, the conception for Roman citizens, like it had nothing to do with race, or you were born, like you could be born of a citizen, right, and be a citizen, right? But it was still like a merit-based system in that regard. You really, you had to do service to Rome at some point if you weren't a citizen to gain that, right? So it's like, you know, these people, well, they felt like they earned it as one thing, right? And it added a value system to the citizenship, right? Because as soon as I think it was Caracalla issue, it was a blanket issue to every slave or like person in the empire's borders was now a citizen, right? Effectively making citizenship worthless for like the conception of how it was like done for hundreds of years at that point, because. And it was also a form of control for him, right? Because now it's like the emperor had the final say, right? Because before it still kind of like had these, you know, weird, you know, the emperor tried to get along with the Senate, right? It was your source of bureaucratic power. Yeah. Right.
You were going to
say, so would you say that like now, because I want to support any type of like legislation that says if you want to immigrate to the country, you would have to join the military. Not when we're a country that's always at war. I mean, you could easily see where that would then become a way of just having a constant way of having.
Exactly. Well, I mean, that's kind of exactly what we have now, right? Where
but now, if you immigrate to this country and you get a job, that's you serving your country. You're paying in the tax pool. You're going ahead and
not if that employer is doing it under the table, or you know, in a way that's not.
Why don't we go at the employers for that more than the people?
Well, you saw what happened, right? Well, you saw what happened in as Trump got elected and like started enacting his agenda this past year, right? Where it went from, you know, the Stephen Miller stance of every single person needs to be kicked out of this country right now to, you know, you had, you know, contractors in Florida, your state, right? I remember a video very specifically where, you know, he's like, but I mean, I like Trump and everything, but I didn't vote for him to take my work I thought we were getting the criminals. Well, you know, but by the system's like rules, they are the criminals.
Yeah.
Well, like that's the way it's set up, sir. This is you, whether you like it or not, right? I mean, we need reform, right? Obviously, we can all kind of agree on that.
But that's what always bothers me is the Republicans do it a lot where they have this like nefarious idea. Well, I guess the MAGA, but they have like this nefarious idea and they use this like elementary like wordplay like with this criminals. And it's like, okay, so like I've said multiple times, you see with our local sheriff's department, the amount like once Trump was getting reelected, the influx of amount of arrests of immigrants that had like lack of proof of identification or non-valid driver's license, and you'll see 4 or 5 people arrested at the same time, almost as if they pulled over one car and arrested everyone in it. And it's like, okay, so now all these guys now have a criminal record, right? So now when it comes time to deport, these are those criminals. So when you're talking about, no, I just want to get rid of the ranking, the I'm sorry, it's based on the girl's name, the Riley girl in Georgia, Lincoln Riley. Like they use that case to politicize it and get people up in an uproar because no, these criminals are killing our daughters. They're killing our citizens.
I mean, the same can be said about like the whole system, though, right? Like my problem now. I mean, maybe I'm a little bit jaded, right? But everywhere I look, I just see psyop upon psyop upon psyop, right? Because it's almost like we've been like the leaders, right, if you will, or the elite, you know, whoever's that has certain systems that they can disseminate propaganda easily, right? Because there's a couple of ways that they've and they're learning quick, right? They're learning very quick, except for the dinosaurs who are still stuck on, you know, Fox and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But we're it's very beneficial for people for us to be angry, but only about the things that they want us to be angry about to a certain level, right? And it's, you know, it's like the whole immigration thing is really like you see it right there, right? Where, you know, here's the thing, here's the barbarian at the gate that you need to be rallied about, right? But then, you know, we kind of sweep it under the rug and then tell everyone, well, you were just being a radical anyways. You just can't kick all of them out. That's impossible, right? So it's like they want the people to be radicalized to enact certain agendas, right? But not the agendas that the people think that they're getting, right? So, you know, it's like when I looked at the whole that time that was it the Abrador, the guy that they deported to El Salvador or whatever it is. You know, yeah, what, and you know, my friend told me I was being my interpretation of it was probably the wrong one, right? But I'm also a little bit of a paranoid freak, which is that, you know, the idea that even if you were like out of this country, that, you know, we can sort of strong arm countries politically to deport you back to America, right? Because which is it's also just like as insidious as like deporting someone that's not, or that is a citizen, right? And but it works both ways, right? If this country, or if people just start like, you know, deciding, hey, America's not going to work for me anymore and leave, well, they want to, what if they need their you know, if the farmer let his cattle run free, right? No, he doesn't.
Yeah, I think you're right in a lot of ways as far as like that being weaponized. And you have like one thing that we just saw recently with the court cases where they blocked some of these people going back to Venezuela. So then that's part of the reason why you get them going to El Salvador, because if you're going to deport them, they have like, there's this fear for their life if they're sent back to Venezuela. So they're like, okay, well, we'll send you to El Salvador. Well, we just recently, this week, it was yesterday or the day before, where some of those people, the loophole basically was they get sent to El Salvador, which we already thought they were going to be in a slave camp and be stuck there forever. So I guess it's not any better. But then the loophole around it is they get sent there, and then now El Salvador doesn't have those same kind of restrictions. Now they send them to Venezuela.
Right.
So it's like there's all these kind of like political and like law gamesmanship that is just, you know, it's definitely being and the thing that I'm concerned about, Wiggy, I'm with you as far as like, I think these things usually do get enacted on less sympathetic characters And then slowly we end up seeing these kind of policies because, you know, you kind of like break the foundation of protections that you have. And now all of a sudden you're seeing those things be.
Well, it's the precedent, right? Like once the precedent is set, a court can look back at that precedent and be like, well, it's happened before.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean,
That's
and there's not the same kind of like thirst to fight for these immigrants across, you know, there's a huge portion of our society that completely doesn't even consider them as legitimate and don't even think they should be getting rights.
Yeah, there's gonna be district attorneys and shit, like public defenders and all that. They don't give a fuck about it. There's gonna be the judicial systems and these southern states that don't care about these immigrants at all.
Well, ultimately, at the end of the day, right? Those people are asking for the authoritarian dictatorship, right? They want the people that are asking for that, the no due process. They are begging for the boot, right? They want.
But those are the same people that would tell you forever that that's not what they're about. That they're against it. Yeah, so it's so funny, and that's the thing is staying on your principles. Or yeah, I don't know, man. It's just I can say a lot.
Well, it's like I joke tongue in cheek, right? The right wingers, the guys that have all those guns and everything, and they're like, "I'll Big Daddy government tell me what to do," are the only time they'll rebel or stand up to overthrow the government is when it's governmentally sanctioned to do so. They are so they want that they love daddy. They want daddy to tell them what to do, right?
Because their dads didn't love them enough, and I guess that's what it is. Right, I'm projecting.
So you're projecting?
No, I'm projecting a thought, I guess. But no, I don't know. I look at it, bro, and it's almost like, damn, George Lucas wrote a hell of a script, bro. Because because Trump is like, what's the droid guy?
R2D2?
No, the bad guy that's always running away.
The droid? Bad guy?
Dooku?
Yeah.
Oh, General Grievous?
General Grievous.
Grievous.
Okay. General Grievous.
That's an interesting comment.
It's
an interesting song.
I'm trying to and you know what? Like it's like
of the world right now.
Not to reduce world politics to it all, right? Of like Star Wars, but it's like you kind of you know, as you get older, you kind of sympathize with Dooku and the CIS. You know, it's like these guys. You know, at the end of the day, it was an old corrupt system, right? And it wasn't working for them. So you know, they did what any that's the right to self-determination, right? You know, hey, so when this isn't working, we got to do our thing.
It's a pro Dooku pod.
No, listen, I'm watching it right now. I'm watching it all right now with my son, and yep, nope, those are some bad guys.
Well, I mean, no. So like, there's like a new one, right? Where Tales of the Jedi or something like that, where Dooku, you know, it goes back to where he's like a young guy, right? And he's got his like first apprentice or whatever, and you see kind of where he finally just like broke. You know, he's just like, no, this. Like the Jedi are the bad guys, you know what I mean?
Qui-Gon Jinn was on that same kind of path.
Yeah. So I will say I understand what you're saying, Dooku specifically. Yeah. Just like with Anakin, like you can really see where Anakin, like, he thought like that Palpatine was like or
what? You literally
you thought
we were hold on. It was funny because at first with Dooku you're like, guys, just Anakin killed kids, bro.
Okay, listen to me right now.
Anakin was a crybaby ass bitch.
My brother Amari still talks about how when we were in the movie theater watching that movie, I sobbed as a kid.
You cried.
Bro, we just watched it again with Parker, bro, and I sobbed. I walked to the kitchen before it and sobbed.
Not the Padawan.
Brother, I can't believe he did that. It's so like unbelievable. But what I'm saying is, like, he was so manipulated, but it came out of
life
like
was great.
But it came out of like but he wasn't feeling respected.
Yeah,
and Palpatine exploited that.
Give me a break.
And they manipulated him, and it's like he was so easily manipulated by it. But hey, that's what I'm saying. So sure. So who the fuck is the Lord Sidious of the world, huh?
Which, by the way, Sandor says Wiggy sounding like a separatist. Kind of dispatch some negotiations.
And yeah, like, I mean,
BB.
It's kind of like the whole thing, right? And it's almost George Lucas is
Stephen
almost
Miller.
like kind of like a brilliant, and it's like the Clone Wars, right? That show, and it's
Yeah,
like
we've been watching that.
execution because at the end of the day, right? There really isn't a good guy, and both sides are being in real life, right? It's a mirror of reality here, right? That both sides are probably being exploited, right? In terms of like the whole Republican and Democrat dichotomy of the party system, right?
Mhm.
You see it right there all the time that it's like these guys are not.
Yeah,
they're not in it for anything other than themselves. At the end of the day,
well, hold on, guys. Well, okay. So I just wanna
makeup
hop in here
companies
real
have
quick.
made a lot of money off of the LGBT.
I just want to hop in here real quick while we're just saying like it's there. So you would say that there's a clear distinction though between the Jedi and the Sith, though, even though we would say the Jedi aren't perfect.
well,
and they, because you said there's no good guys or bad guys. I would say maybe there's no good guys.
You
There's
said
no
that's
good
the
guys.
thing, right? If Paul's watching the Clone Wars, right? If Paul's watching the Clone Wars, he gets to a certain point in it, right, where some people could argue, oh, this is not, not canon, right? Well, it is. It was made by Lucas and Filoni.
Yeah. I think it is canon. Yeah, I think you're good on that.
Yeah, so you got this like setup where it's like the origins of the Force and things like that, and at the end of the day, right, even there, it's got like a very clear overlord, right? Sort of like that dichotomy is kind of still like a construct of the one above it at the end of the day. Right?
Okay.
So it's an interesting like perspective on that, right? Where it's like, is Lucas trying to tell us that like, well, and he did, right? Throughout the whole prequels, it was like, yeah, the Jedi think nominally they're the good guys, right? But look what they created, right? And they're, so it's like,
no, I agree with that.
Well,
I agree with that. The flaws.
It's because there's a balance. There's always a balance, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know, like me and my dad, we were talking one night, and he was a little drunk, but he was talking about how like Paul, because I was talking about how fed up I was, and he was talking about how like it always comes back around, you get to like it swings back to like the good. It's like, but it has to get there somehow. Like it you have to force it.
well,
But-
like we could almost objectively say though, like the Jedi of that era of Anakin are like
This is getting
they
deep.
do nothing but bad, right? Like look at the size of this Jedi temple,
Jesus,
right?
They were saving
look-
planets, brother. What are we talking?
No. Hear me out here, right? Like, look at the size of this Jedi temple, right? It's massive. When you see these scenes of like Obi-Wan and Anakin walking through it, there's like 900 square thousand meters behind them, and you're gonna tell me these people are the ones that left Anakin's mom to be enslaved, and like they didn't have the spare 50 credits to like go back to Watto and be like, hey,
well, but that wasn't the intention. That wasn't the intention, and also, in order to come train as a Jedi, you can't bring your fucking mom.
You have to be
He
disconnected.
doesn't have to bring his mom, but think about it on the good. If they're good people, right? And there's like this is what the whole Dooku thing was, right? Early on, it's like like the Jedi were essentially ordering him to let the Republic genocide villages, right? The Jedi were ordering him to let the Republic do it, and he's like, faced with that confrontation finally, like, like an American in Vietnam, like, is bombing this village with napalm and like taking these kids out the right thing to do?
Yeah, fair.
Right.
So I haven't gotten there yet, but excuse me, mister. Let's backpedal real fast, okay? Let's get back to the Anakin situation. Okay. So this is the issue, okay? Because Parker actually, he's like, you're so much. He says, you're so much like Anakin. Because
oh my god!
Because
Paul,
listen,
do not need to hear a story about your life and how you resemble Anakin.
Caring. I'm saying caring.
Go ahead, brother.
So
please.
if you care too much, okay, you can't be a Jedi because then you turn into Darth Vader. Okay, that's what got him there.
No, it's not caring too much. It's not being able to regulate your emotions. He killed an entire village.
Yes, because he cared too much. He killed an entire village because they killed his mom. Which fair. But the Jedi aren't allowed to do that. He then goes to follows Lord Sidious because he promises that he can protect Padme from his visions, which in reality the visions were from his actions following Palpatine.
Yeah, he's a true dumbass.
No, I mean you're not wrong in that like Anakin cares too much, right?
So what I'm saying is, so they had to leave the mom back because you can't care if you're going to be a Jedi.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why? But then why does that make the Jedi the good guy, right? It's like what if you have to give up everything that makes like the world good, right? Like you're like living happy people, not slavery, not murdering whole villages, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then like why do you have to surrender certain agency to evil, quote unquote, or like
That's
like
a good
you,
point.
right? Like you, it's almost like how you know. You're told that you're a bad person if you don't support the killing of people in a concentration camp somewhere on the other side of the planet, right?
Do you remember the Jedi's? Do you remember the reason they gave for why Count Dooku had to let that village get genocided?
It's because it was like the way that the Republic is set up is ultimately like it's sort of this. It is diffuse, right? Like you have these like each planet is like taking care of its own affairs, right? But they're still part of this republic, which means basically like part of the tax system.
Gotcha.
Right. So at the end of the day, right, these planetary governments are interested in, economic gains and building infrastructure and industry, right, at the expense maybe of people that aren't so developed on their planet, or like, people that live a different way, right? Rejection of tech, like what are they like back to the pay, like you were like sorry, my dog is
no, you're all good. They're pilgrims. They're sending pilgrims over there to take over the whole shit.
Well, no, if like how you have like Mennonites today, or people that just kind of reject that whole like technology, like advancement through that, right? Like modernization.
Yeah.
But would you go out and kill them to be like, hey, look, you guys need to like integrate and pay taxes more, and like your system is not like integrated. That's like, you would view that as wrong, right? Like,
yeah.
So it's like at the end of the day, if the planetary government decides that like that's what happens, and like these people, it's like Dooku.
So it's like it's not under their jurisdiction kind of deal. Like they can't get involved.
And like even Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, when they went on this mission, they the whole from step one of Qui-Gon's like journey here, he's going against what the Jedi would want, right? Like it's not really like he's just following his intuition and instinct, not the Jedi. Yeah, he's not being a Jedi.
It's really good. Yeah.
I can't wait to get there.
I like to humanize Count Dooku for us one time. The I think that it is fair. I think still though you kind of have to deal with like where that is murky, and I think there's a lot to criticize from the Jedi's perspective there. You have to deal with like the alternative or
the best scene, and it's in the worst movie, right? Attack of the Clones, is when Dooku's talking to Obi-Wan, and he has him there kind of like, they captured him in Geonosis or whatever. Yeah. And he's telling Obi-Wan to his face, he's like, because like Obi-Wan's like, Qui-Gon would have never joined you, and he's like, are you really so sure about that, right? Because I mean, if Qui-Gon was alive, you could argue that this whole situation wouldn't have like played out that way, right? Sure. Because like, or he might have been Dooku, right? And or in Dooku's position, but the good guy, right?
Yeah.
Because he really like, yes, at the end of the day, Dooku was being manipulated by Sidious, but they still are the same person, right? They're both like inherently think they're the good guy, right? Like,
he's working into the ends of like annihilating Andor. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, also not to be like a Sidious apologist either, right? But if you go into the old,
kind of are though, is the thing.
No, but if you go into the old EU and stuff, bro, I mean, they had no. It's not that they had good points, but right, he in his like twisted sort of logic had some sort of weird justification for it, right? Because of the external threats of the galaxy.
Okay,
right?
Okay. So. Like,
hold on. Were there? I'm gonna give it right to you, but Wiggy, were there 6 million Jedi? Yes or no? Were 6 million Jedi killed?
I mean, honestly,
where we go?
6 million Jedi killed. Yes or no, Wiggy?
Yeah,
okay,
I mean, there was a full blown Jedicide.
Okay,
okay.
Go ahead, my bad. Bro.
Oh man, so what I always like to do is when people are like the most nefarious people, like the worst people, like a Palpatine. I always like to think about them as like a child, right?
Mm.
And try to think like everyone's a kid, everyone grows up, like you are, and like you were saying earlier, like you're the mirror of it all. Everyone's always a good guy in their story, and even the good guy is a bad guy. Like the new Superman movie does it perfectly, but like Lex Luthor in his eyes, he is the good guy. He's there to do the right thing. He's not bad. Superman is bad.
I know everybody knows that, but don't spoil anything.
I'm not spoiling anything.
I know everybody knows that. So that's very,
So what I'm saying is like when it comes to it, there's always that aspect of it. So I get that, and that's where I can always empathize with like when you're watching it with the Anakin, with the Dooku, with like the people who get manipulated by the genius, right? Like I've even tried to do that with Trump. I've even tried to do that with a lot of people where it's like, okay, how manipulated were you through this process, and how complicit were you through this process? Who is the master manipulator of the process? And that's really your worst person, because like we said, where there's
saying with Trump's being manipulated, you're saying right?
like, I don't think
funny,
Trump is
right?
being manipulated. I think Trump knows what he's getting out of whatever is going to happen. I think he knows where he gets broken off. But I think that when you have people, they sit there and you have people who get manipulated, and you just have to feel bad because they're not a bad person. They think like when you look at the people who are like the Pizzagate people, those are people who, in their opinion, if what was going on is true, that there's a pizza parlor where Ellen and Tom Hanks and Hillary Clinton and all these people are getting together and doing all this bad stuff, oh my God, that is the worst thing on the planet, and you guys are 100% right and being against that. You're right.
That's just
wrong and it's incorrect, and it's like so
it's like kind of weird, right? Well, it's kind of weird, right? Well, like that's also us projecting our value sets on it, right? Because like I said, if value sets are generational sometimes, but very rarely do they spread through the times, right? But like it's like degeneracy in certain times and places were almost like elevated and brought out into the open. You know what I mean? Like, and for I guess you could argue that like in that way that people that like to partake in that, their intention, right, to bring it out in the open, would be to normalize it, right, to lessen the impact of it on their political lives. You know what I mean?
Could you make the strong? Now, maybe this is something we could save for another day because it's asking a lot because we weren't planning on this conversation. But could you make the strongest steel man argument for Darth Sidious's vision, for why maybe it made sense or maybe it's justified?
Yeah, because I don't understand his vision.
Yeah, it's hard to say because he, obviously he was building a fucking Death Star to blow up planets. So I'm just like, that's where I'm struggling with your. But
I mean, no, it's like, okay, so think of it like this: like he's building like, because like remember in the old EU, right? And this is all thrown out by Disney, right? Okay. But and maybe for the better or for the worse, who knows, right? They did seem to pull some of that out of their hat with some of the stuff that they do recently. But at the end of the day, right? Like they've done a terrible job. But in the old EU, Sidious, he knew right about this like external galactic threat, right, in the form of this in those books it was the Yuzan Vong, right? And there's some of the like the schlockiest, like 10-cent novel kind of like stories and stuff, right? Some of them, but at the end of the day, right, it still gave kind of like a weird motivation, right? Because Palpatine knew that because these guys came in with like world ships and like basically like Death Stars on steroids and stuff, and they're like voids in the Force, even, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they're like, a top tier threat for some sort of like a Star Wars universe sort of thing. Like it's literally they're anti-Jedi, right? Like everything about them is going to like stomp the Jedi, right? So Palpatine was like, we got to like actually mobilize the galaxy, right? And so like doing so, he knew that, the Jedi would view this as authoritarianism, all it, like it kind of explains it away, right? But at the end of the day, still, he had this overarching motivation, which was, we gotta save our galaxy from this external threat.
It's interesting.
Right. So it's like
what you're saying right there. I just want to kind of wrap it into what we're talking about here too, is that So in order to justify the most heinous shit that you can imagine, those people always have to find a worse.
Well, in regards to the Death Star too, right? Like it's like they were planning to build hundreds of them, right? That like, this is Palpatine's plans, right? But the rebellion being a little bit more effective than it should have been was literally destroying his plan, right? So he's the ultimate authoritarian, evil dictator, tyrant, right? So he had to fill that role in this fantasy story, right? But it's still sort of like for the great, everyone wants something for their greater good, right? And their picture of their greater good, right? And you'll never be able to justify it to everyone, right? So
but like when it comes to the greater good, I feel like it's I don't know the correct word I guess to use, because like it's just dishonest when it comes to you not letting it happen organically, right? Like when you want to sit here and you want to manipulate, but not just through force, through such a manipulation that like we've sat here and talked about like over years now here that about the CIA and the FBI's involvement in certain things, other countries' involvements and proxy wars, and you look at stuff that was happening behind the scenes, and like and what George Lucas wrote, when you have like the clone armies, so you have the two different armies fighting against each other, and the next thing you know, being for each other, and the people that ran one didn't, the people who ran both sides didn't know that they were going to be fighting together. You know what I mean? Like it's just the way that it was executed.
Well, the Jedis didn't know the clones were going to be turned against them.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, and not even the people who made the clones knew that was going to be the thing. What's Fett, right?
Jango Fett.
Yeah, when he was with Dooku, it's like, did he know that the clones were being used for the Jedi as well? Like when he signed up to be cloned?
It's kind of maybe like it's probably going to be like explained away at some point, I'd imagine. But from my perspective, I think he would definitely be aware of the nature, right? Of like what this was like, because they chose him for a reason, right? And he had spent his whole life basically freelancing Jedi, and he
hates the Jedi, right?
Yeah, he's not a big fan.
Yeah, so but like my biggest thing with it all is, so if that's your way of saying, hey, I'm doing this for the greater good, is it really for the greater good? When you're greater good, let's relate it now to today. When you have someone like Bibi in Israel, and you're saying, hey, listen, you're leveling, you're sitting here and wiping out an entire region of people.
You're like, it's for them.
You're saying it's for the greater good. That's kind of hard to say, right?
Yeah. But that's what they want you to believe, though, right?
Right. So at no part can we sit there and say that even if through a mirror theory or whatever, that he's the good guy. It's hard to even imagine that. Ultimately, right. And I guess at the end of the day, for Star Wars, the lesson would be, right, and because it is from the mind of Lucas, right, is that like tyranny, imperialism are like hand in hand and are always bad. Right, because I don't know if you knew this inevitable.
Too. Well, inevitable in a free republic, or the republic, right? But it's also, if you're familiar with Apocalypse Now, did you know that they were friends, right? They're talking, and they're talking, and the original, because it was originally based on the book Heart of Darkness, right? Okay. They're passing this book back and forth between Lucas and I guess the director for Apocalypse Now, I forget his name.
Coppola that did?
Coppola, I think.
I'll check.
Yeah, you could check, but they're passing this book back and forth, and Lucas really wanted to do the movie like with the what eventually became Apocalypse Now. He wanted to do it in Vietnam during the Vietnam War as more of like a documentary, right? The Heart of Darkness as a documentary. Right. Which would have been like a really pretty powerful piece of media, right? Like if you think about it, but ultimately that it was all scrap, right? You ain't no way you're getting to go to a war zone and film whatever you want, right? We would have nixed that in the bud, especially during that era, right?
It was Coppola, by the way, Francis Coppola.
Yeah. So eventually Coppola, kept with that idea of like, hey, we really need to make a book, a movie about this book, The Heart of Darkness, and which is kind of like it. I don't know if you're familiar with that because it's not a very big book and it's not very like cerebral until you start to unpack it. Really, like it's almost like a throwaway story, but it's also a very like one of the most scathing criticisms of imperialism as a whole, right?
Sure.
You should really check it out.
It's really good. War and just rogue units.
I mean, when you break it down to even like for us, when you look at like you mentioned earlier the Vietnam War, but even like with most recently our war with Iraq over the War of Terror, how many people signed up after 9/11? That were high school seniors and stuff. And
honestly,
because they
you guys lived through that just like I did, right? You were, I don't know, maybe, I'm not sure really. Like, when I was a kid, I saw 9/11 on the TV in school, right?
I was in third grade. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so you're about to. I was about maybe sixth grade. I think I just started sixth grade. I think that was the day, right? So, when the America that I grew up in, right, was hyper patriotic, super to the point of like blindness.
But we still had that being so against people from the Middle East, right? Like there was this like heightened like tension.
Well, I mean,
which is that tribalistic approach that we just naturally have as people, and it's like.
And that's kind of to the point of the patriotism, right?
Yeah.
And like what my kind of like self awakening for like say national, you'd be like, like the realization that when I looked at myself in a mirror kind of thing, and I was like, oh wow, right? Like what? So what is this all about, right? When you can look at pictures of Nazi Germany in the 30s, right, or whatever, and see just the same sort of pictures that you would want to see in this like are you like. This, a big American flag, a family laying out in the lawn and barbecuing and doing their thing, right? And you just take away the American flag and put it with the Nazi flag, right? And you realize that, oh my God, we're, true faith in the nation, like complete and utter servience to the nation, right, creates a situation where you might have, that
right. So my stance on it was always, again, because I come from a family which my grandfather, he's the patriarch of it all. He's very left leaning, and I grew up at that time. Comedy Central was my channel, and Jon Stewart was my guy. So I grew up also like trying and I'm just naturally empathetic, right? So I look at the people in the Middle East. And going back with our history of Desert Storm, of us trying to force some form of imperialism over there a couple times, us leaving military bases on Holy Land, stuff like that, it probably radicalized a group of people against us, right? To where we were the bad guys in their story, in their image. So then when this happened, and not to say that I ever will say that like what happened was okay.
Well, and by the way, I just to add to the conversation real quick, to be clear, that isn't to say that Al Qaeda or whoever you want to paint as the bad guy is good,
right?
But we're giving them a lot of ammunition,
a lot of reasons to be mad at us.
This is why
all they have to do is just not be as bad as us in their area.
Well, and that's in the eye of the beholder. So if they're able to sell this, like we're actually advocating for you, which is what anybody who's in a manipulative position is going to do, and you see it done. But here, Paul,
So it's like Iraq. The whole purpose of because in the beginning, right during 91, Desert Storm.
Yeah.
You guys should look at this guy. He Douglas McGregor. He's a colonel. U.S. Army. He basically participated in like that crazy tank battle, 73 East team, and you know, he, you know, started at like he's like in his 60s now, you know what I mean? But you can tell really like that sort of experience really jaded him against this whole, you know, the structure of imperialism as it stands, right?
Right.
Because like right then, and he could tell you right, you know, right then and there, right? If like the everyone in Iraq, right, all they wanted for us to do was just get rid of Saddam for them, right?
Yeah.
Any occupation, any you know, that like they would welcome us to come and kill Saddam, right? It was a miserable time for everyone there.
Right.
but like any occupation was always doomed to fail, right? It was you're trying to build a nation, right, at a gunpoint, and it'll never work.
And that's kind of my thing is when you look at that time when we're over there, I sat there and I just had this tendency to always put myself in the shoes and imagine if my dad was fighting for our land and our freedoms to my eyes, and there's American troops or not American, but like foreign troops walking down the road. Would I be welcoming to these soldiers, or would I be opposing to these soldiers?
Well, so like Sunni Islam, right, which is the Iranians. I mean, this is also what the super like Americans it's kind of lost on Americans, because you're absolutely right about the, you know, like once you start looking at this whole situation even further, is that Sunni Islam it's also very heavily influenced by Zoroastrianism, and Zoroastrianism holds in the absolutes of like good and evil, right? There's a good God and like at least in old Zoroastrianism, right? There's like a good God and an evil God,
like a devil.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Like an anti-God, if you will. Right. So, right, this whole, right, you know, just like how Christians in Europe might view like what like they are as or the enemy as the antichrist, or like literally like the antichrist, right?
Right.
Like the evil. I mean, they absolutely view us, right, and everything they do, like the Soleimani that we killed. That it's like killing, it's to them it's like killing a big hero, right? It may not seem like that to us, and it may seem like how could you
fucking Twitter beef.
Well, like it's like, you know, like if you sympathize with that viewpoint at all, that these people could view this guy as a hero, you're not thinking about it right.
Exactly.
But it's like But it's like, what in the hell are you talking about? These people are fighting one of the, according to Joe Biden, the strongest empire that has ever existed, or country that has ever existed of all time, right? Remember, he said that verbatim, or close to it.
To me, it just feels like Iran is just another little stepping stone in Bibi's plan and shit. We just left UNESCO because it doesn't align with Israel. So it just seems like we're doing that.
I think that Iran stands as like the sort of anti-Israel in the region at this point, right? Is the only one that stood up. And
here's the thing, like why at this point, like why is it that if you oppose what's going on, it's anti-Semitic and you're against Israel in entirety?
Because I mean, at the end of the day, right? Like I said, Zoroastrianism does view it, right? The Sunni Islam influenced, like Zoroastrian, all of that, right? That's what it's almost like, by their definition of good and evil, Israel is it is, and us by extension, right, of enabling it, are this great Satan, right? This, like, we are imposing our will, right? Because Israel, we know as a nation, didn't really exist in the there's not been a Jewish only national state in the region for millennia, right? Like very, very, very long time.
Right.
Doesn't mean that Jews weren't there, right? It's just that there wasn't ever like
wasn't an ethno state.
Yeah, or even like if you want to go back to like what like King David or something like that, right?
I don't think that necessarily there's an issue with that being a thing, as long as that state doesn't look at themselves as the higher power and try to inflict conflict amongst the entire region. Now,
it's like they
America
thrive.
should really back out. Like my point is when
You have
when
to see it,
we're
right?
talking
Like
about
as soon as Israel's not the victim, right? Even though like this is the problem, right? The whole Gaza thing is it like it paints Israel in the light of not being a victim, right?
Yeah.
And you can't be evil if you're the victim, right? And it's like how like look at like they want to kill them, right? Why?
Yeah.
And they just want to kill them because they're Jewish, right? So it's like as soon as you start kind of like looking at it like through the objective lens of like the from look at it from Iranians' perspective, right? At this point, where it is like they've lived through a massive revolution in some of these people's lifetimes, right back in the 70s. They lived in some of the worst conditions imaginable in terms of poverty and ability to get stuff. And like
we've been involved in their politics since like the 40s.
Or I mean, even further back, right? Like into World War I, dude. We were Western backed financiers were pushing for a backdoor into Southern Asia. It's because of British. It's an old British doctrine, right? To maintain a hegemon, right, over most of the world, you really got to prevent that superpower rising out of Asia. It's true, right? Because this whole just look at it. Look what happens when China and Russia are best friends, right? We are now strategically in a position where we're going to lose all of Asia. There's nothing that we can do.
Putting ourselves there, like we keep doing this to ourselves.
Well, it's because of financial interests, right? Because if you don't maintain this whirlwind of destruction in the Middle East at all times, keeping every single person either under your boot through financial hegemon and militaristic threats or what have you, right? They become stable, they become prosperous, they become
self-sufficient.
Yeah, not just self-sufficient, but right, they want that self-sovereignty. They want sovereignty over their resources. And you lose the ability to control, right? And that's really especially in terms of what the whole Israel project is kind of like they see it from their point of view as all the roads that trade, from they want everything from Vladivostok to Indonesia that's flowing west in Asia to come through Israel into the Mediterranean and out into Europe. That's what Israel wants, right? And even if you look at their little patches that have Greater Israel all over it, they are in control of the Suez Canal in their vision, right?
Right.
So it's like
so as America, again, we need to distance ourselves from that instead of aligning ourselves deeper and deeper with that. We need to stop with this imperialistic approach within the region.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but it's almost at this point, it's like, but you understand, right? At this point, if you rip that parasite out, the empire dies, right? That's how they set it up. That by whatever metric that
which empire, Israel or us?
Ours, right? As soon as you rip that parasite out, Israel, and you say if you cut them off, right? They're and the countries around them decide to do what countries around countries that are too hostile to, they all team up. They will do it.
Okay, right? So but hold on. Before we get too deep in that, instead of cut them off, okay. So let's backtrack with the history. Right, we've influenced through I think 2 different regime changes in Iran, 1 or 2 in Afghanistan, and 1 in Iraq. So what would be the difference in us saying, hey, listen, why not influence a regime change?
So are you aware of the origin of, say, something like Saddam's and Assad's power base came from originally?
Yeah, in a sense,
they were Nazi sympathists. To put it, if you want me to paint why they're ultimately evil to the West, right? Or like it had nothing to do with Islam or this or that, the other. It's that they're national socialists and believe that like a country belongs to a people, right? Except they weren't, as radicalized as the Nazis in that regard. They were still they're Nat socks in the Ba'ath Party, right? And eventually, they're just authoritarian dictatorships. I'm not going to defend them by any stretch, right? But they were countries that believed in sovereignty over their resources, and that's always a threat. Because if they have that, right? If any country around Israel has that, if they have sovereignty over their resources and their financial systems, they can formulate a resistance against eventual subjugation, right? That's why Libya was knocked down, because it was one of the most prosperous states in Africa, right? Because it was, and if you go back and watch Gaddafi's speeches, bro, to like the African Union and the Arab Union, which are like powerless entities, right? Yeah. But he's been telling them for decades, like they are going to come for all of you, every single one of you. So and they laughed at him. Like there's a video of Assad involved. Right, there's a video of Assad laughing at Gaddafi that Gaddafi's telling Assad they are gonna come for all of us. Right. And they laughed. Right. Right.
But so I get that. So are you saying that all this should be happening or
no? Like, and that's what I'm trying to say is like, so we're at the point, right? Because if it's so far gone from the establishment of Israel, right? And our surrender, because we're so dependent, right? So like ever since like the abandonment of the gold standard and this and that and the other on the world price, the price of oil, right? If and if Israel gets to enact its greater vision, right, of being the they want to be the center of the world, right? And they're pretty much spot on the position to achieve that, right? They can absorb all that trade from west to east to west, and it can all flow through that little corridor. But the Chinese,
off of the influence that they have off other countries, correct?
Well, right, but that's the thing is that the Chinese and all of these other countries know that they're not these are very smart geopolitical entities like Russia and China and all these they're playing their cards in a way that it doesn't matter what the American empire. The more that we resist monetarily, the more that we resist diplomatically, the worse it'll always get for us. We're in that position, right? They're almost pushing us to the point where the only options that we do have are military.
So, well, that's the part that I'm kind of confused by, though, is like if Israel's power is reliant on control over other governments, if we find a way to cease that control in our government, at least being one, then doesn't that immediately make them less powerful?
I think it would put them in a position like that's what I'm saying. I do think that you can almost see the win-win benefits for Israel, right, to rile up the anti-Semitism in America, right? Because eventually it will radicalize a certain group of people to either go to Israel, right, or hate Israel, right? It's a very complicated issue, right? Because there's a lot. I don't like to generalize people like that.
No, that's a great point, though. The point you're making. New York has the second most Jews in the world. I mean, Israel already in a place that wants to they want to bolster their numbers in the region. So that's an interesting point that they may benefit by making this a less tenable place for Jews to live, and then drive them into.
Right, and with that, it's not. You're not just looking at the Orthodox either, right? Because there is a lot of.
Wiggy, hold on, Wiggy, because I want you to respond to the whole point that I'm making. Because I think that it could have the opposite effect too, though, is that you create an extremely hostile area, and then now you end up you have a brain drain in Israel. You have all the people that have the means to leave. Now they leave and they don't want to live in Israel. Like, fuck that, I'd rather live in New York and somebody call me the K word than me, get bombed by Iran living here. But then I'll pass it to you.
It's not going to be like so. What's going to happen is that eventually, I think that anyone that considers themselves Jewish or Israeli might have sympathies towards Israeli objectives or anything like that. if you're a billionaire, things like this, you have a lot of assets or influence. I think it's going to be worse for them, right? I think that because they have so much to lose, they're going to be in a position where they're going to have to make those hard choices, as opposed to, the poor Orthodox or your average Joe won't have that capacity to make those. Just like they don't really care. They don't have the same ties, right, or power for that regard, right? They have less agency.
Yeah,
So
I think that's interesting.
So when the rich start fleeing, they if they have a lot of international assets, it's not going to bother them that much at the end of the day. And America does lose, right? Because now you've radicalized a people to hate you, right? That are in a position that's very beneficial, like to be in, right? Meaning like that position on the planet in terms of trade and global, flow of capital.
Exactly. So then what's the so this has been my entire point. What is the point in supporting Israel and all this, right? When all it does is radicalize people against you. So hold on, before let me finish. So when you look at all our involvement throughout our history with being in proxy wars, with having ill intentions in certain wars, we have built already a reputation and already a radicalized group against us in the Middle East, to where the tensions have been what they've been because of our actions. And then when it comes to supporting what's going on, it's only going to radicalize more. So what I'm saying is we would actually benefit more, in my opinion, pulling your support, pulling it all back. And again, it's not like the UN, like they support the UN at this point, because again, we just left UNESCO. We're leaving the rest of the world because they're anti-Semitic now, because they are raising the awareness, saying, hey, what's going on with Israel is too far.
Well, being an anti-Semite at this point is just saying like, Israel has way too much influence over your government.
Exactly. So the fact that we're separating ourselves now, our country, we're separating ourselves now from the people who believe that what's going on is wrong. We're only going to hurt ourselves on the global scale. We have a country. What's great about our country is we have the most billionaires. We have the most entrepreneurship. We have every single type of climate, right? Like we have the ability to grow every crop. We have the ability to do everything that we do via trade here in this country. Okay. And we have the relations on the global scale to go ahead and keep tensions low, right? And keep it on a kumbaya level. So while we sit here and we keep radicalizing people against us, I don't see the benefit.
Well, the radicalization, you could argue that it's like, like there is a certain amount of Russian and Chinese radicalization that happens in America, and it's not, it's like they entice us to slice our nose to spite our face, right? They're not. They are subject to that. We are subject to that, and a lot of Americans don't really see that sometimes. So we openly do see the Israeli control over our government, right? But we also don't really openly see the financial influence that comes from the Chinese, or the straight up subterfuge that comes from the Russians, which they do. Like they absolutely.
I mean, we see that stuff.
Well,
but like Canada. Who like again? Let's get back to the original point when we're talking about like mirroring evils, right? So when it comes to Canada or Denmark or Sweden or really Ireland and all them, who really looks at them and says evil? Who looks at them as the bad guys? Mexico, right? Who really sits there and looks at the country and says, "Oh, that's the bad guy in our story."
Americans, right? Because we've self-radicalized. We have to. Americans have to, and it's really kind of like, I don't know if it's a Western sort of like self-belief or if it's more of like an Anglo one, but it's like, if the barbarian, I mean, maybe it's like a whole society thing, right? But if the barbarians aren't outside your gates, you're not living in society. You know what I mean? Right? So.
Fair. I see the point. Yeah.
Like Americans always have to look at everything outside of our borders as just not just the ick, right? But these people are barely above sentient. Look, they poo in the streets and they got trash everywhere. Well, I mean, America's not the prettiest place sometimes.
But who pushes that thought and narrative and rhetoric though? Because in my opinion, it's not that I don't hear that from the left. It's more of a accepting,
Well, that's I mean, maybe that's the kind of like.
I might be saying that's the problem.
Yeah, no, yeah. I'm just saying, like just for everyone who's like listening, it's like that's kind of the thing that like a lot of us try to say is like this hateful rhetoric. It's not only wrong to do; it's factually incorrect.
You're saying that you're saying we shouldn't be seeing these people as barbarians.
Yeah. We shouldn't look at people on the outside as anything less than you and I. Just having the inherent belief that, hey, I was lucky enough to be in a ball sack that was in Florida and put into a womb that was in Florida, and here I am. I'm an American citizen. Not that, hey, I'm an American citizen, so I'm above you because look at where I'm from.
That upbringing that you've then experienced means something, and it has a sort of like there's a sort of cultural awareness that you grow up with that I think is what Wiggy may be alluding to.
For example,
here, I want to let you. Let me get to these comments, but I want to let you guys just go ahead and wrap this up. We can get back to it, but just at a point where we can pause for. Just
what I was going to say, just on that point, how many times have you seen like a video or something from another country, right? And then you go, wait, that's what the country looks like? And you kind of had this thought of like, man, I always thought they were more like third world, or I always thought they were kind of, and it's like, because you had the upbringing where that's not looking at them as on the same level.
Don't
is
you
not
have
real.
The opposite experience though sometimes as well though? You see some country and you're like, wow.
Well, I mean, like, it's like
I assume a lot are like not as fortunate as the American society. And then you look and you're like, oh, you guys are kind of more like Japan. Like you're starting to see like how far advanced Japan is, and you're like, oh, like damn, we're like way behind.
But Japan, I don't think is the example.
Even Germany or Iberia.
Because even Japan would be like something you would consider like Asians are considered, like the model minority. So maybe people are more open.
Okay, Bulgaria.
I mean, Japan is like wild, like like think about it like this, like in Pokemon, like well, it's true, right? Like, if you ever remember back to like those Pokemon events and stuff like that, well, like how it had to be like you had to go to the specific event to get the specific Pokemon, right? Yeah. But in a Japanese mind, that's not so strange because like you can draw, you don't draw. I mean, you could, but you could just get to any point in Japan pretty much in a couple of hours on some trains and stuff, right? So it's not a big deal to like, hey, I'm going to go to this event over here across the country. So so their whole country is connected on a communal level that for an American, like. If I hear an event's going on in Houston, I'm like, bro, like, like that 8.5 hour drive, man. I don't know about that,
But we're just always brought up on the we're so far advanced and so much better than everybody else. Yeah. You start to get like you start to look at these other countries and like where they're at, and you're like, oh, like. Wow, their bridges are so much better, like their train system so much better, or this is so much better, and you're like, okay, so really the rest of the world looks at us as like you guys are fucking.
I just feel like I equally have the opposite reaction. The only reason I hear your point, but it's like I often see videos on social media of other countries. I'm like, wow, what a shithole. So
there's those ones too.
So glad I'm American. So I think, but I do also. I mean, I see what you mean. There are times that I'll see some like. Somebody's showing you their house in fucking Thailand, and they're like, "Look at all my fucking."
Well, it's like I guess like what Americans also don't really kind of get though is like a rich person in Mexico has probably a nicer house than you can imagine, right? Like and with like on the level of like it's like 4,000 foot square foot estate. You know what I mean? It's just like it blows your mind. But the standard of living for the vast majority of the others is not as good, right? So it's like, there is the wealth disparity exists all over the planet, and in America, it is getting more and more and more and more pronounced, but it's not the same as it is other places.
Well, I think once now you see how much of people's monthly allotment that they make going towards just their general living expenses and things like that. I mean, to rent someplace in our area, it's like $2,500. You can easily. So it's
how do you feel about the idea, right, of this like stop killing games, right? Like the idea of like the whole Right, because like we've had Steam, we've had all of these like Ubisoft, all of them just kind of come outright and kind of tell us like, you don't own that, you know. So it's like they what that intention or that entails eventually is that you are going to rent our product, right? You are going to. It is not profitable for us as an industry to constantly innovate, constantly make new games, constantly do this, and then like compete against each other in that market, right? It is more beneficial for us to eventually obsolete your products or put you in a situation where you have to, if you want a game anymore, you're gonna have to give up your dollars, and that's rent seeking, right? It's still it's a form of it, right? Whereas, you know, we're brought up to think that we buy thing it ours, you know, we own it forever, right? But like go look. I mean, did you know? Have you ever heard about the light bulb cartels? Right, and go look. You check this out, dude. It was like a private meeting in Switzerland back in like 1902, right? Where you know these big four manufacturers of light bulb. You had like Tokyo Electric, General Electric. You had a couple of companies from all over the world, right? They all come to this city in Switzerland. This is how far back this kind of stuff happened, right? People don't really kind of like. You know, we think of this sort of like global capitalism, you know, like this conspiracy of rich people. This is not new, right?
Yeah.
And like these corporations got together and they're like, man, our profits are dropping year by year by year because our products are getting better and better and better. Our light bulbs are lasting too long, right? So each one of these companies voluntarily entered a like agreement that their light bulbs would that 1,000 hours is kind of like the golden standard, right? And they would all send in their light bulbs for standardization and test them, right? And they would be fined now that they're part of this global cabal to price suppress and planned obsolescence, right? They would get fined by each other, right, if they stepped out of line.
No,
so
and the government should come in and say no.
That's when the time where you need government, right, to come in and be like, well, you guys don't know what you're doing. This is insane, right? You're basically, you know, you're saying revert technological progress for profit, pure profit, right?
Yeah,
which is like, you know, like
no, that's nasty. Here, let me get to these comments real quick, Wiggy, and then we can get back to all of our stuff that we were getting into. Sandor says there are lots of Muslims in Asia. They see America backing Zionists and what's happening to people, to their faith. They're losing and lost patience with the U.S. Jay then also says, I think the only reason we have attacked Iraq, Syria, and allied with Turkey is to establish an oil pipeline from the Middle East to Europe, because doing so would give the Europeans energy independence. Anything that you guys really want to hop in here and dig into, just say, oh, let me talk on that or whatever. I'll give you the floor. Jay says, and that Ukraine was really about the Russians attempting to stop that interest, especially after the pipelines from the EU to Russia were destroyed.
Agreed.
Jay says Gaddafi also had grand ideas of uniting Africa into a more central union, even if not as a whole, at least partially, to consolidate African resources under central authority. Yep. And Jay says we were born in America because we were good people in our past life. JK, but also
for real, dog.
Yeah, let's work off that. And let's see if that makes any sense. And then Andretti, shout out to you, brother. Thank you for hopping on here. And then so Andretti says this dude's a philosopher. LOL. Probably talking about you, Wiggy, because I think that came in while you were talking. And then sounds like cucks. So somebody sounds like cucks to Andretti, and then Jay on point. So I think he's saying Jay is on point with the we're America because we're good people. Go ahead, Wiggy, if you had something to say.
Well, I mean, the implications of us all being reincarnated good people living in America might be even more astounding if you, or like the imperative might rise when you realize that maybe this one's the final test, right? Hey, if you believe in that sort of thing, and we gotta work real hard because you know our you know, like I said last time, right? We're ultimately responsible for what that government does, man. And,
Sure.
you
Yeah, I
know,
think that's
people like
cool.
to be like, you know, we like to be like, you know, what am I gonna do? But it's like, well, you know, what can we do? It should be the question, right? It's like,
Well, Wiggy, can I get you to respond to this? Because I think this one was more like pointed towards what you were saying. And this was from Sandor. So he says there are lots of Muslims in Asia. They see America backing Zionists and what's happening to people of their faith. They're losing lost patience with the U.S. I think that's more accurate to, more pointed, like I said, towards what you were saying. So I'll give you the floor to respond to that if you'd like.
well, yeah, and I mean that's kind of you know, back to what I was saying about, you know, Sunni Islam, right? And it's like beliefs about, you know, the good and the evil existing as like opposite entities, you know, and on the God level, right?
Yeah.
Because like with Christians, you don't really get the sense that they would accept like the devil being almost on the same level as, you know, the entity that is God, if there is like, you know.
Well, yeah,
But
he's already put as an angel, so he's in this kind of like he's a
yeah,
creation of God himself.
yeah,
The God
right.
can't.
But like
God
in
can't
that
get
Zoroastrian framework, right? That absolute like that evil is not. It's not something that's like created by God Himself, right? It's not some sort of like suffrage that you're supposed to be like forced. It's like, you know what I mean? That like evil is like it's got its own purpose, right? And like sometimes you gotta like fight that purpose with your purpose, right? So it's like, yeah, I understand it completely. Like I sympathize it with completely, right? Where, you know, to a vast majority of people of faith on the planet, which is the Muslims, right? Because there's just almost as many Muslims as there is Christians, and you know, they're almost like, you know, if you start kind of unpeeling a lot of layers of the onion, there they kind of share a lot of beliefs.
Well,
Um,
you're big on the Judeo-Islamic, right? Correct me if I'm.
it's like just, you know, you got to be aware of what Abrahamic, you know, like in other words, like, you know, like the idea of like rejecting something like Muhammad as an Abrahamic prophet to me is like, you know, you
Yeah.
can't do that, right? Because, well, you know, look at what he said, which was like, we're the inheritors of Moses, we're the inheritors of this, right?
Yeah.
And we're coming back. Right. So to them, they are the chosen people, you know, returning to the Holy Land in a way.
Well, I thought I remembered you saying that in the comments, and I always thought that was kind of a profound thing to say, just from a
Well,
Western.
because we don't like, because the West don't like to. It's like that we don't like to think like that, right? Because
Yeah,
like from our, well, like from the Christian, if you will, perspective, it's like, well, these guys are heretics because, you know, we were taught back through Orthodoxy that, you know, you have that Godhead, you know, like Jesus is co-equal with God, you know, and then you have the
yeah, but why
it's the
is there
whole
the
thing.
acceptance? Why is there the acceptance of the Judeo aspect? You know what I mean? I think that kind of touches on your point even more profoundly. Like, why is that not seen as something? I mean, they're
Well, because
outright
like what's like,
rejecting
well, that's
Jesus
what's
altogether.
like, you know, might be controversial to say, right? But that's
Yeah,
why you might even say that the Jews of Europe, right, that kind of arose out of that exodus up north, like the ones that went through the Khazars and stuff like that after their expulsion from Jerusalem, right? That they're not really, you know, the Jew or like the faith kind of like developed in isolation of what was going on in the Holy Land, right? The quote unquote the Holy Land, right? So by
yeah,
the time it's globally conscious or more like aware of the situation globally, right? Like,
yeah.
you know, like they
So
don't. It's these people are heretics that came out of nowhere to them,
I want to.
right?
I want. So let me get this point out because I want to. I want you to respond to it in full as far as like because I'm kind of curious if we're agreeing on this. Where do you think that that's an intentional thing from whether it be the deep state, the Jews, whoever you want to blame as like the people behind the scenes pulling the strings to kind of push Christianity into this kind of alliance with a Judeo kind of like ideology. In that ideology,
Kind of contradicts.
although it is Abrahamic, outright rejects Jesus Christ,
The
and then
contradiction.
pushes away Islam even though that's a religion that actually recognizes Jesus Christ as a prophet. So I'm just wondering, and I'm wondering if that's intentional.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like you can't. That's the thing. Is like Christians, because I think Jay kind of like said something like an episode or two ago that was kind of like in line with that, right? Where he almost brushed over the fact, or at least in my eyes, right, the fact that like Muhammad is a part of that, right? Like he absolutely like came, you know. It's like they like to just not like accept the fact that he was way closer to Jesus than we were, right? So he, you know, like not in the spiritual sense or whatever, but he,
I get what you mean.
you know, in the if like where he came from in this in that generational like cultural value and everything like that, like, you know. And then to these people, dude, there's so much to unpack here too, because all of this is happening in human history, right? Where you know, people genuinely, because you have some of the worst winters, where like you have like a little mini ice age happening, plagues ripping apart the Byzantiums, the Justinian plague, and all of this kind of stuff around the same time.
Yeah.
And if you like kind of pull it back even further, let's pull back the curtain even further on this one, right? It may have been that Earth was passing through like a recently disintegrated, like huge, massive comet, right? Enough that it like, you know, you're getting like twice, or this is what might have caused that cold spurt, right? Where twice, like every you know, couple of years, right? You just pass through this belt that pretty much turns the instead of a blue sky, you have almost like just gray as you're passing, like so much cosmic dust that is blocking out the sun, right? And it's like you start peeling back that layer and like how the effects of all this are happening, and people at the time, you know what I mean, they absolutely believe this is the end of days, right? And like here comes along this guy Muhammad at the time, right, who's like telling people like, hey, you're like, because he had Jews, he had Christians and Zoroastrians in there too, and they were all like, yo bro, like we like, because Muhammad's message was kind of like yes, you're all right, you know, like that's kind of like, I'm not saying he, you know, like, yeah, this is the way.
Sound like a swell guy.
No,
but you know, but I'm just saying, like, look at it from their perspective at the time, right? Because the Muslim conquest, the faith that built around like this dude, right? And it's all like, it all starts to make a lot more sense that it was this sort of moment, right, where he's essentially an Abrahamic prophet leading the people back to the Holy Land and beyond, right? Establishing this giant, like, you know, religious empire.
Well, and I think, one thing I think, like when you talk about the impact in modern times, that's where I'm kind of drawing the connection, because I think that a lot of what does the heavy lifting with maybe like low information people, or just whatever people that support these kind of incursions into the Middle East, what does a lot of heavy lifting is this kind of othering of these people that believe this religion, rather than bringing them closer and like recognizing the similarities in the ideology.
Well, and to be fair though, like there's a danger in that too, right? Because that's what I'm saying. It's like it's probably more better to say that, you know, if you're the kind of person that thinks that like Christians can be super radical and rah, 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 and you look at these guys with their guns and Bibles and whatever, right? You see that in Islam too, but you know, it's just like those people in Christianity, like they'll point it at, they love to point it at the, like, it's just weird, right? Where we're so like they're so similar in so many ways, right? But it's just a fundamental kind of like, you know, worldview disagreement, the civilizational clash at that point, right? Because like they are they're sister religions. They were born in the same cradle. Everything about them is almost identical, right? Their family values, this, that, and the other. They're very, 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 very similar. And
where you let Paul hop in here.
And no, like that's kind of the thing. No, like that's kind of the thing is like we sit here and like what I was trying to allude to earlier is we have all this going on in the middle. We've been in the Middle East with all this, and it's like people are going to just stick to what they want to stick to, right? Like that's their belief, that's their love. And it's like we have to stop spitting on it, and we get in these wars right, based off of religion, and that's what kind of pisses me off.
I think that's the significance of touching. I think if you allow me here, it's like a little conspiracy, right? But I think that is the significance of touching that wall, right? In Jerusalem at the Temple Mount is like you're signifying, or you're to them, the owners of Jerusalem, whatever, the people there, the people that own this plot of land, right? That you reject the notion or the possibility that the Alaska Mosque has any sort of legitimacy as the third temple, quote unquote, right? Because like that's kind of like at least that's my conspiracy. That like why they have to go do that openly as sort of like this is my, like, because it's almost like this. There's just so many layers of this belief system that people don't we don't know, right? Like there's just like they love to talk about secret societies. Well, there's religious secret societies too.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead, Paul.
And I just like we sit here and we have people die, fathers, brothers, sons die over religion. And again, I understand that this has been the history of it, and it's through all religions. With Christianity, like I'm so tired of Christians acting like it's a clean religion. When you have the Crusades, you have everything that happened throughout the Civil Rights Movement and before, all off the name of God and the church. You have what happens outside of abortion clinics and outside of gay marriages and outside all this that's always based off of, well, this is God's way. This is God's way, when all of it's kind of a contradiction of religion. When you look at what Jesus said, it was never to force your religion. It was never to go to war over religion. So even if you were to believe in the religion like you say you would, it's all about really coming together, which I understand in certain scripts and scriptures in each Bible. There's always
religious folk hop in the comments.
There's always a thing where they say, hey, listen, we watched the one argument between Christianity and Islam on the PBD, where both sides have in scripture where if you go against your religion and come back or whatever, if you go against your religion, then you should be murdered and all that. But it's just like at this point, I think where we're at in society, where we've evolved so much and we've came together as a world, like way back in the day. I understand you didn't have technology, you didn't have the way to spread news the right way. A lot of things would just be by way of crow, right? Like you have to trust the word. And when you have things like a Jim Jones, when you have a Donald Trump, when you have people who even are an MLK or John Lennon, you have these people who they're so influential, and you always have people who follow. That's where you have your Muhammads. That's where you have your Jesus. And in a lot of people's eyes, where it's like, hey, listen, maybe instead of this being the actual only way, this was just something that was just an influential person that went ahead and used their influence to not manipulate in the worst way for some, but some manipulate in the worst way. Regardless if you think that's right or wrong, you have to understand that there are 400 different religions, I believe, on the planet. Okay. So to believe that yours is the one and only answer, then that's an issue. What you should do is be open to all 400 beliefs,
have humility,
and not go to war and kill just over the religion.
All right, let me get to these comments.
Well, that's kind of like Islam, though, right? Because, like, ultimately,
brother, you gotta hold it for just 1 second. I got to get to these comments because, like I said, you know how it is. Sometimes I'll read your comment, and I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck you're even talking about at this point. So there's not many, so I can get to them pretty quickly. So that was just actually people talking to each other in the comments. So Andretti here says Israel created Epstein for control over our politics. Can't convince me otherwise. I made a post. Sandor says I made a post saying the former man in charge of Libya did a lot of good for the country, and it got zapped by the AI. So AI is not fucking with the Gaddafi.
The AI right now in our chat.
I'm assuming Sandor. Let us know if it's our AI. Jay says sometimes I wonder if we all have the same higher power, but we argue about the prophets.
It's semantics,
and
brother.
Who's legitimate.
It's all semantics.
Yeah, well, I mean that's kind of. Yeah, I mean, like, and honestly, that's kind of why I've always like had this little soft spot. I don't know what I was gonna say for Christians, whenever because like at the end of the day, right? You can't. How are you going to argue with a value system that almost is supposed to be just purely like turn the other cheek, be a good person? You can't argue with that, and it's like. Yeah.
But they don't live up to that, though, do they?
Yeah, I mean, some have a hard time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So to me, it just like to me with like Christianity, it seems more of like a not a cop out, but it's a great way to say, hey, listen, there's forgiveness, there's a lot of good. And again, I'm not against faith. Like I'm someone who I believe in God. What is God exactly? I'm not sure. I was going to say earlier to bring it back to like the Star Wars was the Force is like the universe, and maybe there is just a natural like balance with things, right? Like maybe there is, maybe that's what God is. Who knows what that entity is? But even back from like Norse gods to Roman gods to Greek mythology, all of it, you can kind of look at all of it as like the same kind of story, just those are broken down to multiple. And instead of multiple, you can break it down to one as far as like what the beings do, what the entity does. And it's always a look at what is our existence? Why do things happen? And what is the explanation? And some things, like, again, you can't argue. And it happens so much for Christians where they'll sit there and judge you over saying like, hey, maybe it's just nature, like that's just the natural way of things.
It's like the Christian, like in old Christianity, if you will, right? It was almost like you almost needed a way to, because paganism paganism had all this kind of stuff, right? But in Christianity, there's no real way to like explain like horror, like the big flood that murdered everyone, other than like, well, man, God was kind of pissed, right? Like,
right.
It's at the end of
things,
yeah. But it's like, but it's like it's done with a plan, right? It's done with a purpose, right? Because you see all the death and destruction, and because we in Christianity, I think they tend to think God is a purely good force, right? So it conflicts with the idea that God would send something like a hurricane that murdered 1,000 people, right? So it's like, well, it had to have been for a reason, right? And that reason, so it's like, but the pagan worldview didn't work like that, as far as my understanding, right? Where it's they kind of had this like, they were deists and they had this sort of weird
but in England, do they get tornadoes and like they don't really get hurricanes? So like, what's their like natural disasters that they get to where they would have blamed it? Like not like, because like Christianity was obviously formed in the Middle East and stuff like that, but when you look at the mass production of Christianity and you look at the history of England, right, and the church, it all seems to always benefit the church and the king. And they were one and the same at the time, and it's always kind of grown that way. So then, when you look at how King James or John, which one is the version of the Bible? King James got rid of several scriptures and books within the Bible, within the teachings, and they blamed it on cost of production or whatever. It's kind of funny because again, like you took out a lot that was into more of the mercy and was again all about control. So then when you went to like the Southern Baptists and you look at slavery and stuff, again, it's a way of saying, hey, listen, this is your life right now on earth, but it's all for the greater good. Don't worry about it. Just live this life, be okay with it, be thankful you have life, follow these rules, and guess what? There will be something greater at the end without ever really having proof or knowledge of anything actually being there. All you have to base it off of is stories of the most insane, like the most heroic events or the most bizarre events that you've never seen outside of these stories, and a hippie that walked amongst the people. That's really what like the religion is based off of. Now, again, not to like piss on it, but just to kind of bring it into like a reality and a light.
Let me read Jay's comment here because it defends Christian a little bit. And Jay, feel free to say whatever you want in the comments, or you can click that link. Anybody that wants to click the link to join the conversation, feel free. I'll make sure you have your time to speak if you want to speak on this topic specifically. So Jay says, yes, Christians do act accordingly. You just haven't met the right ones yet. I think that side is a part of the good versus bad spirituality battle that people have spoken about lately. And then he also says the King James was who you were looking for, and so he came to that conclusion.
When it comes to like not being the right, listen, I have family that grew up in the church. Again, being here, you around a lot of Christians. I chose to be baptized at 17 on my own. My family's not religious, what I found
Why'd
after
you do it? Was it
So-
for pussy? Be honest.
no, I'm not.
All right, that's fine.
So what it was we had a football going to my senior year of high school. Our coach changed, and he was really involved with South Biscayne Church, and they had this camp in the middle of like North Florida that it was like a 4-day camp where
Football camps are low key conversion camps.
well that I was saying this wasn't even like a football camp. This was a church camp.
Oh, okay.
And they went to like the middle of nowhere, but our coach realized a loophole that if he brought us there, it could be sanctioned as a camp, and basically it would be legal practice for us in a time where we couldn't practice.
Oh yeah.
So because we were implementing a new offense and all that. So we go there, and it's all, like I said, it's all ran by the church, and we're doing our thing 3-day practices and doing our thing. And the last day we were told that we had to go to service. So we go to service, and they do the whole skit where they do like the one, I forget the band's name, but they do the song and they do this play. I think it's Lifehouse is the band, but anyways, they do this like whole skit about how how God created the earth and he created us. And then lust comes to try to steal you away. Alcohol, all this tries to steal you away. But God, once he's about to kill you, God's there. And me as a kid that's going to my senior year that spent my junior year smoking a lot of weed and drinking and looking for just sex, it really spoke to me, right? It was like, oh my God, yeah, this is it. And I already had like a connection to like the universe, stuff like that. Like I had my connection, like seeing ghosts. Like I've always like been spiritual. So I was like, all right. So they were like, if you want to give your life over to God, come on the stage. So I walked up, I'm sobbing, and then they go to do the baptize in the lake outside, and they're, God, I see God so much in you, da da da. So I get dunked, and then like I start to go to the church, and I start to see like, okay, you guys have big screen TVs, you guys just pay for this camp, you guys have a band play every day, you have light shows, you have all this stuff, but I haven't seen you guys do one thing in the community. And then I start to go around and I'm reading the Bible, and I'm starting to see like some contradictions in it. And I'm like, okay, but you're not allowed to ask any of those questions. You start to see that
Do you ever think you just didn't volunteer for the food pantry?
no, listen, I've done feed the homeless, but it's like, you don't see a lot of involvement. So what I've always said is that I think Christianity and faith is good. It's a good outlet. It's a good resource. I think that religion, man-made religion in itself, is beneficial for those who control it. And when you have churches and that they always send the money around, they're looking for money, and it's like, okay, but where's this money going? And then you see what pastors and priests are given by the church. And it's like, instead of it being that you have a real job and this is you volunteering for the Lord, everything's supposed to go to paying you. So it puts a bad taste in your mouth. And it's just like, but I've seen some good Christians. I know that there's a lot of people that they put on a good face so they can try to go to heaven after doing some shady shit every day.
Now, we got several comments. Let me just get these real quick, and then I'll give it to you, Wiggy, if you have something to say. Unless there might be something for you to respond to directly, Paul. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, like, remember, right? At the end of the day, they what caused Napoleon to be excommunicated by the church?
Wiggy, brother, you missed me there. I said I'm gonna pass it to you. Just let me get these comments real quick.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, hold that thought. Napoleon. You're about to cook some shit up. Sandor says, way off topic and nothing to do with the discussion. Where would Sodom and Gomorrah be located on the map today? That's a really interesting question. We'll come back to that, Sandor, after I read all these comments, because that's a question that's going to involve, I'm sure, some diving into. Andretti said, I went to that camp. That's interesting.
Yeah, he was there. Nick Camacho found God there.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Andretti, did you get baptized, brother? Let us know in the comments if you let the man dump you in the water.
So Camacho was the one that he started going to service every day. Like he went from like the most non-religious person to the most religious because he liked the daughter, and they're married and they have kids and all that. And then he became a priest and all that. And, a preacher and all that. So so it worked out. Good for him, man. Look, good guy.
It turned out that the pussy actually led him to salvation. That's awesome. So it rarely does that. Rarely. So Sandor says, and then you drink some Jesus juice. Then you wake up on your belly in the youth leader's tent. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And then Jay says, how do you explain a chopper shooting missiles to someone in 100 AD, a modern day Armageddon to someone born back then, by telling them about fire breathing dragons. And I'm not a fan of megachurches. And then Andretti here says they did a few things in the community, but they do make good chicken. That's good. That's good. Jay said, I will say I have met 3 immoral preachers in the last year. Sheesh. But at the end of the day, with me knowing their character, but they'll have to answer for that. I can't let it break my faith. And then LMAO, good coochie will make you go hide in somebody's bushes at 2 a.m. Yeah, sometimes that's God, but that's God's bushes, brother. And he ends up letting you inside. I will say that just from what you're saying here, though, Jay, as far as like 3 immoral preachers, just to give you a little reassurance, I think like areas like this, and I'm gonna pass it to you, Wiggy. I didn't forget that you were going to talk about Napoleon. My bad.
No, of course.
But Jay, I wanted to say, I do think that kind of things that involve some kind of like control and trust and leverage over the community or a group of people or whatever, that's always going to attract predators. I don't think it necessarily speaks to the actual institution itself. So I wouldn't let that shake your faith, brother. And I think it's totally fair. But, you know, I do think that we have to be honest and clear-eyed about that these kind of like emotionally charged areas as far as like whether it be with people's faith or people's like protection, you know, you'll have predators join the police force and things like that. Predators will find their way in those kind of like, because they get access to prey.
It's just that the religion and stuff, it's just not worth people dying and going to war over. It's like, which I know that's not what you're saying. I'm just saying, so it's like, have your faith. Everyone should have their faith. Again, I just like you, Jay, I just lost all my faith in the religion itself. I don't have faith in its originality. I understand, like, I think that the original purpose of all religion, trying to find the higher purpose, is right. I think that there might be some insidious origins that we don't know because of thousands of years of no true documentation. The victor always telling the story. All this to where as of now, when we have a guy like Jim Jones, when we have these super like influential people, there's enough out there to kind of like debunk a lot of things that they'll say and lose traction, where back then they didn't. But go ahead, Wiggy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Napoleon.
No, man. I mean, I'm digging what you guys are saying right here, though. I was jamming. It's because it's like at the end of the day, right? What generates community, right? That's what. It's what we struggle with, because like nominally we're taught and are told that that's the church, right? Like that's what generates that concern. But it's like we I mean the outright hatred that we have for like the televangelist sort of pastors and preachers is because at the end of the day we know they're not, what they're doing is selling faith. Right, they're selling it. They're selling it, and it's like it's I hold a special place in my heart, right, that tells me that you can't buy your way to the afterlife, or if there is even such a thing, right? You can't do that. There's no way in God's earth, and if the church, or if you think that the church itself, right, as a structure, where you think that you're adding to the communal good by doing this. Yes, there is some good, nice, probably family churches or something like this out there, right? I don't want to like make it sound like I'm like hating on it, right?
I agree.
But it's like when I was my experience with the church though is like, or the people that were going to a Christian church too. Like I said, I was a Boy Scout, and in my troop we had a sort of give-take kind of relationship with this Christian church. They let us use their like backyard for a storage bin and some other stuff like that, and their like back rooms for meetings. And we did a lot of like help for them, like whenever they had some sort of event we'd volunteer. But generally the people that were going to the church, the kids and stuff that were my age, I found that through the Boy Scouts, I was doing way more community service and volunteering and, like communal building skills, if you will, or personal building skills too. than any of these kids in the church were getting or doing, right? It's like it was almost like, you know, that structure and system was built to, you know, keep these kids in a bubble, and like ultimately it's serving its purpose, right? Which is like, you know, you got to keep that institution going, and how do you do that is like, don't put them out in the real world where they may form their opinions and volunteering and seeing the suffering and like how hard it is to do actual self-improvement too. For the Boy Scouts, bro, I'll defend them until the end of my days. I do not support what they became, you know what I mean? But like the way that the institution was founded and the people that founded it, they had nothing but the best intentions for young men, right? Like they understood what, like, you know, like the best way to make a young happy dude was to promote that dude feeling confident, right? Like in his abilities. Thanks, buddy.
Now the like with the church real quick, the what he was just saying, them not doing the communal service, the bubble. It's also like how many, why are so many American churches involved in pushing politics when that's quite a contradiction to like what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to push a political party or political ideologies within the church, but they'll tell you which way to vote. They'll hand out pamphlets telling you which way to vote. Again, I just think that like a lot of people in the country, like the religion's great. They can follow it. Just, you know, keep it within yourself. You know, keep it.
So question, and I'll let you bounce off that. So if a church feels as if a candidate is running that's antithetical to their values, which the church is, I mean, if it's anything, it's a kind of like guidelines for morals or ethics or whatever. So is there not a place for the church to have an opinion on those things?
What does it have to do with the word of God? Right. Like, and I'm pretty sure Jesus even speaks on staying out of politics.
So sorry, my internet gets a little spotty sometimes.
Like keeping it out of politics. But I just like that, and I forgot the other thing I was going to say about them and the community. Oh, like if churches are funded by taxpayer dollars, and they always have like exemptions, then they shouldn't ever close their door and lock their door.
Well, here I just want to answer.
Because I want to say that.
I want to answer to the pushback that you just gave as far as like churches or Jesus teaching to stay out of politics. So I'm not a scholar or a theologist here or anything like that. Although I mean I take religion pretty serious, and I read a lot about it. I would say, from what I understand, obviously Jesus says obey the laws wherever you're at. Do unto Caesar what's his, so pay your taxes and all that. Obey the laws generally, but I don't know that there's this like, hey, completely abstain from politics if like basically don't have a voice. You know what I mean? Like that's what you're basically, in a way, it seems like you're suggesting
the church shouldn't have a political like voice.
Yeah, but that's just I don't have as much of an issue with that, because I think that's just people already struggle with organization, and we have had conversations as it pertains to other topics like worker rights, for example, where if you're not going to allow people to organize, then they'll never be able to advocate for themselves as individuals, because they'll never have that power. So if the community, which is the church, you know, if this community wants to, I don't know, have some kind of protest against abortion because they feel like life starts once you nut inside of a woman, then it's like, you know, I don't have an issue with them. You know, I think, I don't know that that's going to be popular. And once again, it all comes down to just
it's like, in that regard, right? It's like, it's almost like you're coming, they're come at the problem from the wrong way, because they've been like told or radicalized to be such, right? Where it's like, you know, instead of like coming to that woman and like throwing stones at her and screaming and, you know, yelling and doing what they're doing for political points, it's like they should be offering guidance and like protection and communal love, right? Because that's what ultimately like being pregnant is about, is bringing a kid into a village, right? Like,
Well, I would agree, like Paul, where we would probably really agree on this is that I think that there are people that take those teachings, churches, where we would probably both criticize, like the Westboro Baptist Church or whatever. That would be like soldiers deserve to die and all this shit. So it's like I do think that there's people that take that, pervert the teachings, and then they, get people to organize around really hateful shit. And all that, but I just think that people should still just have the right to organize whichever way they desire. Go ahead if you have something.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to find it because I remember speaking about it like for a while that there's some like specific so something from the Bible that was specific on like how like they're not supposed to push a political. I gotta look at it and find it before I say something wrong. So I apologize.
Yeah, no, you're all good. Sometimes it's something that's a little bit like
well, like, and so like back to the whole church beginning thing, right? The whole comment about Napoleon wasn't really, it's not that large of a thought chain.
Yeah, go ahead.
But really, what ultimately, like they what finally led the church to being like, yo, you're the Antichrist, is him confiscating church lands. Right, like it's, and these are not small holdings, right? It's not like he's coming in there and like, coming to the local communal church and like, which they did early in the revolution. I'm not gonna like, act like all of this is roses and cherries, right?
Yeah,
it's super right, but like it wasn't him like going to the small churches and stuff and like kicking out pastors. It's like literally being like, hey, Mr. Vatican, maybe you don't need to own 1/3 of Italy. Right. So it's like, he was declared the Antichrist for that specific act. Right. And so that radicalized, untold millions at that point who are already kind of like, radicalized by the English of, the whole colonial, because if England lost control and that's why they fought Napoleon every single time. Right. They lose the fight in Europe. They lose everything overseas. So.
Yeah.
And ultimately Napoleon really kind of was, the only answer to like, because the French were desperate, right? The average French people at that point had dealt with like 200 or 300 years of kind of just like losses, not really making like, and the king just taxing the shit out of them, the church owning 1/3 of the country again, right? The Catholic Church.
Yeah.
And, what do you as a people have left as any recourse, right? But
what
rebellion.
a difficult time to live in.
Yeah, well,
thank God I was born now.
Well, and I mean that's the thing is like
American in now. Jesus.
Well, like all the like all these Enlightenment guys in the French Revolution really did, like what Robespierre was doing, right? In his mind, he's almost enacting the Passion of Christ. You know what I mean? Because he's getting up there on stage, you know what I mean, and he like he's letting the truths out, you know what I mean, and wide out in the open, the truths that let heads fly, you know what I mean, and he was there and in the thick of it, and in the end, like everyone, like as he's letting these truths fly, right, the people that were, finally coming back from the reeling of the truths, right, some people didn't like it, like he, in other words, they turned on him, right, and he even got like shot on his way to being beheaded and everything like that. But in his mind, like, because they all identified with, they all understood that, like they weren't, they were very well-read people, but some were just like spiritual, like us, you and I, maybe, like how we recognize that there might be like an ultimate programmer or whatever out there, but that the way to get like enlightenment is not through like an institution that's being run like a brothel at this point.
Right. Which I was wrong, by the way. It doesn't specifically say that churches shouldn't be involved in politics. Just that you should put faith first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. And I mean, like I said, there is definitely scripture that is at least like talking about following the laws and abiding by the laws, and not like trying to like radically overthrow your government. Yeah. So I get what your point is. So let me get these comments in. So Jay says and Jay was the one that was talking about the religion and said you were going back and forth with earlier. So the best church that I've been to was established in 1805, had a small congregation, and traveling preachers, biblical scholars as their preacher. The history books detailed a story about a Creek tribe who lived a rock's throw away from the church, and during sermons would all stand in a long line outside the church in silence as a show of respect. They understood that something faith-based was going on. And then Jay says the greatest lie the devil ever sold was that God didn't exist.
So I've so two things.
Yeah.
Fuck. I guess let me jump to the second one because I forgot the first one. It was what he said, but I've always kind of had this like weird thought that what if, again, hear me out, what if the ultimate deception is church, is religion, like you're taught to follow the wrong being. You know
I
what
think
I mean?
that's Gnosticism.
Well,
right?
that's the whole message of like something like Gnostic Jesus, right? Because like Gnosticism is like all about kind of like trying to force your head through that spiritual bubble. You know what I mean? Where you're like, it's like what, right? So it's like you know, if right, essentially, right, like so if or it's like almost like asking questions like, well, you know, like what if the devil's rebellion or Satan's rebellion is the creation of the material realm itself, right? Or things like that, right?
Yeah.
Where you're like, well, you know, like at that point you're like, well, you know, what or the world that you live in is created by like, you know, not the real God or the real spiritual realm. Like it might have been the rebellion of the, you know what I'm saying?
Or
Right. So
what's the greatest divider in the world if not religion, right? And a lot of it is so predicated again like on where you're born, and it's like again in certain religions where if you don't follow the religion then you're doomed to hell as for eternity because you didn't like with Christianity. If you don't accept God as your Lord and Savior, well, what if you never was given the opportunity based off of the time period you were born or where you were born or any of that? You were never given the opportunity. You're just automatically born and doomed and deemed to go to hell immediately after birth. Like shit like that just seems like the ultimate divide, and who would cause the ultimate divide rather than the ultimate deceiver himself and the devil. So it's like so that's where it's like anything that requires, and again, this is me with anything. I'm this way with my wife, and I love her to death, and I trust her with all my heart. I don't put blind faith into anyone or anything. Like it's just, to me, it's when you ask me to just put blind faith, is kind of saying, hey, be ignorant, be willfully ignorant. Yeah. So it's like, to me, that's just like one of my biggest issues with religion and following a deity or following any type of entity rather than just having the feeling in your heart that there's something there and not putting a label on it. You know what I mean? But again, teach their own. And however, again, I know that people have changed their lives around thanks to religion, and I would never discredit that for them. Mm-hmm. You know, it's just where my mindset is, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Wiggy, did you have anything you want to say? He might be frozen. Sometimes his shit freezes. So yeah, no, I mean, I agree with that. I think that there's a lot of, as far as like just the moral kind of blueprint, I think it's good for a society. And if you're trying to continue, like, I mean, at a point where we weren't established and you're trying to like create these societies and you want to have some kind of blueprint, I think it does make sense in that way. But I think that then there's always somebody who is kind of like adversely benefiting from the creation of this society or whatever it might be, or the control of the society. And I think there, a lot of times in history, you have these religions or these kind of like offshoots of the religion. You mentioned something like 400 religions earlier, where, you know, you have like Joseph Smith and shit like that, you know, obviously fucking con man coming and being like, hey, I got tablets nobody else can look at and all this shit. So I think, you know, one thing that I don't think, and I think Wiggy might have popped back up, but I don't think we actually address, and Wiggy, I got you in here, and it's perfect timing because I wanted to ask you this. Because this is kind of my real question to you, and I think that we keep not like directly answering it, and I don't think that's intentional, but I want to make, maybe I'm not being clear enough. My question initially, when I was talking about Judeo-Christian kind of ideology wanting to separate itself from Islam being a part of that, you had mentioned in the comments a couple like last week or whatever, that we should refer to them as Abrahamic religions, therefore including Islam. And what I'm asking, is that intentional that we don't look at it that way and we do separate them? Is that a effort to make this like kind of like war on terror kind of framing work more, and so you look at these people as people who disregard the safety for their own children, so they can't be negotiated with in good faith, and they have to be exterminated because they're savages who would strap bombs on their kids' chest and run them into American buildings or whatever. So I wonder if that separation between those religions are intentional to otherize the Muslims. So, and I hope that makes my question kind of more clear. Oh, you're a robot right now, Wiggy. And Wiggy, you might have to reconnect because I definitely can't hear you. Is it the same for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me know, by the way, as far as like audience, if Wiggy's not coming through clear for you guys. Wiggy, do you want to go ahead? I saw you mute. If you want to go ahead and try to talk again. Okay, I'm going to give you a second, Wiggy. I'm going to throw it over to Paul, and then I'll open it right back up to you whenever you're ready. My question, do you get what I mean by that? Like, as far as like, isn't an intentional kind of like divide for anybody that, I mean, and I'm not even saying like stupid people. You see even like with Zoran, even today, where people are like, we've lost New York City because there's potentially a Muslim guy who's...
It's wild. Again, to me, it kind of goes against sort of the teachings or like what it's supposed to be. But yeah, that's kind of my issue, is that if the entire thing is that there's a creator of all, then there shouldn't be a divide, and that's what kind of makes it sinister to me.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Is that it seems like at the root of all of it is always some sort of divide, and it's like, but that's kind of, like I said, and I'll be repetitive here, counterproductive to the entire teachings of it all.
So, but my question, even the reason that I'm trying to be so particular on my question
with the Judeo,
because I think it has like modern.
They don't look at Jesus as a savior, right?
No. So so like I said, I want to make it clear kind of where I'm coming. No, you're good. I'm glad you're asking questions. Because like I said, I want to make it clear where I'm coming from. When we hear people talk about America, they always refer, this is a Judeo-Christian country, whatever, that kind of thing, and that's because we're really a Christian country. I mean, we're not that fucking Jewish, really, right. But because those religions are connected, they're both Abrahamic religions, to Wiggy's point. So there is those connections. They're birthed from the same kind of like Genesis, if you will. So now the same goes for Islam, and this was Wiggy's point. Like I said, like a week ago or so, where he's saying, like, he said something like we should refer to them as the Abrahamic religions, because what I was trying to take from that, and I thought it was actually a really profound point, and I'm thinking about it more, and that's really my question, is it a intentional effort to kind of like identify ourselves and continue to say it, so then the people of America hear this and they're like, yeah, no, we're a Judeo-Christian country. You even have people who are atheists who are like, who I see online all the time, argue for like the benefit of being a Christian country and how it's actually a good thing. You have these like atheist Christians. It's fucking nuts. Internet is crazy. All good, Wiggy.
But we're connecting the divide. So you're connecting the divide between Islam and Christianity.
Well, no, and I'm saying, is that intentional? The powers that be from our direction, they want us to be adversarial to the Middle East. It's easier to sell us on these wars in the Middle East and these terror wars if we think of the people of the Middle East as suicide bombers, which is when we were growing up, that was the whole thing. Like,
which going back to earlier, that's where like when he like when I've always said this, when you look at the far right, the far Christian right, and what the Taliban and all that is, you really can't find too much of a difference outside of like, I mean, if you want to go back to a biblical sense, then it's the same type of lifestyle as Sharia law, because it's kind of the same. There's slight twists from where Muhammad took it, but yeah, I feel like when you look at why we would want to divide ourselves from there, I mean, oil is one of the only things I can think. It's resources. And that's always been kind of the thing, is resources. So as far as anything outside, why we would want to identify as Judeo?
Well, no, and do you see how our country benefits by like I said, creating it rather than us seeing like where a lot of their beliefs actually are intertwined. A lot of these Muslims revere Christ, for example. So that's a point of agreement that a lot of Americans have. And I see you guys that just joined, and I'll add you guys here in 1 second. So I mean, just for me, just Wiggy's statement really makes my brain go where I'm like, we were watching the interview with the president of Iran, and it's like there's a lot of heavy lifting done for our government by just creating this kind of like fear factor for us, where we're like, look, you don't want them to come over here with their terrorism. They don't give a fuck about their kids or themselves. They'll kill you. They just want to go to heaven, all this. And where that applies to some fundamentalists for sure. I think, it too easily gets attached to the kind of community as a whole. And I think that ends up doing, like I said, a lot of heavy lifting where people are like, well, Iran can't get a fucking nuke, because if they get a nuke, that means they'll immediately use it. Well, does it mean that?
Right.
Like, I'm not sure that it means
doesn't mean that they would immediately sign their death wish and say that, hey, once we press this button, you're going to press 3. So it's like, that never makes sense. I don't know, like looking at it,
hey, Wiggy got the fuck out. He saw a dude, so he said, yeah, no.
Oh my God, there's a Nazi.
The menace is in this bitch. You already know.
No, so
I fuck with it. Yeah. I fuck with you. Stood on business. He said, "Fuck no, I won't be seen on the fucking stream talking to one of them." So again, like we have to ask ourselves, who would benefit from us being a Christian country and looking at it and trying to divide ourselves. No, but the thing is, I don't think that it's important to them that we're a Christian country. I think that just ends up being a device of manipulation. They're like I mean, honestly, the people who are Christian,
but why would they want it to be a device of manipulation? What would be the point? There has to be.
So it's easy to sell it, of course. I think the military industrial complex. That's what I'm saying. I think it's like almost Occam's razor, where it's like it's very clear the motivation that they would have in order to sell these wars. If you were, for example, think about it like this: if Iraq and if Afghanistan, if these were, I don't even know if like white is important, but let's just throw it in there. Let's just say if these were white countries that were Christian, like we would immediately be like, well, it's harder to go to war with them because obviously it would be an anomaly, this attack on the World Trade Center, because we know we're more informed on Christianity. We're more educated. So we would know like, oh, well, that doesn't compute with my everyday experience. The reality in America, some people never interact with Muslims. The only interaction they have is like when they go to the gas station, and they're kind of rude sometimes, but it is their business. And then also when they see them flying into the fucking Trade Center.
Right. So to expand on it, like going back to like my earlier sentiment towards churches and them being political, and why I have an ethical issue with it is we're not students of Christianity like these preachers and all that all them are like they study so they would understand the similarities between us and the Muslim religion, like Christians and the Muslim religion more than we would. They should be able to see it, so they should be able to point out the same hypocrisy and the same kind of angle when it comes to us going to war with the Middle East. Then they should be able to catch it and not tell their people to kind of follow along with those type of politicians if it were the right messaging. And that's kind of where like I have an issue, because it seems as if it's so, like you're saying, orchestrated. And it seems as if like the churches are involved in this constant divide that we have. And what is the bigger purpose, and what's the bigger reason?
So I don't think that the churches have to be involved. Like you see, even like
not Pope every
Leo,
church.
Well, like Pope Leo has spoken out about the whole Gaza situation. So they're not just falling in line. It's our government who wants to wage wars.
Yes, and I know why. The prophets.
Well, you touched on it, right? Exactly, right. Where it's like to a Muslim, and I'm not going to generalize every single Muslim, just like we shouldn't generalize every single Christian, I guess. Right? So, but it's like to a Muslim, you're in their belief structure, right? It's not that Jesus wasn't like, who he said, like, in other words, it fits, right? He's like sent by God and everything. Like here's his God's son, right?
Yeah.
But it's that Muhammad is also like
a prophet.
Yeah, he's the final prophet, right? Just like Jesus was a prophet, just like
Say Trump's
John,
prophet.
John the Baptist.
Everybody got a prophet. You get a prophet. You get a prophet.
Yeah,
You get a prophet.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Everyone's a prophet. They say it, right? Like that's just if you're convincing enough.
Yeah. So, but the thing is like, right, to a Christian, like you on average, it's like everything after Christ didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like, but it kept on happening, and therefore, right? In other words, it's like they think that this is not related to us, right? That it's like after Jesus, there's no other prophets. But that's kind of also not really what the whole story.
Aren't preachers and like priests, I'm sorry, aren't they supposedly like mini prophets? Because isn't it supposed to be a calling that they go and preach the word and God's talking to them to preach?
Is this the excuse we're using for wars? Is that what the conversation is? Is this
No,
for killing millions?
Yeah, kind of, right? Where it's more of like discussion of like why like, because back to James's point, right, where and to answer your question, James, yes, right, it is some sort of like massive sort of conspiracy in that regard, because in other words, like if the average American kind of knew that, the guy that called himself a God-fearing Christian, right, knew that at the end of the day, like what is going on over there to enact, quote unquote, what some true believers call God's plan is pretty bad, right? Like how can you rectify the two? You can't, right?
Yeah, but the problem is I don't think he said to drop bombs and missiles on people.
He's quiet. I can't barely hear him.
Yeah, you're a little quiet, Deuce.
Let me get you closer. I don't think his intention was for bombs to be dropped on people, but I looked something up that I thought might, was a little interesting. If you look at just from 2000 on, a Brown University did a study. U.S. defense contractors made approximately $2.1 trillion in profit just post 9/11.
Yep.
That's just post 9/11. And if you want to go to like the U.S., UK, and France, selling arms to Saudi Arabia, that's 100 billion. UK and France exported roughly 50 billion in arms from the Middle East, so they were buying weapons. They can't even make weapons. They're so damn sorry. It just goes. Oh, we don't even have to go to the oil. The oil is ridiculous. It's $39.5 billion. You know what I'm saying? So if you really look at a lot of this stuff, it's really just money. Netanyahu, he's getting support from the U.S. because he allows us to make a shit ton of money off him. And I think Trump, at the end of the day, he thought he could break that cycle, and he got in there and someone slapped him around like Elon Musk got slapped around, and he's now tucking his tail and, doing whatever he's told.
Deuce, I want to actually introduce him because I don't know how much longer I have Paul. So, and Paul, just let me know at any point. Mm-hmm. But I actually have these videos I'd love to react to. This is a good time to move into that because I don't know if y'all know, and also check before in the podcast if you're watching this in a chopped up video, because we talked a lot about Israel and all those kind of connections, and we had a lot of actual religious conversations in this pod. But Bibi Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel, was actually in America recently, and he stopped by to chill with the Nelk Boys. I want to get your guys' opinion on this, as far as like from their perspective, platforming them, and also the message that's being pushed here. And I'm just going to play one video. I have several, but I'll play one video to kick it off, and I'll get your guys' opinion on it here. So go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I just wanted to. So in 1970, boards and agencies of 10 Protestant churches held over $200 million worth of securities and top military contracts. And then 2024, total NSGP funding available was over $650 million. So it just goes to show that like our churches and our defense contracts are kind of all intertwined, and it just kind of goes to that whole our military fighting religious wars.
Great information. Totally fucked up the segue that I just did.
That's pretty profound.
Sometimes you got to think about this as in a producer's mind, Paul. We're producing this shit as we go. This is going to be a small video in the future. You just fucked that up a little bit.
Sorry,
but now we're explaining that to the viewer in the future, that we recognize that you're upset at us for what just happened to Paul. and we recognize it. We're pissed at Paul for it.
I was gonna be able to bring it up after the video, so it's
no,
like
I'm playing. We're just having a good time with it. But no, I feel you.
Yeah, I
It's
got
good
you. My
information.
bad.
No, good information. But we are gonna move into these videos real quick, just because, like I said, I really want to get your opinion on as much as I can. So this is Nelk Boys, Netanyahu, and this is the first clip.
They say Israel's like starving the people of Gaza.
Well, because we're trying to get the food in, and we let food trucks.
What the fuck is he talking about? Hold on, guys.
what a lie off the get go. I'm sorry.
First off, you gotta listen. You gotta listen with open hearts, boys.
This dude's a sack of shit.
We'll get canceled if you don't at least hear him out in good faith. Listen, guys. So they're starving because he's trying to get the food in.
Yeah, okay.
They're starving because he's trying to get the food in, boys. So
They can't get it to them. They can't get it there.
Yeah, exactly. There's too much food that they're sending in, so that's what it actually has the reverse effect.
To get across the 20-minute walk that it is to the fucking fences that they have.
Jay said, "Bro, that's AI. Gotta be." Yeah, he fucking wild out. To get asked that question, why are they starving? And he's like, first thing I could pull. Well, because we're getting so much food in. Oh, fuck.
So why are they dying?
Brother, a child just died of starvation yesterday.
Yeah, holy shit. Oh,
fucking 6-month-old baby.
Why do they say Israel's like starving the people of Gaza?
Well, because we're trying to get the food in, and we let food trucks in, and guess what happens when we let them in? Hamas steals the food, takes the good chunk for itself, then they jack up the prices, and then they sell the food to its population, to its hungry population, if they give them at all, and then use the money that they take from their own people to recruit more killers into their terror machine.
Which we're not doing.
So selling the food, but we're watching videos. He's acting like videos are now moms on the ground trying to scoop up flour or rice off the fucking ground because they ripped open the bags.
Yeah, too much rice.
What about the videos of them getting shot at?
Dude, maybe that's what he means. Yeah. The rice bags, they were too big. Yeah. So they weren't able to carry them with their malnourished bodies.
And then the A trucks being hit by strikes. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is like, I mean, you go look through Israeli media accounts, like social media accounts and everything like that. I mean, you just don't trust that guy, right? Netanyahu is the ultimate propagandist. But I mean, like if you read the people, right, like they absolutely believe every single man, woman, and child is Hamas, right? That there is no distinction, right? So when he's like, when you see these videos of crowds of starving people rushing the trucks and then getting machine gunned down, those are the Hamas people he's talking about.
Yeah,
like
it sounds just like the Nazis with the Jews. It's almost as if you desensitize your entire culture to think that this is okay, that this is how humans should be treated, because they want you dead.
Justified by a Holocaust that happened years ago.
Well,
and mind you, it happened in another continent.
Glad you said, okay.
It happened in another continent.
Well, it's like you're not wrong. This is the thing. Is like you're not wrong, right? Absolutely.
You actually got the Palestinians' land after that one.
This is back. Well, James is just barely scratching the surface there with the question about Islam too, right? Well, when you ask the same question about why are we supposed to care about that sort of thing happening in Europe, it's because it's the Jews are the brother religion of Christianity. That's where it came from. But it's used as a sort of like exploitive measure to get you to like what World War II was, right? It's appealing to the one sort of moral high ground that they might have, right? Which is like, well, we have the biblical legitimacy of like we're the good in the world, right? And
you think like, because they say Islam, right? They say a part of Islam stems off like the Nazis and Hitler and everything, right? But don't you think if World War II, or you come into the end of it or whatever, the start of it, and then you have 1 million or 2 million Jews moving into what Palestine was back then, right? Where it was mostly Muslims. And then you're taking over the land and then you start fighting with the people. Don't you just think you supported everything that the radical part of that people was saying in the first place? You know what I'm saying? Like,
you created radicals and now complaining about it.
Yeah, it's kind of like you kind of created it seems to we've created an issue, and then it's like now we're trying to like deal with the issue, but yet we're going to deal with it in the most inhumane way But if those same people were to have handled it like that from the very beginning, that would have also been an issue. So it seems like it's a lose-lose if you believe in the Muslim religion at this point.
Now, how much of the God bless you, and how much of the population of Israel agrees with what's going on in Gaza?
By most accounts, it's upwards of in some places of like 80%.
Holy fuck!
Yeah.
Well, you know what? We did have at one point like 70% of Americans agreeing with the immigration policy, and then now that's really dropped to a like far less.
Well,
than that,
even
but-
think about like war.
Yeah, but but the immigration policy is not like biblical tier like end times to like the group
we
of
weren't
people living there.
eradicating.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, because James mentioned the war in Iraq.
Yeah.
The one difference was we weren't eradicating. Like now I don't know how much information like they're allowed because Al Jazeera is like banned from the country, and like any news that shows that Israel's in the wrong is banned from the country. So I don't know how much they're seeing of like what's actually going on.
Some people say Haaretz has actually been better than U.S.
All right, so I got, as of 2024 approval rating, found that 58% of Israeli adults have unfavorable opinion of Netanyahu, with only 41 holding a favorable opinion.
Wow.
Yeah, but that's not an opinion on the situation in Gaza.
I actually have that. So I looked that up. I looked up support in Israel for war in Gaza. So this says overall trends. While support for ending the war has increased, particularly among the general public and Jewish Israelis, there remains a divergence in opinion regarding the desired outcome. In June 2025, over 60% of the public supported ending the war. A significant rise from 49%.
Yeah, but what are they like? But you can manipulate those statistics and like what the narrative is there, right? It's like what is ending the war to them?
No, well,
yeah.
the Channel 12 poll reported 70% of Israelis, including 36% of the coalition of voters, did not trust Netanyahu's government, indicting widespread skepticism about his overall policy approach. That was
wow. Okay, so that's huge to say that like as a worldwide view, we have to really remember to always separate the people of Israel and what Bibi Netanyahu.
Well, remember, okay, so at the end of the day, if you want to quantify that sort of thing, the Likud party, Bibi, and all of that is like the equivalent of like the neoconiest of the neocons, if you want to like put that into an American.
Bro, if you go back to March, right? I mean, if you go back to March, they supported what he was doing. So,
but remember, like okay, so if you go back to like the 1960s,
that got slaughtered. So
no, but I'm saying go back to March, 70%. You know what I'm saying? I guess there was a ceasefire or whatever. 60% supported resuming attacks in Gaza, where 38% opposed it. So I mean, it's kind of been changing over time, slowly.
But this is what people are like. Okay, so check it out, right? Even it doesn't matter really, like, because this is what that ultimate like narrative will lead you. Right, and implications of it's just the government. It's just the government. It's this particular, and then there's some that'll even paint it as like just a purely right wing thing, right? But if you push Israel's history, you start looking through it, or go back into it, right? When pushed to the edge, they are going to use nukes. Like we know this, right? We've seen it. Like with Israel. Yes, they during the 1960s when Egypt was like running its way up towards Tel Aviv with all its tanks, and it looks like they were losing the Golan Heights. They deliberately pulled out their nukes and put them out in the open so we can see them, right? And I think that's kind of pretty much a statement of saying like, if you don't do something, America, we're going to use them. Right.
Okay, and that's a problem. We should have did something. We should have sent a nuke into their ocean.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
But it's blackmailed on their part against us, right? It's the threat now of like the parasite that kills you, right? Like I said like a while back, that like
remove it.
That like if you remove it, it kills you, or once it's fully birthed, it's going to kill you. Right. Yeah. So either way, we're kind of being sucked. You can't. You're in a no-win scenario.
Can you explain the parasite part though? The parasite part is confusing me. Like how How are they a parasite to us? I feel
Because
What do you mean? How are they a parasite to us?
well, like in regards to like
They feed off of us. And they're
well,
killing us.
it's a feedback loop, right? Where like we send a bunch of money to Israel, right? Or like they'll have a couple of people there that congregate and accumulate capital and certain things, and then they come over here and then they'll
when
weaponize
you say
it.
that though, you make it seem like we need them for something. I'm trying to figure out what I need them for.
No. A parasite, you got to remember, a parasite needs a host, right? So we're their host. Okay, they're feeding off of us, but it's also killing us. So that's where it's a parasite. So,
Yeah.
so then how do you get rid of that problem? It's a problem we inherited, and it's our fault. We swam in the dirty ass lake. We got the parasite.
But
So
not all
what
parasites
do you
are the
do?
same. You can kill some parasites. I'm saying it's a
Yeah,
parasite.
some he's saying that this is one that kills
He
you,
gives an example of one that
but what I want to talk about now is like, okay, so we all agree.
I got to get to these comments. So
Okay.
we're falling behind. So I'm sorry, Paul. I'll give it right back to you. Try to hold your train of thought. There's not that many comments here. So Jay said we have to ask ourselves: is our children learning "fool me, can't fool me again"? That might be in reference to the response to like Islamophobia, maybe.
Mhm.
So Sandor says there's too much food. Have you ever been to a buffet can't decide? Same thing. So that's in reference to they're starving us and it's because we're giving them too much food. Jay says G.W. Bush. For those that don't know,
Yeah. What he was referencing with the "fool me once, shame on
God rest the
yeah.
dead. He's like God rest the dead. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, Jesus. All right. So Sandor says Palestinians are paying for Europe's sins as far as like displacing Jews and things like that. And then Jay says, I never would have guessed that, Wiggy. I'm not sure what he was referring to, but you must have dropped some knowledge. And then Jay said it won't be immigration that gets the Republicans. It would be the Epstein case. And then he asked, what's the source? I'm not sure which one you wanted the sourse from.
Yeah, we could find sources.
Google. What was that?
I was gonna say we could find sources for anything Jay wants. So
yeah. I'm sure he's responding to something that we were saying.
I had a question
Sandor,
on what should happen.
last thing, real quick. So Sandor says if they have a question on what should happen to the Palestinians, it would disgust you.
Yeah. So I do have a question as far as like so back to Israel as a whole and its people. So we're at like how many people opposed the war, how many were for it a few months ago. Do we know like what their education is like as far as like towards Palestinians? Are they also taught to like have animosity towards
the Palestinians or the Israelis? Or it's because it is both ways at this point, right? Because
I had a customer who is IDF, and we've talked about this before, and like he said that like while like he has been over there, like he's seen books like their textbooks talking about like death to Israel. So like how much of that is from Israel as well? You know, like
yeah, that's an even more sick question to ask, right? Because
the problem is you can't put nothing past that government over there, bro.
Yeah, right. You've seen a video of Netanyahu himself saying like the way to deal with the Hamas problem is to fund it, right?
Yeah,
which is like that gives you the implication that he wants to weaponize Hamas, right? His intention
to weaponize them so they can be the villain.
War crime.
So can you kind of like give the Israeli people some kind of grace as to them being?
Well, there is
brainwashed to accepting Gaza.
There is videos, right? Remember though, there is videos of Israeli like super radical Israelis too, right? That we're not talking about the guys that are like going to the malls and living their best first world life. You know what I mean? But the true radicals, and there's all the settling.
You're talking about the settling.
Yeah, and you can see them like as like the videos are out there. I don't know if it'd be pretty hard to find nowadays on YouTube and stuff.
The thing is, dude, is like that's one thing. That's one radical group, which is the craziest thing that you can literally be so loud and proud about and get absolutely. You're gonna get some pushback, but it's not even like on the same level as.
What are you talking about? Settlers?
Well, just Zionism in general, I guess, right? Which is like
it's just like. It's like because people be like, "Oh, there's so much anti-Semitism," and it's like, well, I mean,
right. If you see a Jew on a boat a self-proclaimed Jew, because I think that's also weaponized against me, right? But if you see one on a boat, like staring at Gaza as it's being bombed, and they're like talking about future settlement, that's crazy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, when the president of the United States is talking about how good the real estate, or his son-in-law, about how good the real estate is, and then he's talking about us finishing the job so we can go ahead and develop the West Bank. That's kind of
I
crazy.
understand your slight with that family. It's justified, brother. It is justified. I'm not saying it's not.
I'm just mentioning a factual moment.
Somebody has TDS.
Yeah, I mean,
TDS.
it goes along with what he's saying. It's kind of like you're sitting there watching it happen, and you're like, "Oh, look at the value it's creating."
Yeah.
No, well, the Kushner family, they're big corrupt, dog. They just check the rap sheet. But nah, I agree, dude. Well, you got to think like Gaza is completely leveled right now. Netanyahu is literally wanted for war crimes. He refuses to answer for them. America's literally protecting them, protecting him from the UN. It's like we got to really take a look at all that and be like, what is really going on?
Well, and take a look at the goal to establish, and Wiggy, you kind of talked about this a little bit, but the goal to establish greater Israel. Everything in order to make that a reality is what's happening right now. The issues in Syria, the issues in Lebanon, this Gaza issue. I mean, all of it is really to enact that. I mean, like once Gaza happens, then I mean, I guess Egypt's next. That would be the next step, or at least part of it.
So is the thought, like, if you're pro this, is it that all of it's that like this is inevitable for growth, that like this has to happen
for the
like,
apocalypse, brother?
Like I'm trying to like understand like why, like how you can be for it. I understand that like we've heard like where they try to say that Hamas is hiding in the hospitals and schools and amongst the people, and that's why they're getting bombed, and not that like you just can't wait to bomb them. You have to bomb them with the innocent people, and that they're hiding them. And again, like it goes back to like the mirror theory of like, well, Israel's the bad guys to the Palestinians are the bad guys to Israel. And it's like at some point we as a society have to get to, you would think would evolve to a point that, okay, we are not a disagreement, doesn't mean people have to die.
I think with this, the common sense fucking take, and this is responded to you, but the common sense fucking take for me is that, like what Deuce has said, we're looking at a people where they live is completely leveled. There's no real ability to resist at this point. It's basically like you're beating a dead corpse at this point. So you gotta let up. Like if you're talking about the week after October 7th, and like I still had some issues with that, because if your goal is to take down Hamas, then I think it should have always been something that was more precise. But at least at a certain point could understand they did kill and kidnap. It was like over 1,000 people. So I mean, I get it. But now we're tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands on casualties in a
one-sided
area and an area. So like you're going from under 2,000 people, which is still a lot of people. I'm not trying to knock that. That's a lot of people to have killed, and people to actually invade your country. Like it's not a small thing. So we're in agreement on that. But it's like now you're looking at a situation where you have a people that are literally you're starving, you know. So that's another thing. Israel is actively trying to starve what amounts to a population mostly made up of children. So it's like, what the fuck are we doing at a certain point? It's very clear. They've been clear about their goals of, at the very least, you could give them the charge of ethnic cleansing. And I think you can get all the way to genocide, because I think ethnic cleansing is basically a fucking brother to genocide. Yeah. So it's like you are, because their argument would be like, well, we're not literally indiscriminately killing everybody, but it is built into the definition of genocide that you're cleansing a land ethnically.
And what's his name? The little clown on Saw. He never directly killed anybody either. It was just you kind of forced the torturous death upon people. Then it's your fault.
It's like the Charles Manson thing. But, well, I didn't do it.
Yeah, but it's like everybody over there. When you look at it, like so this is all because you had radicals and you were afraid of the radicals next door. So then you created more radicals around, and now you created more radicals and further away foreign countries.
They were always there. They were always there.
Okay, exactly. Radicals are always going to be there, but this didn't solve the problem. This didn't erase radicals. This increased the amount of radicals. How many radicals do you think are Americans now? Not that are anti-Semitic, but are against the Jewish government now. That look at it this way. Let's say certain politicians get into play here in the next 8 years. Let's say a younger generation that have now a negative thought towards the Israeli government. and now we pull all of our support, we pull all of our finances away from Israel. What good did it do then? It was counterproductive. So it's like none of it makes sense.
This whole process is counterproductive.
Yeah, none of it makes sense outside of you are trying to actively wipe out a group of people.
Well, I think
that's the only answer.
To the point of what you're touching on, and Wiggy, I see you just hopped in here, so I'll let you up here. But I think that is when Wiggy was talking about that we wouldn't be able to separate ourselves from the parasite of Israel. I think that the reason I disagree with that is because I do think that we're having kind of like a conscious awakening to this kind of like, I don't want to say Zog, but you guys know feel what I'm saying on that.
Agreed,
where I think that you have a generation of people that are going to be in politics, or at least be the voting body, that for the first time will generally have a negative feeling towards Israel. Like even one of my parents is hardcore liberal, the other one is more conservative, and I would say both of them kind of generically at least had some kind of general positive feelings towards Israel growing up anyways. Now that's no longer the case even for them. So here, let me just get to these comments real quick, then I'll throw it open to whoever wants to comment on that. So Jay was saying, what's the source? And then it was the source to your percentages. I just Googled it. So I took what was straight off Google just so the conversation could keep flowing. But I don't know what.
I use Grok, brother. I use Grok.
He used Grok. Very nice. Very nice. So Sandor said if they had a question on what, okay, I read that. Jay said in the Fool Me Once. Oh, this is new. Okay, so Jay said in the Fool Me Once statement was in reference to how bad Netanyahu's statement was. They were of equal caliber. And then Sandor says Zionists have the same books for children. Excuse me, and they're worse. Yeah, so I guess they're saying he's saying they brainwash their kids as well. Here he is. Sandor says Zios are brainwashed from birth. They're the most propagandized on the planet. Then Wiggy said, "My guys, my bad guys," and that's all good, brother. Glad to have you back. Sandor told us, was talking to you. He said, "Keep your pimp hand strong, Wiggy." And Jay said, "I just made the same point Paul made, ironically."
If you look at it, though, dude, like if you really truly look at it, though, like with Netanyahu, I mean, he literally was going to be kicked out of office before all this shit even kicked off. Like all this shit was just perfectly. Like
that's kind of the thing too, right? I mean, he's living out his prophecy, back to the age of the prophets too, because like he's been told by the most religious sort of like leader of Talmudic rabbinic thought back in during his election, that he's going to be the last prime minister. So he, you could almost argue that.
So the Jews, they haven't had their prophet yet. So Paul, the only reason I'm cutting in here, Wiggy, is because Paul said, "What does that mean?" So when he says the last prime minister, it's this bringing on of prophecy of their prophet.
Yeah. So he's their Muhammad
or Messiah, I should say.
So he's their Muhammad.
Right? In other words, like Netanyahu is almost like jaded in that belief, right? Like because it was a messianic, or it was a rabbinic leader basically telling him that. Like after you, like in other words, you're the tool, right? That's going to bring about the Messiah. That leads about to the Messiah, right? Like in other words, he's the last, and then after him, it's going to be the Messiah. So with the implications being that like kind of he's got the divine mission, right? Like no matter what he does, no matter what evil, no matter what, like even to the point of like almost like complete self-destruction is going to bring about something good for the Jewish people.
Okay. So that's what I'm trying to understand.
Tear them down miserably.
So is their belief that this Messiah is going to live for eternity, or that the
Jewish Messiah is okay. So like if you know what Muhammad is, right? So the Jewish Messiah. So the Jewish Messiah is going to lead the Jews to victory against all their enemies, right? So if you kind of look at that, right, almost what Muhammad did in that regard, right, for in regards to like the inheritance of the Holy Land and things like that,
right?
Yeah. Yes. So
didn't the Jews say they killed Jesus Christ? Didn't they say they killed?
The Romans did.
Like, okay, no, well,
that's the Italians.
No.
All right, guys.
No, I mean, like there's a lot to like, because like remember, ultimately humanity and groups of people all, like have a lot of factions, right? And we're talking about events that have happened over the course of thousands of years, right? Some completely disconnected from others, and some in like that respect.
Yeah,
but it's like
I'm in the Bible where they say something like that. It says something like that.
Well, he was killed by the Pharisees, right? Which are basically like the people that like because before the destruction of the temple, right? That it is what led to like rabbinic teachings. In other words, it's like since the temple's gone, now there's no longer like because the temple was what like led to the most inner of holies and everything like that. Like in the middle of the temple is where you like
the tree and Avatar.
I guess, right? Where like in the middle of this Jewish temple, right, is where like the highest priest interfaces with God directly, right? And it's actually where the Ark of the Covenant was stored. But this is people like, you know, you starting to get this kind of stuff here. So like when Pompey showed up, this is also remember when Pompey showed up, the Roman Pompey Magnus to and he conquered Jerusalem, but he didn't level it. Not like later, like that came through the Jewish rebellions and things like that, right? But he got there and there was no ark. Which
Christ. That's what I want to know. Who killed Jesus Christ?
Well, you would argue that it is indeed it's just like who you ask, right? Because yes,
so many people claim to be the killer. You know,
yeah, everyone's like, yeah.
Well, who ordered the hit? Who ordered the hit? Who stabbed him?
Who killed Tupac?
Who claimed
We're
it?
really trying to find out right now.
Just
Okay,
like in Chicago, who claimed that shit? That's what.
Everybody claimed it.
I think P Diddy did it. I think
Everybody
P
did
Diddy
it. But really, I'm trying to understand because it kind of goes back to like Trump saying like don't worry, you'll never have to do this again. You'll never have to vote again. Like what does it like when you say you'll be the last prime minister and then there's the Messiah. Okay, so the Messiah lives for 50, 60, 100, 80 years, however long that they're.
It doesn't matter how long the Messiah lives. What matters is that
what is their end game? A kingdom? Are they looking for a kingdom?
No, they're looking for really what happened, like with, like I said, like the Muslim conquests, right? They're looking for they want the Messiah. Literally, go look at the rabbinic like and all of this it's that when the Messiah comes, he's going to lead them to victory.
Yeah,
they don't know what really
take
like
over
victory.
The whole region.
Take over the whole region, or
it'll be the kingdom of Israel, or whatever,
right? And then bring all like because ultimately, right? Like all nations on the earth are supposed to pay homage to this, right?
Well, that's
like,
not going to happen. So they're fucking idiots. So this ain't going to come true. So they really need to look at their seekers and all tellers and be like, get with the times. This isn't fucking 1387, okay?
Motherfuckers think they're living 300.
What the fuck are we doing here? We're gonna take it all.
But that, you know, and I have friends that argue it's like, well, no, they don't think that. They don't think that. But it's like that's the tool for them.
Right.
But then
if you don't think it, then why are you talking?
But it's like, well, you know, but like, man, some of these people sure do seem like true believers. You know, like.
Well, they believe it, all right.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if they adopt it though for their own really like kind of like cynical kind of material ends in reality. But here, let me just read these comments here that we got from Jay and Sandor. Sandor said, oh, by the way, Jay said that our sources are blue-pilled. Deuce. He said your Grok is fucking lib, even though he was calling himself Mecha Hitler fucking 2 weeks ago. Sandor,
somehow the AI always gets back to being liberal, you know.
Somehow.
I don't believe it's liberal. That's the crazy part. I feel like it's just
no, it's just when you bring up facts and like and like things, it kind of starts to make sense to be a little more liberal.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're trying to say your
ideology
is superior, even the AI
Grok, Gemini, all the AI says it, not me.
Honestly, bro, it just gave me data, dog. Like,
ask Grok if a man could be a woman. Let's see how woke they really are, Paul. See how much they really agree with you. So Sandor
says Gemini.
Yeah, exactly. Sandor says the third temple, the three red heifers, Armageddon. So that's another thing. They want 3 red cows. So that's gonna
3
bring
red
on.
cows.
That's
Okay.
In my community, heifer mean a different
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, me
You know what's
too.
crazy?
Yeah, he said 3 red heifers. Like, God damn,
And
3 fat red bones.
But to kind of like talk on like what we're already touching on here,
Don't we all want
like
red heifers?
it's like when that prophecy gets put down that there's going to be these 3 red heifers and they're a sign of Armageddon coming. They're trying to force that. Like they're shipping the fucking heifers in. They want to.
No, I mean they're literally reading that's their interpretation of what's written, right?
Yeah,
it's not that they're forcing it; it's that they're like, just like back to the like the being the led by the whole Messiah thing. You typically people fall into that, right, when they think the world's about to end, right?
Yeah, but don't you think you're undermining the prophecy if you're fulfilling it yourself? That's this.
I mean,
self-fulfilling
didn't you guys read Dune? Come on, right?
Yeah,
like this is kind of like it is the self-fulfilling prophecy, but like you also kind of like you know.
Yeah, but that's the fuckery along with Dune. But Dune would be kind of like feeding into my point of basically I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe you fulfilling the prophecy doesn't make it untrue if it. I don't know. I guess that's the question. Like in the case with Dune, like what you're talking about, and you have all these people that are behind the scenes making these things happen. I don't know. Yeah, like to me, if it's a prophecy and it's something that you're actively causing to happen, well, then it goes against the fact that it was foretold in a way.
Mankind's so stupid and so smart at the same time. It's so ridiculous. It's
that is the problem, right?
Like buying into all this prophecy shit. And again, the problem with religion, the fact that it's like I guess who's to say that he's not a prophet? Well, I mean, goddamn, looking at all the prophets throughout history, again. Some people say Trump's a prophet. Everyone's a prophet.
If you force the 3 red heifers, for example, here, if you force that, then to me that takes away the kind of like the supernatural aspect of the prophecy.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
for me, it means you have no faith in your prophecy to make that it's going to happen.
It means it's bullshit.
Wiggy, what's your opinion on that? Because
faith is a part of religion. You have to have faith. That's the whole problem.
Well, Wiggy seems to not have that necessarily that feeling on it. So that's why I'm kind of curious. What's your opinion on that? Oh, we lost him actually.
Maybe the prophecy is that it will.
Jay's comment. The Jew says that the Jewish people back then. The Jewish religious leaders, particularly the Sanhedrin, I don't know how to pronounce that shit, accused Jesus of blasphemy for claiming the Messiah of the sun or the sun god. They lacked the authority to execute him under Roman law, so they handed.
Where the fuck did you see that comment? That was I don't see that anywhere here.
It's right here. You got pulled up. Romans killed Jesus. They were pagan.
Yeah, but you said a bunch of other shit.
Yeah,
no, I'm responding to it because he's saying that. I'm just saying that it says that the Jewish council, figures handed him over.
So that's what I was saying earlier with the Judeo, with the Jews, is that they don't look at Jesus as like the Messiah. Like he's not God's son. He's just a being. So it's like,
well, yes, absolutely right. But then it's like
they handed them over to the Romans.
But that doesn't inherently make them like the heretics that you would. That a Christian would call a heretic, right? It's not that exactly. Like it's that and I mean, honestly, back to like what James was asking about, why would they want to push something like the foundations of our civilization is Judeo-Christian, and then therefore like not include Islam in the Abrahamic umbrella, right? Which is
Yeah,
I know, but what I'm saying is they handed over Jesus to the Romans and said that he was basically a fake prophet. So I'm just trying to figure out.
Holy shit.
Hey, Deuce,
bro, you got it.
Deuce, do you look at Islam as an Abrahamic religion?
Are they your brothers?
Honestly, they're all similar, dog. But at this point, like, I mean, what is really up and down? What is the truth with all these religions at this point? Because they all seem to be contradicting each other. If we're being honest here.
Well, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, they all have parallels and then spread apart.
But they all contradict each other, and that's how they're all supposed to be. They're all written at different times.
Yeah.
One was written right after
almost
Christ.
as if humans can manipulate things over time. It's amazing.
300 years after Christ was dead. The other one was supposedly the most accurate. It's just, and then once you get to the Roman Catholic times, the Catholic Church fucking reread all the Bibles and took out shit and put shit in for control purposes, so they could spread it across the world.
So they kept all the gold.
Yeah, so my whole thing is, dude, it's like it's very hard when we talk about religion to base present human life on it. You know what I'm saying? Because we know that it was influenced throughout time for sadistic, wrong reasons.
Yeah, but human instincts are still human instincts. Like for example, like as much as like Love Island sucks, and when you look at these reality TV shows and all these like
comment though,
wait, hold on one second.
When you look at like how these reality TV shows and stuff go, and you look at the fact that like, okay, these things are happening on camera. They know that there are cameras capturing every move. Yet they'll do something stupid and then try to lie about it, right? Or they'll try to manipulate a situation. And then what they'll say is that editing, that when the producers were editing the footage to air on television, that they manipulated the story and the narrative through editing. So you can see that happening out right now in modern day time through this is just human nature. Again, when it comes over the thousands of years of different regions trying to take power over all their other regions, you can see where parallel stories will then start to branch off each other based off of dominance in each region and like what they want us to their control. But go ahead.
So looking at like Jay's comment, right? Like I think I'd be curious to know, want to know his opinion on it. Would he call that, like, if a Roman worship Mars, is that like demon worship to him? Because it's like, I guess that's what a lot of Christians have, that view of paganism, right? Where it's like, it's kind of like it's some sort of backwards philosophical way to look at the world. But when in reality it was a little bit more nuanced than like what we're kind of taught, right?
Here, let me get to these comments real quick because that is a good point to what Jay's last comment was, which is the Romans killed Jesus. They were pagans. So Jay, if you heard Wiggy's question, he's asking like kind of what would you classify a pagan as exactly, and if you wanted to directly engage with his point, go ahead with that. Sandor says here, Jesus called out their dodgy payday loans and they lost their shit. Talking about
my boy crazy, my boy on some wild shit.
Who's a Sandor?
Yeah,
our New Zealand friend.
Yeah, no, he's on fire.
Sandor Clegane, I like it.
He said Pontius gave them a choice on Jesus or Grapus. The Jews chose to release the Grapus. The Jews killed Jesus. That's Sandor's claim. He's staking his claim there. He said, "Stop blaming the fucking Romans."
Again, it's always blown my mind how you have like Christians, like you're a Christian, but Jesus was a Jew. Jews didn't believe in Jesus, and then Catholics,
because you have to understand, Jesus was against the business of what they were doing at the time.
Jesus was immediately, you're right though. Like there was immediately he was co-opted by both groups, meaning the Jews.
All the business, all the money, all the control they had. He fucked all that up. They wanted him out of there. They had to get him out.
And then what's the Buddhist belief?
Well.
So that's separate from any of these.
That's more like Gnosticism that I speak of, and that's why the Gnostic Jesus thing is kind of like, Buddhism is about like enlightenment, nirvana, right? Like reaching that realm of, like spiritual understanding. Yeah, nirvana,
And then you have this different types of Islam.
Well, you asked Catholic Christian, so to address your question there, the difference between Catholics and Christians is Catholics recognize papal authority, so they recognize.
They also recognize saints, right? Which is kind of like that's a paganism, right? Yeah. Which is like to a
idol worship.
So where does Jesus fall? Like, is there like a difference between like the Holy Spirit?
They both believe that Jesus is God incarnate, basically, between Christians.
Okay.
Yeah. So whether you're Catholic or you're Protestant, you would believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God.
And then Christianity is a
shared
branch
belief.
off of Catholicism.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of different like.
Well,
yeah,
see, and
all the
then
different-
like very early on in the Council of Nicaea, in around 300 AD, right? You had Constantine, who was basically like trying to consolidate the church under governmental control,
Right.
because before that point, it was like Romans kind of co-opting Jesus to get to like sort of get the Jews under, like I say, like not under control, but kind of like assimilate them into the system. Like because you start looking at some of these like actions by the Romans immediately after, right, the crucifixions and stuff like that, where you're like, oh, okay, well, they didn't even know what they did was gonna have like really big political like big problems in Judea, right? But it's kind of like what Jesus was like. I don't want to say it because I don't know for full like I was there, right? But like in my mind, like he seems to have been like a dude that traveled a little bit and kind of like learned and read a lot of stuff. I think we do know for a fact that he was banished to Egypt as a young man, which is like interesting.
Yeah.
When you kind of like think about maybe what sort of influence that had on his like teaching or like his understanding of the world, right?
No, I think that's
And and like there's some people that say instead of like Egypt, right, that no, he went east, right, towards like what modern day Persia, like because there was a lot of Jews that like during like when Cyrus came through and the destruction of the temple by the Babylonians, that were kind of integrated into the Persian elite. You know what I mean? So that sort of like had like a still like pockets of what you would call like original practicing Jews in those areas, But the idea that he was just like some dude that was born in Israel or wherever, Palestine, whatever you want to call it, or like outside, and then like spent his whole life working against the church or like something like that. It was just like it didn't work that way. Like he obviously went somewhere and like came back and was kind of like disgusted and like not happy with what his people were doing.
Right. Maybe he was just like a really wise, educated fellow that like through his travels saw different types of cultures and ways of life and things like that. Like where does like you have all like different types of religions in Africa too. Where does like demons and the devil come into? Like, do all religions have that as well?
Here, I'm going to pause you because Paul, you're asking great questions, but we can go into tangents on these questions. And I want to get in. We have a lot of comments here. No, but you're asking great questions. That's why they're almost too good. I got to pull them back. Jay says, rebuild King Solomon's temple. So he's ready for this shit to be over. Sandor Clegane says, Trump's not a prophet. He's a god.
Yeah. My bad.
Paul might have a conniption.
Yeah, put respect on his name.
Yeah,
Jay says all of things would show themselves very soon. I don't buy the greater Israel theory either. So you'll have to let me know what you mean by you don't buy it. Like, do you not buy that they're trying to enact that, or do you just think it's not just? Yeah. And then Sandor says you have to enable all messages in chat. James, I saw when you put this comment in there, I don't see any kind of ability for me to adjust that, not here anyways, but when I get through these comments I'll look through the settings a little bit and I'll see what we're looking at, but I'll let it be the fucking Wild West in this bitch if I can. Jay said yeah, Jesus was betrayed by Judas, and Sandor says all religions are built off the back of paganism. They mix things up a bit. Change the names. Excuse me.
That's how I feel.
Jay said,
Judas, that was brother or friend?
That was one of the disciples. Jay says Jesus being the prophet threatened Roman authority. Y'all know this game works. They couldn't have that. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I've actually heard before, by the way, like I've heard some religious scholars talk about that potentially maybe the Bible is actually supposed to be taken like almost completely symbolic, and it's actually a way in which people were discussing like things happening, like in the time, like basically some of it's supposed to be meant if you would have been metaphorically, and if in the time you would have taken it from that context, it would have been much more clear what it was referencing.
Yes, which
and
is
so-
something that we talked about.
I mean, we know that Jesus existed, right?
Well, yeah,
Like,
yeah. So he's a real person, but like imagine imagine if because there's documentation of a Jesus from Nazareth actually existing. But like imagine if like we didn't have technology in the documentation we had, and
the Romans love to write everything down, bro.
Yeah, man. I mean the Enlightenment period.
We'll pull up the birth certificate.
But like imagine like let's just say, like, hypothetically speaking, in the 1950s and 60s, we didn't have technology, we didn't have the documentation, right? And we were far away from all the technology. You could have painted MLK as a former Jesus. Like there's people that could sit there and embellish stories, but he's someone that's wise. There's someone who's speaking the message of unity.
Yeah, you got to make them white.
Of doing it. Yeah, well, the English version of doing all this for for the greater good. It's so like I can understand that, and that's my thought. Is like it's always like embellished stories, and it's such great myth, like just messages and the great fables and every single one of them.
The lore,
and it's like
A1.
And it's more of like just a guideline, and people have used it as a literal sense for control and for gain, and that's kind of where like I feel like the disconnect. But I'm asking the devil and demon thing because I am someone which I've talked about before that seen ghosts, have had incidents of all these moments. I believe in like demons and stuff like that. So, and the one thing that always brings me to like maybe I'm completely off on religion is that when you listen to like the people who do exorcists, they're always priests, right? And the way that they talk about it, you can tell like they've actually gone through this shit.
Yeah.
And it's like if the word of God is the way to get rid of that, then I don't know if it's necessarily fake. It's just really interesting because by the time we die, it's too fucking late.
See, but here's the thing, Paul. Just one point that you made about Jesus. I do see where it says like what you were saying, basically that some people talked about this person, and then they're basically saying, well, the rise of Christianity happened so rapidly that like you had to have had a founder. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I just don't know if I believe it. You know what I'm saying? It's just hard because because in the other part it says like there's another minority group of scholars that believe like it's mythical and there's not enough evidence to kind of prove that it happened based off just
There was life before religion, so what did they believe before life started?
Well, here, let's get Wiggy. I want to give you an opportunity because you emphatically said, obviously, we all know that Jesus Christ existed, right? And then, so now Deuce is saying, I'm not so sure that's the case. So I want to give you a chance to respond to that. Then I got to finish these comments, and then
they're saying he's a Jewish preacher too. So how are you a Jew? Like, he's a Jewish preacher. But
saying he existed isn't the same as saying something like which is like which old Christians would consider heresy under the orthodoxy, right? Which is like he wasn't like co-equal to God, right?
Yeah.
Which he like that was something that was like if you said early on that like maybe this Jesus dude was like just like like trying to reach nirvana, sort of like if you want to give it some sort of quantification.
Well, but you're saying that the person that we're reading about in the Bible generally existed, whether or not we can actually say definitively that it was
we know almost for a fact because it's like the Romans had to like deal with it, right? Like it was not something like because and we're talking about people that weren't converted to Christians yet,
right? The Romans are the victors, and they talked about Jesus.
So how do you feel about that, Deuce?
Okay, well, I'm just saying. Okay, so my whole thing is it's saying it's a Jewish preacher who lived in circa in 4 BCE to 33 CE, taught in Galilee, was crucified in Jerusalem, right?
Sounds like the guy we're looking for.
That's
33 years old.
What I'm saying is like, who's to say they just didn't take this man's story and then use it for something else? You know what I'm saying?
That's the whole point. Yeah, that's the whole point. Right? But that's the whole point, right?
So we're on the same page there, but I'm just, based on that, it's kind of like that's kind of the same stories that are written in the Bible, right? Some are similar to that. So it's like, who's to say that this is not just the original
David was some short dude that beat up.
Remember that, like, if you don't just look at the Bible in isolation, right, and kind of just start looking at like all the world's sort of foundational like myths, sort of like that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is pretty universal that we all talk about the cataclysms, right? The world, like a near world-ending event, right? Like that seemed to have like pretty much birthed what is modern humans in almost every one of these instances, right? Like you go like the biblical flood and Noah, right? And or like in the Vedic traditions, there's like huge, world-ending events where then like everything is built out of math and stuff like that. It's crazy. Right? You start reading about like these Chinese, like they're like the 4 pillars of the world came crumbling down, right? And because they're all about building dikes and stuff too. So like their earliest, forms of government are even just around like redirecting rivers, right? Like in dikes for the big 2 rivers there. But it's always talking about like, hey, the gods like to mess up the whole planet, and then like, all the rivers and things flood, and like life sucks, and then we have to rebuild.
Well, Pompeii was because the guy was mad.
Well, I was just gonna say, don't you think that natural disasters are going to be something that all these different cultures?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to, but what I'm trying to say is that the Bible does like, because it obviously has like in the deep, because if you go look at these like the earliest bits of like the Bible are references to references, right? Almost,
yeah,
right, where it's like these sorts of events happened in when people were living so like, in other words, like
very primitive and stupid.
Well, it's just weird, right? Where it's like people are living like, and I'm not saying I believe or if it's true or what, right? But they're living these 1,000-year lifespans, right? And and the world is a completely different place described in these like mists of creation.
Yeah, all that was wild when I was reading.
I need whatever they got.
Like he had how many kids at 580 years old? That's
and Wiggy. So question here, because I do respect how just intellectually.
Well, it's because like
charitable you're being, but don't you think you can look at that and say definitively like that might be actually bullshit that people are living 1,000 years?
Well, yeah, absolutely, right. And it might have just been like a way to create a sense of deep time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
Like,
or how about like what's the flying bug? The fucking the came in droves. Fucking
Lotus,
right? Like that was a whole godly event, and it's happened so many times. And it's like it's not godly. This is just what they do.
Well, see, that was what I was gonna say, Paul.
Well, okay, so
in that context, where it's like if we go to a fucking tribe in the middle of Africa that has never seen an atomic bomb, and we drop an atomic bomb, they're gonna think God did it. They're gonna think some higher power came and made that happen, right? So my only thing is like some of this stuff could be them just trying to interpret what's going on and not really have the tools to do it.
So that's the thing, right? So it's like if you kind of like look at it from a different point of view, right? The whole biblical narrative about the floods and things like that. Well, especially something like Noah, right? Where it's talked about in a way that it's like, yo, this is a long time ago, right? Like this is, like 10,000, like almost. This is what I'm going to kind of spoil some things here, right? But at least from what we know, because you ever heard of this discovery in Turkey that's called the archaeological site is Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah, I heard of that.
Right. Yeah, it's a really big one, and it's super like it turns the whole narrative of archaeology up on its head, right? And I'm not saying it's like, oh, it confirms the Bible's real, you know what I mean? But it's more like I get it. You start to see like that, the tales of like things like massive floods and like really bad events that
civilizations.
Like, yeah, well, it's like, well, what is it like, And that's the dangerous part, right? Right, like the ancient aliens and all that stuff is like, come on, bro.
Yeah, but look at Texas right now. You have a town right now in Texas that after the flood waters have settled, their town is like covered in sediment. Like it's they cannot get to their town anymore. So that's a buried town. So let's say 500 years from now, the people are gonna look back and say that that was God. You know, God did that to them.
Actually,
not just that though. Like, but like what I'm trying to get to with
it's been underwater for 50 years.
Is that like the Bible isn't special in that regard, though? That's the problem, right? Is that we've been taught that the Bible's kind of super special in that regard, right? That like humanity suffers from these because like I'm telling you, like I think I sent it to James, right? Some of these like talking about the Younger Dryas and the end of the Ice Age, right? And this stuff is kind of like when you start peeling that back and looking at it, and like you're looking at kind of like myths that people had, right? And the I guess what the book was called back in the early 80s is like the fingerprints of the gods kind of concept, right? Where it's like what humans were trying to do with that sort of stuff, right? Is kind of explain like, oh my God, like, right, like your entire civilization can be wiped out like in an instant, you know?
Yeah.
Or like and like there's no real like coming back from it, right? And it's like the it's not really trying to teach us the lesson of like, oh, you know, like more like especially in the case of Noah, right? It's more of just like a straight up like, yo, like everyone died and there was like a couple of people and animals left, right?
Well, and that's what I was going to say is, what if Noah is just some guy that he was like, hey, listen, man, it looks like it's going to fucking rain, and I'm telling you, like we're about to get a heavy flood coming up.
Okay, so you're absolutely right. But the thing is like Noah didn't take a prophet in Noah to see that, like, okay, because the whole event that ended the Ice Age, right, is now speculated to have been this sort of kind of like possible, like multiple, like you ever heard of the Tunguska, the strike in Russia that happened in like 1908 or something like that? It was just like an airburst meteor.
I'm not familiar with that, actually.
Right. You should look into it, and because it's all tied to this, dude. It's so deep because it's really interesting about this whole like, and I'll even go back like Tepe itself, right? Where if you look at the whole archaeological structure, it almost seems to be like a monument to like marking a specific space in the sky, right? And that's a general like that's you know that's still a theory. It's called archaeoastronomy, right? Where you kind of look at, you know, these symbols that they have on these pillars, right? Which is like, you know, like, yeah, dude, this is crazy. This is crazy stuff. Like you have like on these pillars, you'll have like a crab, or like a lion or a lizard, right? And then you kind of look at the pillar and line it up with the sky, and you kind of like maybe have a realization, because like yes, it's changed since then, and you could even mathematicians can like play back the sky, right? We can figure that out. And you look at these monuments and they're like pointing towards these constellations at this specific time 11,000 years ago. Right. So you're like, and then especially in the constellation of like the bull, the Taurus, the one, the Taurid meteor stream sits like, if you watch because the Tunguska meteor event was like part of that Taurid meteor stream. We pass through it 2 times a year. In July and then in December. And when we're passing through that stream, it looks like, if you're watching the meteors, they look like they're coming directly out of the constellation. You know what I mean?
How accurate do you think they really can be with with like all that from like you know?
I would venture to say that you can look at the stars and their positionings with more mathematical precision than any like digging in the dirt can give you like an idea of what they were thinking, right?
But I'm trying to say like
when you look at like that monument and you realize, like in the case of the Giza Plateau, right, where the Sphinx faces across the river.
Don't starbits orbit like, you know, like planets have their own stars, and then they have their own orbits, and then there's
Yeah, but it takes like so. For instance, you and I are looking at the same stars that someone 10,000 years ago was looking at, but they're in a different position at different times of the year.
So you don't think they shift at all, though?
There is shifting, right? And there's more deep lore to that, where it's like it almost seems like we have been watching stars for so long that we have a knowledge of the shifting of the constellations into different forms, right? Which is even more interesting when in and of itself, right? Because it's almost like we have been sitting around campfires for 300,000 years looking at the sky and using that as a way to
eating mushrooms and shit.
Well, not just that, dude, right? Like, okay, so think about it. If you're the dude in the tribe, like if you're like little tribe of people that's like, hey, when the sun rises in this constellation, that's the time to go to the field over there and do this, or that this is the time to go get the fish, right? Does that dude have to go get fish anymore? Or is everyone going to bring his ass all the fish they can possibly get?
Until someone gets onto his shit and kills him.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's almost like you can set up an entire society around looking at what the stars tell you, which is the time of year, with like almost like day-to-day precision, right?
Ricky, we gotta say goodbye to Paul because it's getting late, so he's
Yeah,
gonna slide.
go.
So I want to make sure I can say goodbye. Go check him out, Paul B. Balcom, Balcom B. Paul. Go find him on Instagram. Also Threads, by the way. You've been sending shit through Threads, I've noticed. So that might be a better place to catch him at this point. But yeah, thank you for coming through. I understand because it's late. But especially since Deuce got on here, you guys probably would have a difference of opinion. Maybe I'll save it for another day. But we got to talk about the Obama whole shit with Trump saying that he's gonna arrest Obama. So
listen, I don't need to hear what you got to say back real quick. All I know is that we all know some bullshit. It's a smokescreen. It's all nonsense. The facts have been
cover
out.
up Epstein.
Hey, listen,
cover up Epstein.
I'll be real. He needs to go get
Listen,
fucking
I'm gonna tell you
Biden.
this. Trump.
He can't hear you right now, dudes. By the
Trump
way,
Epstein.
headphones on.
Roll Tide.
But yeah, hey, I appreciate you, Paul. And
Oh yeah, I wanted to talk to Paul about Nick Saban coming back to coach at Alabama because KB's
yeah, he's talking about Nick Saban. But so let me read these comments. We'll get to these comments, then I'll go ahead and run through these videos real quick so we can talk about all the other stuff because I do want to make sure we can talk about. And if either of you guys got to go, then feel free. There's no.
I'll probably. I got to go inside and kind of talk to the boys, but I'll be watching. I'll hop on and watch the stream for a minute.
Brother, I appreciate you. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for hopping on at all. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, man. We got to get more guys in here. I love the difference of opinions. You know, it's fun to debate. You know.
Yeah, well, bro, I told you I got to get into the Discord. I did actually see today that you sent me shit. I didn't see shit after the fact because I don't have notifications on my phone usually. I'm usually on Do Not Disturb.
Yeah,
so.
and I mean that stuff is cool, right? And it's like like once you start asking those kinds of like, man, that's
crazy.
Yeah, man, it's.
No, absolutely, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate the support always. And whenever I'll be on here for sure Thursday, I might even do something on Wednesday, but definitely Thursday I'll be doing it again. So if you're free, you're always welcome, my brother.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I've been sharing them, sending your video around, trying to get some boys in here. But people like to go play video games and stuff.
And I totally get that. But that's why we do it late. If they even want to hop on while they're doing the video games, I get that. A lot of my favorite podcasts, that's the one I watch them. That Hunter Biden podcast, I gotta watch it, but I gotta have stuff I'm doing while I'm watching the the crackhead muse about his crack adventures.
Yeah, I mean, I saw all that stuff. It's wild, man. They got some. It's just at this point, I don't even know what is like. You just gotta attribute everything as like people want their world vision to be enacted, and you're going to be like subjected to nonstop like propaganda.
That's true, and it's all a psyop. That's what Wiggy told me.
It's psyops inside of psyops, man.
All right, brother. Hey, yeah, go ahead, get in there with your family, and if you have time, please hop on here, add to the conversation. And I'm gonna get some comments.
All right, take it easy, guys.
Yes, sir. All right, talk to you, brother. Deuce, brother, thank you for popping in here as well. And like I said, if at any point you got to slide, I get it. I know it's late. People got to work in the morning. But I do have just a few more videos with Netanyahu chilling with Nelk. And then I just want to get to the Obama video, and then after that we can kind of decide if we want to watch any more. I don't think I'm going to get to the Hunter Biden video, unfortunately, tonight, just because I have so much. So that's going to be on Thursday, or if I do a stream tomorrow, I might do that because I have so much Hunter Biden fucking content. I could just react to that. He just was pissing me off. So I kept on seeing clips where he was pissing me off more. I'm like, I gotta fry this motherfucker.
Why the fuck would he go on there thinking it was okay to open his mouth about anything he fucking did during his president's party? You were the worst fucking son you could have possibly fucking did during that point in time.
100%. Yeah. Well, I mean, and he's just like, he's chastising people for not supporting his fucking dad and like saying people didn't do this and didn't do that. I'm like, bro, you are the fucking president's crackhead son. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, where were you? Where were you? You were snorting crack off bitches' titties and shit. Like, what are we talking about?
Which, hey, look,
out there fucking getting them to vote for your dad. You were up there snorting crack.
I might, just to give people a little taste of how crazy the interview is, if you haven't seen it out there, I do have a video here where he's explaining, like, you know, a lot of people think crack is dirty, but in reality, when you cook crack, you're actually cooking off the impurities. It's like, bro, you have to hear yourself and just realize if you're ever like kind of explaining anything good about crack, you're losing. You're fucking losing. So yeah, but either way, it's Hunter Biden.
He's a fucking idiot. Who goes on there and starts bragging? Yeah, crack is clean. No, it's not. No, it's not. There's nothing fucking clean about it. What are you talking about?
No, exactly. And never trust the smoker. Am I right?
Yeah, like, yeah, it's clean, but that guy's teeth is rotted out. Are you kidding me? He's got fucking plaque and gingivitis everywhere. God. And you talking about it's clean?
Yeah.
Look at the pipe. Does the pipe look clean? The pipe is fucking black and milky.
Release a list, Biden, from a couple years ago.
Jesus
what was that about? Why the fuck you didn't want to release the list? That is a valid fucking point.
Yeah, where's the briefcase at? Where's the
release the list from the past? Hunter, do we really think Hunter wasn't on that motherfucking island? Come on, Hunter's never passed down a party in his fucking life.
Yeah, dude, he was probably out there fucking raping young girls and snorting coke. Fucking weirdo. Allegedly.
Like everybody else on the island.
Yeah, I mean, and let's talk about that.
He'd have been in his element, to be honest.
People are like, oh, it's not a big deal. They're not releasing Epstein files. Of course it's not to you, because you're an idiot.
Because you're in it.
Yeah, of course not. Exactly, because you're right there fucking in the picture holding your tally swacker next to a fucking child. You fucking
weird. It's crazy because there's like, you'll see people like the people that argue for why I guess you wouldn't want to release it. They're like
Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, they're like, listen, the world won't be able to stand. The world won't be able to continue to function.
Yeah, I'm like, okay with a couple rich people getting off on crimes because our economy will be all right. Ben Shapiro, you sound like a fucking cuck.
And it's like, it's not just crimes. We're talking about child pedos, bro. It's like the most disgusting fucking shit in the world. You can't turn a blind eye to that. If you turn a blind eye to that, your society's just fucked.
You know how I feel about kids, dog. They're off limits at all costs. So
we love them. We love them.
Who's ever on that list
in the good way.
Whoever's on that list, I don't give a fuck what they do and who they are. Drag them out into the street, tar them and feather them and beat them to a pulp. I don't give a damn. These people are sickos. They should be handled accordingly.
We just lost a viewer. That's a fucking pedo.
He's probably on the Epstein list. You hear that? You hear that body? Track that motherfucker.
I stand, and we stand on what we said. What we said is what we said.
Track him down. You know he's on the list. Release that shit.
It might have been Bongino himself. Let me read these comments real quick. Then we get into these videos and react on dudes. So Sandor says, I don't want to alarm anybody or anybody, guys, but I think Jay is Jewish. I'm sorry, guys. I know this hurts. Yeah, it hurts to see one of our fellow brothers fall. Jay says,
brother, I'm sorry to tell you.
Jay says, LMAO, I'm too poor to be Jewish, Sandor. Oh my God, a broke Jew? That's fucking sad. That's a sad combination.
Broken black, that's great.
The Jay says, I had a comment before the King Solomon's temple comment that would make that and the greater Israel comment make a lot more sense. I feel that. My bad. I went and looked in the settings and I didn't see what you were talking about, Sandor, but also I'm streaming through StreamYard, so I don't know if like your advice kind of pertained to if I was streaming directly through YouTube. I don't know, but either way, so Sandor says you got 87 Bitcoins. Yeah, you're set for life if you got 87 Bitcoins, brother. You shouldn't lie. You'll get a big nose. Bigger. knows. Jay, I've always believed never was heavy in the church, but my faith has gotten stronger as I've gotten older. It makes more sense to me now than it ever did. I guess you'll just have to explain further as to like what you mean. To it makes more sense to you. Does it make more sense to you from like an intellectual perspective, or is there just kind of like some spiritual benefit that you get from it that you feel like
Glad you found God,
makes
brother.
sense?
I'm happy for you.
Yeah, I'm happy for you as well. Genuinely. Jay says, I wish I had those 87 Bitcoin. I'd be putting a studio together and buying you guys plane tickets so we could put on a show. Yeah, 100%, man. That'd be fire. We should definitely one day that should be a goal so we could have a in-person show. That'd be very dope. Maybe over in New Zealand we can go kick it with Sandor. Fucking pull up on fucking Daniel Hooker and shit. So Sandor says they're blaming the devil, the Democrats. And fair enough. That's fair enough. No way Noah built an ark. Jews don't do physical labor.
That one was crazy. I saw that one. That one was wild.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like, well, they couldn't give that one to the slaves. Not even that one. I was watching this shit with an Egyptologist, and he was trying to say that everybody that was involved with building the pyramids none of them were slaves. It was all skilled labor.
Yeah, that, dude, some of the shit you hear from people, it's just like, shut the fuck up, man.
Sandor said GG Paul. Yeah, no,
Who
it's
the hell
fucking
wants to go build someone else's fucking house for nothing?
Oh, exactly. In the heat, in the fucking Egypt heat, fuck all
Yeah,
that.
like, I need to go farm to make sure I don't starve, and you want me to go build a house? The fuck are you saying?
You gotta enslave people if you want some shit like that to take place. Dude got with his dead brother's wife, bro. Yeah, no, Hunter Biden is a fucking absolute scumbag savage. Please do not that's why it'll have to be a whole show, to be honest. Just the Hunter Biden show, because I have too much to say about it. You said what?
He had a woman love him. Poor girl. She just.
Well, bro, he did end up fucking. His brother died in fucking Afghanistan, and then he ended up fucking his brother's wife. Meanwhile, Joe's just standing. He's just like, Jesus Christ, wrong son died.
Hunter, can you just be normal?
Yeah,
Hunter,
could you please stop fucking your brother's widow? And he's like, no, Dad, I can't.
Oh, I love it. It should.
Yeah, which mine. I mean, hey.
It should have been mine, Daddy.
That's a sick fucking family. And then Sandor says, "Whoa, Deuce, what's with the negative stereotypes? Not cool, bro. Not cool." This is after Sandor talking about fucking what did he say about the Jews? Many things about the Jews. They don't like fucking. They don't like physical labor.
My guy's going crazy.
I don't know. That was my favorite one. Sandor said, "Yeah, but what were the kids wearing?" Yeah, I mean, we do got to get into the nitty gritty sometimes. GG Boys, Wiggy, yes, sir. Shout out to you, my brother. Thank you for popping in here for real again. And like I said, anybody that's watching Tuesdays and Thursdays, that is when I've been going live recently. I've been enjoying these later lives, so I shoot for around 9 o'clock as the earliest time I'll go live. But today I actually went live around 8:30 or so because I was just sitting here, so I was like, let me get into it. Bring your ideas to the table. Hell yeah. Bring your ideas to the table. Let's hash it out. Let's talk about it. You want fucking goddamn communism for all? Fucking let's talk about that shit. Yeah, let's do it.
If you want APAC running our government, let's do it.
Yeah, are you pro Zog? Yeah, that's a Zionist occupied government. That's just in case anybody doesn't know what that is.
Not in favor of that. Not in favor of that at all. I think we need to kick all these fucking lobbyists out of our country. Personally.
Yeah.
Lobbying should be illegal, in my opinion.
I think that there's definitely I think one of the biggest fights that we have in our country is trying to at least try to mitigate the influence of wealth in our politics and just the complete, like, there's just a Grand Canyon level of disparity between the influence that somebody that's a billionaire or somebody that's one of these big donors can have over you. And there's just something kind of in a democracy, there's just something kind of wrong with that.
Think about 10 of them motherfuckers saying, hey, we're going to money together.
No, that's a great point.
And then we're going to go over to this politician and drop a bag so big They just won't be able to say no, whether a Democrat, Republican, conservative, Green Party. We're going to drop a bag that's just so damn big that if they say no, we're just going to kill them, right?
This is my thing, though. I don't know that there's a bag big enough for me to overlook that genuinely. So it's like I know everybody has their price, and I'm interested in everybody's opinion, but it's like I think something that just completely despicable. I think if you put somebody in that position, you hope that they have sound judgment. And that's just something you can't have sit on your soul, or like I said, the soul of the country. When people say that our country couldn't survive, getting all these pedos out of, influential positions in industries or in our government, I just refuse to believe that we don't have people that don't fuck kids that could step into those positions and fill those roles. Of course, it would be a rocky situation and there would be disruptions in the economy, which would be terrible. But it's terrible that we've been complicit in this. And also, if anybody in our government that was directly complicit in this and felt like the ends justified the means on child sex trafficking, they need to go, and they need to go to prison for that. Like, just straight up. Yeah. What's wrong with my beard? And then also Paul said, ooh, pedos. Yeah, no, we can agree on that, my brother.
But see, that's the thing, though. I think when it comes to that conversation, people try to just kind of look over the part that like this also could tie back into just the overall way the system's set up in general, because like you have some of the most nefarious characters that are rubbing elbows with some of the people that are supposed to be the most upright standing people in the world. And I think that's why, like, I only think politicians should be able to get money from like normal working class people personally.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, that's a good idea.
That's the way it should go. Because then guess what that incentivizes? That politician, he needs money to fucking get in there, right? If the working class people are the only people that can give him money, guess what he's got to do when he gets in there? Make sure the working class people got money, need more money, right?
Well, and also he has to deliver for them. And I think that in that instance, another thing on top of that, and I'll give it right back to you, not only, in my opinion anyways, should only individuals be able to donate to campaigns, there should also be a limit. So it's like, if you have $1 million just to drop in a campaign, I don't think you should be able to just drop $1 million personally, regardless of if that's attached to your free speech, in my opinion. I think because it is putting you in a position to where now you as an individual are owed something, rather than when you give a politician money, in my opinion, it shouldn't be given with an idea of a favor being done back. You should be putting into this politician because you believe in their vision and that they're going to be representative of, the views of whoever they happen to be representative of, in depending on their position in government. And then Wiggy here says, bro, the dude that owned the home next door to Epstein's house in NY is on Trump's staff. Oh shit.
Yeah, no, the Rubenstein guy. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of connections to, I've realized, to Big D, Big Donald. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You think it's undeniable
at this point?
Bro, I told you last time on the podcast.
Well, no, I'm not talking about for you, because I think the thing can get to the point to where you have a reason to the point to say, I'm comfortable saying this, but I mean, has it gotten to the point to where you look at people that haven't come to this conclusion as you're kind of like buying into this?
As morons? Yeah, I do look at them as morons. Okay. I really do. I'm like, he wasn't there? Are you fucking joking? My guy's fucking in a video with the guy, laughing and kikiing, looking at the young bitches across the room. Like, we're not gonna sit there and do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? And this is all allegedly, but to just say that he had not been around Epstein that much is absolutely ridiculous. He said they were friends for. You got to take him at face value of what he says. He said they were friends for a long time, and this, that, and the third. Mm-hmm. Like, let's not just sit here and try to fabricate it, dude. And it wasn't just Trump. There's a lot of people that were influenced and probably.
By the way, Jay, I'm calling, bro. Get in the comments if you're still listening, Jay, because Jay, somebody, by the way, he doesn't think that there's like a that at least he doesn't think that Trump is directly complicit in anything. I don't want to mischaracterize your
shit with Pam Bondi where he's talking about talking about this. Come on, bro.
I don't want to mischaracterize your position, Jay. So that's what I'm saying. If you are in the comments, go ahead and hop in and let me know your position more clearly. But Paul, by the way, said donating should be for the cause, not favor. Correct. So that's in response to what I was saying. I don't think I read this actually. Sandor said, "How about no money in politics? Money is the root of all evil. After all."
Well, you gotta everything costs money though, so you need to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So I love that idea, Sandor, but I'm curious, what do campaigns look like? So I mean, just give me kind of an alternative vision.
You know what? You could do it this way. You could have it to where you can only send money to the parties, right? And then the parties have control over the money, whatever, right? But then also that shit could be also tracked by a third party like bureau that literally looks for crimes in politics, right? So you can only donate to whatever. But then, I mean, for me personally, there would be a lot of shit that changes in the way that shit works.
Yeah.
Like they get all the corruption out of there. Tie all that shit up. You know
Paul says, Paul, this is for you, Deuce. He says, so you admit that we were right about Trump's connection? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
Brother, I never denied Trump had a connection to Epstein, dude. That just is what it is. I mean, but this is what I'm trying to say, though. There are a lot of rich, powerful, influential people that are tied to him. I'm not the person that's going to sit here and tell you don't go get them. I'm the person that's going to tell you go sit the dogs on them. Go get them now. Go get them all.
So Jay says you guys have to agree that Epstein reaches into all of our elites. If it does, in fact, come out that's the case. Yeah, I agree with you on that. But one, I mean, from the evidence that I've personally seen, I know you said you hadn't seen that. So I'm curious if you've seen this evidence after we spoke last. But I think that there's evidence that Trump is a special case in that. I mean, he said, I think Epstein said himself that Trump had sex with his wife for the first time on his airplane, like literally on his airplane. So there's definitely a very close connection.
Trafficked his wife. Look how young she is.
His wife to him. She's like
40.
Yeah. No, I mean,
40,
so I think that there's no question that there's a connection. I think, in my opinion, there's no question that there's a closer connection than like associates or whatever.
Business
and yeah, I mean, I think you just got to kind of got to come to terms with that. And I think there's just no way around the fact that he's fucking covering the shit. Jay said, "Oh, I'm here, bro. I'm commenting."
There's just no way you're telling me to look the other way on something that you're just not involved in. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, I mean, but Trump literally, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but yeah, Trump is like, yeah, the pedophile, fucking international pedophile call, that's boring. Why are we talking about that? That's not important.
Yeah,
like, bro, what's more important, bro?
Bro, I was looking at the screen like, bro, is he fucking kidding me?
Yeah, like, what the fuck is more important?
Yeah, what is more important than the biggest sex trafficking ring of this century that tied in with politicians, entertainers, athletes, right? Actors, doctors, scientists, the list goes on. And you want this motherfucker was donating. And this is the thing. People don't even understand how deep this goes. This goes into our why you wonder why our fucking institutions of education are so fucked up. He donates to the most influential ones. You want to know why our scientists are fucking sitting here holding back information and lying all the time, but yet Israel's on the forefront of all this new technology? Well, Jeffrey Epstein and tied with all that shit, right? You wonder why all the entertainers are sitting here fucking doing weird, nasty shit, portraying bullshit on fucking taking bullshit ass fucking gigs to go on fucking movies and show goofy shit all the time. Like, bro, like, I'm not hating on no gay shit, but when Brokeback Mountain came out, it didn't make no fucking sense. 2 fucking gay cowboys in the mountains for a week? Like, what are we talking about? You know what I'm saying?
Bro, what the fuck are you talking about is the question. Brokeback Mountain was a psyop? Yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is, it's like
let's get us on some Alex Jones shit right now. Brokeback Mountain, it was a false flag operation.
I had to throw that one out there. But yeah, bro, the Bohemian Groves, the fucking all that shit. You don't think Epstein's the one that created that Bohemian Grove shit? That goofy, weird, where you blackmail motherfucking politicians into doing great. It's just, dude, all this shit is tied into each other, guys. Like, this is not nothing. If you just sit here and you pay attention and you just like watch people connect the dots, you watch people talk about certain shit, like, oh, okay, well, yeah, you can obviously see how that's connected. It's not rocket science. This dude,
just look at it for what it is.
Yeah, you can just look at it for what it is. Like, and if you don't think Trump wasn't tied to it or people around him, Trump, like Wiggy said, and Sandor said, Trump literally has people around him, working for him, still constituents of his that were directly tied to Epstein. And I just want those out here for all Ohio State fans that think that national championship meant something last year. Lexi Wexner bought that shit, by the way. Look up that guy.
Yeah.
Look up that guy.
There you go.
Yeah. Epstein worked directly for that guy, right?
Those are blood diamonds.
You know what I'm
in
saying?
that championship
more
ring.
More than blood in them diamonds, brother.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
And who'd they beat to get that?
I don't know who they beat. I can't remember all that. I got in that
Okay.
accident.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you blacked it out. Paul says that a party will choose their favorite candidate. Okay, if you take money completely out of
No, Paul. That's why I said you got to change the whole system because I would avoid that right there. Yeah.
Well, no, he might be responding to what Sandor said. I believe Sandor said that he would take money completely out of politics. So if I got that correct, I'm getting to these comments a little late. So you guys let me know in the comments if that's correct interpretation of what you guys are saying. But in that case, I mean, I wouldn't love all the power of who ends up running to be in the hands of the
we would choose
parties
everything.
either. I mean, it already is too much when you have things like super delegates and shit like
My
that.
system, you would get someone that comes to your house that's an official member of the government, and that's how you fucking vote.
Shit. Okay.
That's how you vote. No corruption.
Right, I like
you
that
get to vote on fucking everything. Everything you vote on. Any bill, any law, any legislation they want passed, you vote on everything. Everybody.
I like the J. Cole method. He said, let's just put it, everybody should have an app on their phone. Like, direct democracy right there. So Sandor says we have strict limits on money and advertising. Well, and I agree with there should be strict limits, to be honest. I totally agree with that. I just think taking it completely out, I don't know if you caught what my perspective on that, but yeah, I think it should be limited to individuals donating. Corporations and things like that shouldn't have an ability to donate, in my opinion. And then also, I think it should be limited. I definitely don't. No, definitely not. We already argued about this, Deuce. We already argued about this.
You don't think businesses,
do you not remember this debate we had?
I thought small businesses like under $1 million.
Just no. How about this? How about owner of the business? You donate. There you go. You know what I mean? We had this debate in length about the universe.
I can see that. I mean,
Well, and you said that then we ended up talking, and you were like, "Yeah, actually, I agree with you," because we were talking about we were talking about the Hillary Clinton shit. Her lawsuit, as far as like breaking that open. So, but Jay says here, at some point, it can't always be orange man bad, and is wrong with everything. Wrong with American society. I don't think anybody's saying it's just Donald Trump is bad, brother. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not saying that.
He is currently the president. He is currently a part of this cover up. If there's a cover up happening, he's a part of it, and he's out and out with it. It's not even like that's the problem I have with it. Jay is like he's not even kind of hiding it. It's not like he's saying like, yeah, we'll get you information. He's not kicking the can down the road. He's literally saying like, if you guys even still want to hear about this fucking pedophile ring, you guys are bad people. Yeah. Anybody that wants pedophiles to come to justice, you're a fucking scumbag in my book. You can't even be a follower of my political movement if you really want to bring these people to justice, whether it's real or not.
Bragging about it in your face, basically.
He literally is. Yeah, he's wagging his dick. And it's like, like at a certain point though, it does have to be Orange Man bad because Orange Man is bad. Let's keep it real. And then also a bunch of other shit is bad. I would be in agreement. If you want to point at some specific things that are issues, for example, previously when Biden was in office, I was critical of Biden all the time. I think Biden was a total fucktard, and I think that the Democratic Party deserved everything that they got through. I mean, they just made every mistake you could. At first, they're trying to run a corpse, a fucking puppet president, literally, and then after that, they don't want to hold any kind of primaries, and they just want to put forth Kamala as an option, which I mean, I have many issues. So I'm not coming from a position of like Orange Man bad. It's just he is president right now. And like this does have to do with him. And there is a lot of it's like where there's smoke, there's fire. Bro, it's a big ass fucking smokestack coming in the sky around fucking Donald Trump. And we can't not acknowledge it. And I think like you are kind of being willfully, I don't know if you're being willfully ignorant, but to the situation, but I think that you are, not being honest with his involvement if you're thinking that what I'm saying here is just Orange Man bad, because that's definitely not.
Here's the thing too, because I voted for Trump too, so maybe he's just thinking like maybe because you're not really.
I can't really hear you, to be honest. It's just
maybe it's because like he thinks you're not a Trump guy, he thinks you just hate him, but at the end of the day, bro, like being that I was a very big Trump versus over Kamala guy and stuff like that, and I kind of just look at it like this, based off what he said he was going to do, what he voted for, what we voted for, basically his promises. At this point, there's just a few big ones. There's like 2 or 3 big ones where he's really just fallen through the cracks. And as far as like, and honestly, like the Epstein case is really what is the straw that's breaking the camel's back. You know what I'm saying? Like he promised a lot when it came to releasing the information regarding Epstein, and he kind of backtracked on all of it at this point. Like he had people saying that there were 10,000 hours of video evidence, that he had documentation of flight logs, this, that, and the third, which he knew he was on them when he was saying all this shit. He knew he was on them. And he still said he was going to release all this information, and he downplayed his involvement when they talked about how he was originally on the flight logs that they found in Palm Beach and all this other stuff, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like it's not a fact that Donald Trump is just bad. I mean, he's bad if he did these things, right? Anybody who hurt kids is bad. But it's like if you want to talk about, oh well, Trump bad, everything, I get it. Like his other policies, like you may not think are that terrible, which is fine. Like that's debatable. But as far as like this goes, like there's no debating. If he's involved in this, you're not a good person. You don't get to hurt kids and turn around and be like, hey, I changed my life. That's really just not how that normally works. Especially if you look at people who do hurt kids, they're usually like have some type of fucked up situation in their head, you know what I'm saying, mentally, or, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like, we're not going to sit here and just be like, oh, turn a blind eye because, you know, we don't know if he was really there. No, we know he was there. We know he was there. That's not even debatable at this point.
Well, Jay, and I'm going to get as far as like where he's at now, but I will give him the benefit of the doubt. My bad, I'm fucking, I coughed and have some fucking nasty phlegm come up.
Allegedly. Let's just finish with the allegedly there.
Jay said, Jay was saying, and I think this is the only thing, you have to literally just believe that he wasn't involved. And I think that is where Jay is or was. He was still saying like he doesn't think that he was directly involved in that way. So, I mean, if you come to that conclusion, I mean, I think you have to suspend a lot of belief there to get to that conclusion personally, at least for me, I do
100%.
But maybe that is because I'm more skeptical already. I'm not a Trump supporter, and but I mean, honestly, coming into this this term, I didn't vote for Trump, but I was open-minded. I mean, me and Paul had many conversations about this. I was more willing to see what came of the will of the people. I think that I was willing to accept that he had won the election hands down and by a bit of a landslide. So it's like, you know, that's the will of the people. I was willing to accept that with democracy. And also I feel like the Democrats just did a poor job of representing their own side. And we talked about it on the podcast before, because they didn't have to run a primary, it allowed them to hug closer to that moderate position or even a conservative position. And then you see them trying to appeal to conservatives with having like Liz Cheney on the fucking stage with Kamala, as if that's a great thing. No, Democrats, just as much as Republicans, if not more, they're looking for anti-war candidates. Maybe not the donors, you know, maybe not the Raytheon fucking Democrats, but that's a really small portion. You lost voters like me. I didn't vote for Kamala or Trump, and I wasn't going to, because I wasn't going to place my vote with a person that I thought was going to continue to be complicit in the genocide, whether it be a slow rollout of the genocide, which is what I think Kamala would have enabled, or whether it would have been this more ramped up, chaotic version of what we're seeing with Trump, where, you know, which I don't think is better, to be completely honest. But at the same time, I think that in the long term, the Democrats wouldn't have been any better either if me as a Democratic voter would have continued to enable them to not be truly representative of their constituents and the people that they represent. Like if you're going to be a Democrat, you need to be fighting on things like universal healthcare at this point. There should be no reason we're subsidizing other European countries' defense so they can give their people healthcare. And then we have, it's the biggest single issue as far as like causing individual personal debt is bills, as far as like medical bills. So it's like these things have to be rectified. I want to pass it to you because I know you're about to say something.
Yeah.
And then you go ahead and say what you have to say, and then we get to these comments. But go ahead.
No, that's good. Yeah, I'll be quick. So I was just going through, just looking at different times that Epstein and Trump were seen together here within the last 15 years. In their 15-year relationship, they were seen potentially at 10 to 15 events over 15 years between the 1980s and 04. Right now, that is before Epstein. I think he got his first case in 05. Right. So it's just like, it's more than likely he was doing some nefarious acts with this man or had knowledge of what this guy was doing. So it's like either way, he's guilty by association at this point, because it was very well known that Trump made a comment that Jeffrey Epstein likes him young. He likes women, beautiful women like I do. He likes him young, whatever. So it was very out in the open. He knew what was going on with Epstein. You know what I'm saying? This is not speculation anymore. This is just kind of out there. You know what I mean? So it's not anything to just be like, oh, Trump's bad. It's just like, yeah, this kind of is something where we can't just be like, hey, we're going to look the other way. You know what I'm saying? I can't hear you, brother. I can't hear you.
Thank you for that. No, but I wanted to ask you this before I got to these comments. Damn, what was I fucking gonna ask? What did I just say? So I asked it out loud. God damn, you're not paying attention. Let me get to these comments real quick, and I'll try to see if I can remember what I was just about to fucking ask you. So Jay said, yeah, I do agree. Get them all if they're guilty of the weird shit. So that was, and it's been a little bit, so we've talked quite a bit since then. So, but that's in reference to the Epstein list shit. He's saying he doesn't want to protect any fucking pedophiles. Get him out of here. Jay says, so Epstein hooked him up with Ivanka. No, we're talking about Melania, his wife. So Paul says, I'm almost on the belief that Trump is Epstein and Epstein was actually going to snitch on him. And okay, might have been nature. So not literally Epstein. You're saying that he was the actual Epstein figure. Interesting. Okay, Paul. Like how you decided to share that after you got off camera. So you're leaving that up to Mossad to figure out who said that, or maybe they'll just kill the person.
Don't fucking raid my house, Jesus Christ.
Paul says Epstein was arrested, raided, and killed all under the Trump administration. Ivanka's whole life purpose was to birth Barron. Then Wiggy says, yes, sir, correct. That's the smoking gun, Paul. So maybe the administration thing is what he's saying. Wiggy's saying is the smoking gun. Paul says Bohemian Grove is over 100 years old, I believe. Then Sandor says Brokeback Mountain was a sweet love story, you bigot. That's fair. That's fair. I actually didn't see it. I was a little young at the time when it came out, to be completely honest. A lot of, plus I'm not gonna watch two guys push each other's shit in. What the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, we watch you guys fucking on camera. What are we doing?
Yeah, what the fuck? I'm an American man. But Paul says a lot of Republicans have been on the Grove community. Also, those weird Yale skull and bones.
You know who went to Yale? You know who went to Yale, Paul? Fucking Barack Obama. Stop it.
George W. Bush as well. So Paul says Brokeback Mountain
related, and they're all like fucking family and twisted fucking blood ties and shit.
Paul says Brokeback Mountain is a sweet story. You have to let me know when you're gonna share Brokeback Mountain with your son, Paul. Let's let me know, brother. Has he already seen it? Oh my god, good times. Jay, I'm being a troll with liberal institution comments. Fair enough, brother. We like the troll shit. Paul said Denzel said the party should control the money, and that would lead to a disruption in democracy.
No. But you didn't.
Money can be in politics, and the people can decide to vote for grassroots candidates instead. Go ahead, brother.
Well, no, I was saying like with what I would do is you would have to change a lot because like I would say you donate to the politicians, but there would be a lot more control by the people over those parties instead of those parties just having the supreme control they have now over Congress, the Senate, passing bills and all this shit, and local governments. A lot of that would go back to us, basically just with having an organization set up to hold them accountable. You know, I mean, which we don't have now. You know, our FBI, our CIA, well, our FBI is supposed to be a part of that, and they don't really, you know, they help create the chaos and keep it going. So, unfortunately, until we create a system that kind of allows money to be in politics, but it also to be regulated and kind of prosecuted if necessary, if there's crimes, then we're going to keep having because there's like you don't see anybody getting prosecuted for political crimes right now. It doesn't happen on either side. They protect each other.
Well, I think that's part of what's created the chaos that we're seeing with like Trump threatening to go after Obama and stuff. You are correct. There was a bit of this kind of like veneer of civility, basically, you know, like even when you oust somebody, you know, like Nixon, you don't go after him. Right. So it's like, I think that, and just based off like, is that good for the soul of the country or whatever you want to look at it as? Me personally, I think that we're at a different point in history where we are looking and just desperately, we want more transparency. And I think that's fair to expect from a government that basically asks us to waive any level of privacy that we expect. So it's like, yeah, at the very least, if I'm going to have no privacy in my own personal life, you could just fucking dig into my emails if you feel like it. At least give me transparency going back the other way.
Agreed. Like, why is it exactly what you're saying? Like, why isn't I should know where that motherfucker spent his campaign money? I should 100%. Exactly know where he spent it. If he spent it at Tootsie's in Miami, I need to know. Like, fuck.
Oh, you saw the NFL shit? We'll have to get off topic, but the NFL PA guy fucking got fired because he was going to the strip club and he was writing the money off and all this kind of shit.
I thought he resigned.
Good. He might have resigned. He might not have got.
Yeah, no, but they didn't say why though. It just said, "Hey, NFL PA guy resigns." I'm like, that's kind of weird. That seems like a good ass fucking job.
Seems like a sweet job. Yeah, it's so sweet that you can go and take the company credit card and go to the fucking strip club.
Why you got fucking guys on league minimums that can't pay their fucking rent?
Exactly. Well, you know,
they can't get fucking insurance after 3 years after.
Well, you also got the other side of that, and he's probably like, God damn, all these motherfuckers went to fucking Diddy's house, got all the pussy they ever fucking wanted in their life, and here I am representing their ass in court. Fuck that. I'm going to Tootsie's tonight. Daddy's gonna get his beak wet.
Not to say he didn't earn it, but
yeah, he definitely earned it. He earned it. He shouldn't be fired. Bring him back. He was just trying to better understand the players that he represents.
Yeah, he's like, hey, he was probably trying to hit a couple of their baby mamas, and they went and told.
Oh, what are you talking about? He's trying to get some whores pregnant. He's like, I need a couple more baby moms so I can actually empathize with Tyreek Hill. Jay says, yeah, you got a lot of catching up to do if you want to empathize with that fucking maniac.
Yeah, bro, he's starting a football team, boy.
Yeah, exactly.
So Jay's mothers too. He like to tenderize the mothers first.
In front of him, he likes to traumatize them. It makes them faster. Jay says, in truth be told, it's going to be hard for a lot of conservatives to swallow because that does, in fact, mean that him and everyone else in leadership roles are full of shit. And I mean, I agree with that. I think that we're there, though, brother.
They need this to realize that this country's fucked.
Well, I just think that we're there. I think you are correct in exactly what I 100% agree with everything you said here. But it's like conservatives have to swallow that, including you, Jay, pause. Well, I'm just saying, my brother. Like, and the thing is, I'm saying as far as like, you can still be conservative, but like, we have to be able to come together, reasonable people in like some kind of bipartisan coalition where we can understand that definitely like covering up for pedophile cults is not okay. You know what I mean? Like, we have to at least demand that the person that's.
I'm trying to stay consistent because I was going hard at Biden, right? When all this shit was going on with the Russia shit, the laptop, and all this stuff. Like, so I'm gonna stay just as consistent now. If motherfuckers are on that list, go pick their ass up and put their ass in jail. There's just, I don't give a fuck who they are. I don't give a fuck how much money you got. People like, oh, well, their businesses are gonna get fucked. No, they're fucking not. You know why? Because guess what they do? Those companies do. If someone gets fucking arrested, prosecuted, whatever. They kick that motherfucker to the curb and they bring someone else in. Stop giving me this fucking excuse that I know is bullshit. Look at the goddamn fucking CEO of the life insurance company. They whacked his ass. That motherfucker stepped over his body and had the meeting.
Yeah.
They stepped over his dead body.
The lady that got caught trying to fucking cuddle with the HR bitch at the fucking Coldplay concert. They fucking, his ass is gone though. They're gonna find a CEO. They're gonna be all right.
That's
You're
what I'm
telling
saying.
me. You're telling me a motherfucking CEO in today's America, he can't go to the fucking Coldplay concert and listen to Yellow with his fucking mistress? Is that really what you're fucking telling me right now?
Back in the day, let's talk about that because back in the day,
a beautiful bag of bones.
Bro,
come on, man. Chris Martin, the motherfucker, is a poet.
Bro, listen, the Coca-Cola fucking CEO used to walk around with his mistress in the street. I don't know.
Oh my god, on a leash probably.
Yeah, bro.
With a ball in her mouth.
In a trench coat. What are we saying? Like,
I yearn for those days.
Soft ass society we live in nowadays.
This shit.
You can't even be out there with a side piece.
You can have this shit.
His wife is sitting in a fucking $10 billion house, and he can't have this fucking side piece of ass as she's draining his bank account.
Our CEOs are getting shot in the head and fucking pegged. Give me a fucking break. Take the society. I don't want it.
Fuck, he's getting fucking railed every time he walks into that office, and he can't get him a nice piece of ass on the weekend. Give me a break.
Motherfucker can't go take in some fucking Coldplay. It's sick.
Bro, he's all he's trying to do is dump a load in her mouth. Like, give me a break.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. So Paul, holy moly. HR. Yeah. HR, write that one down. Paul said told FBI agents to flag his name and only his name. Yeah, the sick part is they're like, hey, we can't release any of the information. We have to protect the victims. Who?
You know, if they would have said that and they're like, that's why we're going to give every victim $1 million, I'd have like, you know what? You sorry fucking sacks of shit, but I'll accept it. But you motherfuckers didn't even say we're going to do shit for the victims. You just
in a way, I feel like what they're trying to say is that, and maybe I'm wrong on this. Comments, let me know. But I feel like what they're trying to say is like these people who were involved in the Epstein Island shit are in some way victims because some of them may have been involved unknowingly or whatever the situation may be. So they're like, well, we can't release the names because some of these people weren't, directly involved. It's like better safe than not. I would like to know the names.
Yeah, fuck, let me know who's on the let me know who's on the list. Let me be the one to decide that for myself. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, give me a break, bro. Come on.
You don't get to save me from myself, motherfucker. That's not how
that's
this
the
works.
thing. I need to stop being babysitted by the fucking government. Sandor says they were talking business, bro. Yeah, 100% they were. Jay says, yeah, Melania, my bad. All good. No, I'm with you. It doesn't. I mean, I knew you knew what you were talking about there. Paul says, Jay says, LMAO, Paul, that is a crazy ass theory. What was that? Maybe the FBI agents to flag. That might be what he's referring to. Sandor says that's why he started going through puberty so early and fast. Nothing manlier than two men fucking. Yeah, that's what did it for the fucking Spartans. They'd have a fucking old ass mentor come right in your butt and they'd send you out there to fucking fight a saber-toothed tiger. Come back as a man. Still with sticky spiderweb butt cheeks.
Yeah, bro, that's so fucked up.
Yeah, it was fucked up how they used to do them.
Yeah, bro. When I read that about the Spartans, my stomach hurt. I'm like, this is
no, but see, that's where they fucked up because they probably sent a lot of people that would have been good at like developing weapons and armor. They sent them out there to fight saber-toothed tigers, and they should have done that. So they lost the motherfuckers that could have maybe like wrote some shit down. Or
they wonder why they couldn't compete with 10,000 Persians. Well, how about you stop fucking killing everybody?
You didn't have any fucking chefs, you dumbasses. You killed all the chefs. You sent them out there to fight fucking goddamn elephants and shit.
You're like, oh, well, if you can't hold arms, you're going to be a peasant. Okay, well, I'll be a peasant. Fuck you. I'll be a peasant.
I don't even know if you got to be a peasant for real. Remember the fucking retarded one that they threw off the cliff in the movie?
I think you only got to be a peasant at times where there wasn't war. Like, I think it's war. Like, you didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
But like, hey, we're not in war. We got too many raw soldiers.
Well, it's inconvenient. You're like, I'm not going to fucking feed this guy.
And you're built like a bitch, so just go be a peasant, But if it was wartime, they didn't give a fuck. They're like, we need bodies. Like, yeah, get your ass out there, go kill a tiger, and go get fucked in the ass. You know, you don't have to kill the tiger, just go get fucked in the ass.
100%. Yeah. I mean, but they used to for real fuck each other when they go out on.
No,
campaigns.
They used to be fucking man. Well, you know what? They said it's because they used to fight harder for each other. Nah, bro, I'll fight for you without you fucking me in the ass. All right. I don't want to die. How about that? That's enough for me. Like, get the fuck
if you
out.
hurt me like that, if you hurt me by penetrating my body with your fucking sexual organ, I'm not gonna be like trying to look out for you. I'm gonna be staying away from you. So
Brother, if I'm that young kid and that man goes to sleep, I'm probably slitting his throat.
Exactly. I'll look the other way.
I'm telling the tiger got him. Fuck out of here.
Bro, I'll join the Persians. Fuck all that. I'm like, these fucking weirdos are fucking trying to hide the sausage in the camp. Fuck that.
From the Catholic Church, these fucking bastards.
Jay says, I do think that PACs, super PACs, foreign donations to parties would be a lot better. It existed in the form that Washington wanted. Easy for corruption in its current form, 100%. And you just have to be mindful of those kind of like special interests, and just it obviously we all know it's easier to make money by having money. So then you have these kind of like power centers that end up growing over generations, and then slowly you have, you know, entire communities where the wealth has been zapped out of them, and they have no voice in the system that's built around that. Let's see.
He's 100% right though, because some of these things are set up to where they're like put into trusts, and you know, then that trust, that money's going into investments, and now they're getting dividends. So it's like they're getting residual money every fucking quarter, basically going into these accounts that fund these lobbyists, shit like that. It's like there's like a whole like backdoor and this is the thing. This is why it's kind of exciting living in this era we live in now, because we do have access to gain a lot of this information. The problem is what I'm seeing is we're getting all this information and we're not doing shit with it. Like, we're finding out about all this corruption and all this bullshit going on, and we're just kind of like, all right, well, okay, I'm glad to know. It's like, no. What the fuck are you gonna do about it now? Like, we know about this shit. We got to start taking action. Like, this Epstein shit is a prime example. Like, there's no way in hell we should know about this, and then we don't have any information about it. There's no way in hell fucking Israel should be able to kill people, like genocide women and children in the name of killing 43,000 terrorists. We're gonna kill 1 million people to kill 43,000 terrorists.
No, I'm with you on that.
Nothing's happened. Like,
I'm with you on that, and I do think that's the most important thing, to be honest. I think the Democrats really underrated how much of that was an issue that was going to divide their base to the point of not being willing to vote for them, specifically the war thing. I think people thought that people would just try. I think that they thought that people would heavily weigh the domestic issues, and that just wouldn't have as much of an effect. But it's like, I mean, I think that kind of, especially with young people, which Democrats, you know, usually win. That was just an issue that they felt like they weren't living up to their principles on. So I mean, I agree with that. And then so let's see here. Jay said, I think that some of mine and Sandor's comments haven't been showing up tonight. Yeah, Sandor said something about I got to look at like show all comments. I just don't see that on my dashboard that I have here. I went into the settings as well, and there's nothing that is related to the comments in the settings. I'm on a computer, so usually there would be like all access to all those settings on a computer. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, I guess some are not coming through, huh?
Yeah, it could be. I'm not sure if it's YouTube or if it's the platform that I'm using to stream through. So I am gonna kind of experiment with some other streaming platforms. There's Restream I want to try. So but it doesn't even show me like questionable comments. There's no place that I could go here where it shows me like, hey, these comments have been held because they're possibly offensive or anything. I don't see that from this angle. Maybe I would see it though if I was using directly through YouTube. I think that's possible. I'm on a list. No, not that fucking list. Hey, shout out to you.
You just made the list.
Yeah, there we go.
You want to make that list? Don't make that one. Shit. You ain't getting in the club on that one, boy.
I would love to see some true bipartisan work done in our lifetime, like for real. I just think that politicians' electability if they do so is what stops it from happening. Yeah, I think that's probably correct. And I like what I was saying, where as far as the Democrats avoided having to really appeal to liberal sensibilities because they never had to win the liberal vote. They skipped that part and they had to just win the presidency with Kamala. So for that reason, she was running a more kind of like moderate campaign. But to your point, to get that original kind of primary nod, it does kind of push you away from being able to do bipartisan work. But I don't know. I think that as older folk end up passing away, to be honest, I think definitely our generation, I don't know how people younger than us feel about this, but I think that our generation does really desperately want to break down that kind of divide. I mean, I think our generation really always wanted to advocate heavily for a third party, but always was kind of like black-pilled on it, or just didn't think that we could enact that kind of change. So I think there's always been this kind of skepticism around the two-party system with specifically our generation. So I think if it does continue to move in that direction and that trend, and if people like you or I or any of us were to get involved in politics, I think it's very clear that we would be interested in that kind of
I think Elon Musk is imperative to a three-party system, even though he may not be the best person. I think if he can accomplish that, it might benefit all Americans.
Well, so it's a capital thing, I'm sure. So I mean, I think that's a big conversation to have, and we should definitely have that at some point. I think it's an interesting point, and I wouldn't say outright that you're incorrect there. Jay says, LMAO, she was the secretary. Her husband probably knew. He just didn't admit it. The Coldplay CEO probably bought that dude's Xmas a few times, and so he was cool with it. Yeah, they might have been passing each other's significant other around. Who knows? On some fucking Satanist shit.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, dude. I'm telling you, bro, listen.
Talk about
it. Listen, the only reason why his wife is leaving is because she knows she can get half. That's it. That's all that is.
Yeah, she's cashing in.
Yeah, she's just cashing in. She knew it was happening. She just didn't have proof.
Yeah.
She now she can go get that shit litigated and get half. But other than that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, bro, no one cares. No, who cares? Who gives a fuck? Yeah. Who knows? She's probably fucking the Pilates guy.
Okay.
Let's be honest here.
You know, she didn't get caught on camera.
He deserves that.
But
he deserves that poo knot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's a hardworking man.
He's working 14-hour days, dog.
He's working 14-hour days in the astronomer building, doing whatever the fuck they do there.
Well, he's spending 4 of those hours in the HR office, apparently.
That's right. No, he's definitely spending some time. They probably also clocked their time at the fucking Coldplay concert and probably counted that as some time. You know,
he don't even work for spreadsheet. He's working for bonuses, so he's just knocking the Mario coins out her ass whenever he wants to.
Oh, bro, that shit was all written off. That was a team build. He was out there fucking tapping that ass on the team.
Yeah,
build.
bro, you see all the young kids jumping in the video? Those were like young fucking workers that they were out there with who didn't give a fuck, who knew what was going on.
A lot of drugs were happening, I'm sure. But Sandor says no. They're implying that people want to see the footage, footage of the PDF files in action. Okay, yeah, I've also heard that as far as like, oh, we can't release what we have because it's actually all CP.
No, we don't care. We don't care. Black out the gay shit. Put the person's face in it. You could show. Listen, those people have to walk into a room. Okay, like you don't have to show the nasty shit. Show them walking in the room for everybody to see. I guarantee you that's enough.
Yeah, cut out their O faces. You know, right when they're, we can see Dwayne the Rock Johnson. We don't need to see what he's, necessarily what he's pounding. But.
Bro, it's crazy because he has a daughter. That'd be sick, bro.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying, hey, whoa, hold on, let me be straight here. No, and also I want that invite to WWE live events. So if I was gonna, the first person I'm calling out definitely is not gonna be The Rock. I'm not a goddamn fool. But so Jay says. Hoping that damn homemade spear is as sturdy as that motherfucker in the market that sold it to you said it was. I selected to share them. We might be a little bit behind. I'm not sure. I don't know what the hell that was. What that's in reference to, Paul. To be completely honest, my bad. They were under review. Oh, okay. As far as like the comments, They were under review. I selected to share them. Interesting.
Oh wow. Okay, that comment right there at 2:20 a.m. is crazy. It's crazy.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I can't wait to get to that. So Jay says, yeah, some are and it's confused. Y'all occasionally on what we mean because y'all read like a fragment. I'm not sure what you meant there, brother. I'm not gonna even lie to you. I don't want to respond in a fake way. Jay said my Brokeback Mountain comment didn't make the cut. Brokeback Mountain was weird and was Hollywood's way of telling farmers that it was okay for them to slap their best friend's buttholes. Oh shit. Wiggy, element. Yeah.
That's a
that's
wild
interesting.
boy.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I haven't heard the angle that they were grooming the farmers into being homosexuals, but who knows?
Makes sense. Makes sense.
If it helps productivity, then fuck it. I say.
Well, no, I think there's a way to help them steal the farmland, right? If you want to just do more feminine shit, then you don't want to farm. You don't want to herd cattle
and prevent the farmers from reproducing, so they don't have any kids to pass their farm on to. And then the state takes their farm over after they died. Oh shit!
China.
We're actually sells it to fucking China. We actually low key might have stumbled on some shit. Sandor, I like the part when he spits on his hand to use as an Alabama wet wipe on
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, that part's sick. Yeah, unfortunately, like I said, I missed the classic that was
Alabama wet wipe.
And by the time I was even gonna consider watching Brokeback Mountain, Heath Ledger had already sadly died of overdose. So it just didn't.
The moderators must have went to sleep. They were like,
it didn't seem right to go back after the man had died of sleep deprivation, overdose. I don't even know what the fuck the man died from being the Joker, for fuck's sake.
No, he died because he kept having flashbacks of what they made him do in that fucking movie scene.
Yeah, exactly. No, for sure. How the things they made him do. I mean, honestly, when we see all this Me Too shit with Hollywood, there's no doubt they might actually had them fucking blowing each other on the TV set. He died of AIDS.
He died of AIDS.
That happens, I hear, when you play the Joker. When you play the Joker, you get AIDS. But no, absolutely. Shout out to Jared fucking Leto. And the fact he's still with us. Why, God? Why?
Yeah, whoever he owes money to, he's fucking on the run from.
Yeah. Why, God, did you take Heath and not fucking Jared?
Yeah, he's just fucking gambling degenerate.
Yeah, you left us fucking platinum grill fucking Joker, and you took fucking Joker that wore a dress. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, Jared Leto, I don't know. I felt like he was trying to make Joker black, and I didn't.
Oh God, he just trying to make it black.
I was just like, I didn't like that.
That's what you took from that? All right, that's interesting.
My brother, he's supposed to be a weirdo.
Yeah.
He's not supposed to be a thug. He's not supposed to be a gangster. He made him a gangster. He's supposed to be a weirdo.
He didn't make him a gangster. He made him a fucking
he's literally a fucking clown.
Yeah.
Damn. His soda is a fucking clown. You put some grills in his mouth, made him look like fucking Paul Wall. I'm like, what is going on here?
Yeah. No, there was definitely an issue. He gave him a baddie like Margot Robbie. We can never believe that.
Yeah, I was in that shit too. Yeah, let me throw her in a tab of fucking acid, and she just comes out a bad bitch. Yeah. Come on, dog.
She came out. Yeah, no way that her skin wouldn't be melted off her fucking body. It would just beautifully bleach it. Give me a break. That shit makes no sense.
Yeah, you make her hair fucking green and purple. Give me a fuck.
Yeah, and it gave her fucking Michael Jackson skin complexion. Give me a break.
Yeah, smooth as a baby's bottom, right? Just get the fuck out of here.
Smooth as a baby, the color of the fucking wall in Israel. Sandor said, yeah, he died of AIDS, and then he said, and there's nothing wrong with that. No, honestly,
oh, okay, I guess
let's
not.
see, I'm trying to think who else.
It's a painful fucking death, but I guess there's nothing wrong with it.
Hey, it's a fucking soldier's death. You die from AIDS, you go straight to fucking Valhalla, brother. What is a bigger fight than the fight of one's body dying from the inside.
You want to talk about a parasite?
Yeah, AIDS is one hell of a parasite. That is one hell of a parasite. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Freddie Mercury as well. We got to throw him out. I saw a picture the other day of him in bed with like eight dudes, legitimately.
Freddie Murphy.
Yeah, from Queen.
Oh God.
Am I breaking news to you that he's gay?
You talking about like Freddie Murphy that used to rap with Nelly?
No, Freddie Mercury, brother.
Oh, Mercury. Oh, Mercury.
You know, from Queen, the fucking Bohemian Rhapsody.
No.
Hallelujah, hallelujah. Come on, man. You know that song?
I didn't know.
Hallelujah, Figaro, Magnifico. Oh.
God was talking to me when he told me to stay away.
You never heard the shit? Okay.
God told me to stay away. He's like, hey,
Fair
came to me in a dream. He said,
it is a classic, though. It is a classic, and he has some bangers. There's no doubt. Listen, some of those homosexuals, they're good with instruments, or they're good with, like I said, listen, hey, we could just admit some things. It is what it is. Elton John is a hell of a piano player. It's a beautiful thing. There's nothing gay about that.
Sir Elton John.
Sir Elton John. He's also a fucking sir. Put some respect on it.
He is a sir.
Jay said Margot Robbie, woo, shit, she was bad in Wolf of Wall Street. Yeah, man. That movie would have came out.
She wasn't thinking up. She put on some weight for that Joker role.
If that movie would have came out when I was anytime in my teens, to be honest, we're hitting pause on that bit. We're hitting pause on that bit. We're going and we're finding it in the family collection and we're taking that for ourselves, like fucking Gollum.
He said, "Yeah, we're blowing a couple tissues to that one."
Oh, bro, yeah, we got to go ahead and we got to sneeze in a couple. Got to sneeze a couple snot rockets in the old sock, if you feel what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? It's like two rats fornicating in a wool sock.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fertilize the ground on my bedroom floor.
Maybe don't lay down. It's wet.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, I mean, now I'm a grown man with a fucking woman. Of course, this isn't happening. But when I was a teenager, come on, bro. Yeah. What the fuck? I remember many times finding the movie Basic Instinct. Shout out to anybody in the comments. What was your go-to? What was your go-to fucking beat off DVD? We all had one, right, boys? I'm not alone on that, please.
Oh, bro, Monster Ball all day, bro.
Oh my God, the rape film? Jesus Christ, you sick fuck.
Bro. What are you talking about, Monster Ball? No, it's not a rape film with what's his name?
Yeah, with Halle Berry. She gets raped in that, I'm pretty sure.
It wasn't rape.
Okay.
I'll tell you this, though. I'll tell you this.
Okay.
They had sex in that scene, though. They had sex in that scene. People didn't know that.
Oh, they really did have sex in the scene, you're saying?
Yeah, because Angelina Jolie and him and that dude actually broke up behind that shit. She found out.
Okay. Billy Bob just said he had to go ahead and get some puss.
Angelina, I got that Halle Berry puss.
Yeah, he said I had to go ahead and get some puss. I don't know what you want me to do about the sugar walls in front of me. I'm sorry, Angelina Jolie.
Well, he was like, would you not do it? It's Halle Berry. Get the fuck out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
She got ass and titties.
Yeah, he had to risk it all, and then he did, and then he had fucking young boys like you beating off to it. Wow. What a circle of life.
You know what it is.
That's what it is, and that's what it's all about. Sandor says, would you prefer they had the way with the sheep? Would you prefer they had their way with the sheep? Fucking cold on that mountain. Hence the movie Could Mountain Cowboys Are Gay. I'm gonna see you probably corrected that, or maybe I'm just reading it wrong. But that's fair. So that's an interesting argument. It was so cold they had to keep their cocks warm in each other's assholes. Interesting. Well, that's why I'm not a farmer, brother. I'm just gonna go ahead and stay away from that profession.
Yeah, brother. If you gotta be fucking in the mountains,
yeah,
I'll tell you this: Yellowstone, they weren't fucking in the mountains.
Or were they, brother? That's the thing. Maybe they just didn't get honest enough. They weren't willing to get honest.
Well, they were all like cousins and brothers, so I hope they weren't fucking.
Hence the movie Cold Mountain. I saw you put the correction down there. Cold Mountain Cowboys Are Gay. And that's fair enough. You know what I mean? If you're looking, watch out for the Cowboys in Wyoming.
Drop the link on that one. Drop the link. I didn't see that one.
Sandor said Margot is a Aussie. It says there's a 4 here. I don't know if that was a mistake or if there's any significance to that. If that means anything.
That's why I thought he was talking about a movie.
Yeah, no, I think he's just saying that she's an Aussie, which, yeah, shout out to you guys for passing that along over here to America. She is a national treasure to us. We love her.
You ain't getting it back.
Jay says, shit, I wasn't ready for that scene where she had that skirt on while sitting on the bedroom floor. Yeah, no, hey, we all know what scene we were all thinking about, brother. Paul said Varsity Blues. Oh yeah, brother, you already told us about the whole dessert thing. And you were just fucking violating yourself. She said Monster Ball. Fuck. Yeah, bro. Billy Bob was laying that rod to Halle Berry. Halle Berry. So yeah, he's with you on that. And then we got
holy shit.
Oh, on Aussie Force. Maybe that is okay. Maybe that is a
That's what I'm saying. It's a movie.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Paul says, fucking each other is the Roman way. So yeah, if you want to be a Roman, citizen, then you gotta do the deed. You gotta do the deed, and you gotta look out for your brother. We're brothers. Oh my god.
I'm not rolling.
No, it's not convincing to you. Brother, we could die tomorrow. We'll never be held in the arms of a beautiful woman ever again, brother.
I'll look at him and say, well, slip my fucking wrist. Then you can fuck my corpse. You bitch.
I just want to tell you, brother, I love you, brother. You're my brother.
Try to whisper that shit in your ear like a fucking weirdo.
My brother. If there's one thing I don't want to die without saying is I love you, brother.
Yeah, he's fucking tearing your insides up. Fucking Jesus.
You literally sacrificing yourself, doing seppuku and killing yourself so to satisfy the needs.
I'm saving my
needs of your
self. I got this
Pretty
fucking
sick.
brute over here that wants to get my fucking ass cheeks. What the fuck are we talking about? If I don't kill him, I'm killing myself.
Holy shit, that is a fucking guys. Get ready for fucking Gladiator 3.
Fucking A. Fucking take a spear and shove it in
the plot for Gladiator 3 is leaked.
You know what I would do, bro? I would literally, like, if someone came at me like that, I would take my fucking Spartan spear and fucking sodomize them with it, like they did Gaddafi.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, that's sick shit. All right, got it, brother.
Well, I mean, I just gotta let them know, like, what the fuck did you think was going on?
No, you gotta assert dominance by pegging them with your spear.
No,
interesting.
not fucking killing them by sodomy.
Fair enough. Like the Gaddafi way. Sandor says Romans got that from the Greeks, and the Greeks were enlightened. You want to be enlightened, don't you? You need to be filled with I don't know, enlightenment cream. I'm sure they had something for it. Who knows? That's what I'm saying. Hey, it doesn't take long. You know, you get a couple of the boys sitting around and really brainstorming around, you know, how we sell this idea. I could see how this shit really starts to gain fire in the old world, is all I'm saying. Homosexuality is just as beautiful as heterosexuality. Love is love and sex is sex. But my fuck, is it beyond my comprehension of enjoyment?
Yeah, I'm glad you finished it like that, because the way you started, I was going like, whoa.
Well, yeah, brother. It sounded like you were going to land on the other side of history.
I was about to say, land that fucking plane, brother. You land that fucking plane right now.
Yeah, homosexuality is just as beautiful as heterosexuality. And then Sandor says, so beautiful. Yeah, Paul, nothing's more beautiful than seeing two grown men ram each other in the ass, brother.
Just fuck each other silly. Jesus Christ.
No, brother. I mean, I think, look, as far as like, it's all beautiful, brother. I don't know. Let's move on.
This conversation's gone dark.
Yeah, we're just having too much fun.
This is like LeBron talking 0 dark 30 right here.
This is fucking LeBron talking about fucking ain't no party like a fucking Diddy party. Here's my son. Here's my son. We have some other kids over for dinner tonight. Taco Tuesday. Fuck him. Fucking idiot. All right, and then we
Taco Tuesday eating motherfucker.
Paul says balls smacking each other. Yeah, no, exactly. There's too much going on.
All smacking gooch and shit. Fucking weirdo.
Yeah, bro. Two beards rubbing against each other, fucking romantically, passionately kissing one another with tongue and lips.
I'm gonna throw up.
You just made the list.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God, get him out of here. Fuck all those politicians on that list. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a damn if it's my own daddy. Get him out of here. You're here on the list. Fuck you. Oh, the beard is weird. No, yeah, the beard is weird. Oh my God. That's where the term blue balls comes from.
Jesus, yeah, blue balls for real.
Oh my God. All right, let's get these videos.
Dude,
let's go back to the Nelk Boys.
Let's go to these fucking idiots.
Let's get back into the Nelk Boys sitting here chilling with Netanyahu after we were talking about some fucking cool shit. Here we go.
That the greatest duty is to murder as many Jews as they want. The so-called moderates, the the other branch, not Hamas, the moderates that are described as such, they pay for slay. The more Jews you kill, the more they pay the murderers. I mean, that's a death
Which is crazy, yeah. Some of the anti-Semitism I see is pretty nuts.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
I'll tell you, I'm an American Jew, and it's hard to identify as that.
I understand.
You almost don't even want to own it.
But I think we just changed history. I see American Jews are very proud now. Jews around the world are very proud because we, these guys were out to murder us and do another Holocaust. The Holocaust, the Nazis murdered 6 million Jews. There are now 7 million Jews, close to 8 million Jews in Israel. They want to murder all of us, and they say so. And all of a sudden, unlike the Holocaust 80 years ago, we were completely defenseless, and they butchered us. Now we're not defenseless, but we are targeting them. And even though we have to fight the vilification that is happening in America too, ultimately, people join winners.
There's no way
that's
he
what
believes
happens.
that
People.
shit.
You said what?
There's no way he believes what the fuck he's saying. Like this.
Well,
this is crazy.
Isn't the sick part at the end here? I don't know if this is the end, but he says people join winners. So he's basically saying, like, if we're victorious, people will.
He sounds like fucking LeBron James, is what he sounds like. Let me just jump bandwagons to the winning.
Actually, he sounds like Kevin Durant. It's disgusting.
Bro, it's like this is human lives you're talking about. Like, you're not talking about hypothetical fucking like notches on a fucking piece of wood. Like, Nick, you're talking about lives, like people with souls. And this is the weird shit where like I question people. I'm like, dude, like you do realize like he's talking about humans. Like the fact that you're just okay with him talking about human life like it's so indispensable is fucking crazy.
Well, I think even at the beginning of this conversation, if this was a real interview, period, then they would have probably challenged him when he started, because he's starting under this premise of like they teach their kids to hate Jews. Okay, well, why is that? What is there any accountability on the Israeli people as to why they may be kind of confirming whatever bias that these people that they're claiming educate, against their people or educate this hate of Jews.
It's like, how do you expect to kill people?
Obviously.
How do you expect to kill people and expect them to like you? It's just like,
that's crazy shit. Absolutely.
Like, I'm going to keep you in a concentration camp, but you're going to like me. It's like, wait, what?
Exactly. And kill generations of your family. I mean, there's some people I've seen people speak out about this conflict and them say like they've lost 10 direct relatives. I remember there was that family where there was one little girl who survived this
bro, we went to school with a dude. Well, I don't know because you moved, but like I went to a school with a dude, bro, and he actually found me on TikTok because I reposted some Palestinian shit, right? And like I remember the dude, and he reposted some shit which I felt terrible for, bro. He reposted how his fucking first cousin that lived in like Gaza somewhere in the Middle East was literally killed, and he was an American. Dude's an American, bro. I think in Israel or some shit, and he was literally killed by whatever was going on over there. And I'm just like, damn, bro. Like, so.
There was actually just the Palestinian American who was killed in the West Bank from settlers. recently. So I mean that issue. I mean, so yeah, I mean what you're talking about totally.
That's bro. I'm pretty sure this is the dude. Like, and I realized when I saw the dude, and he like wrote me, he's like, "Thank you for like reposting or some shit." But I was just like, when I saw him, like, bro, there's no way. Like, what the fuck? I'm like, so it kind of hits home a little bit, but obviously it's not direct relation or anything like that. But it's kind of weird because
no, but you could see the immediate effects on real people that like this guy is like a whatever kind of normal
good
guy.
Dude, bro. This was a good dude, like quiet guy. Went through school, probably had great grades, probably has a great job, like quiet dude. So that's why I'm kind of like, damn. Like I see how it affects people, and the fact that we just minimize the deaths that are going on is actually truly sad because like it is a real thing, and I think this conflict that people don't realize will cause wars for 1,000 more years. Personally,
well, and our government is now implicated in
complicit
in the cleansing of the land itself. So outside of the killing of the people, which was already something that was completely detestable, but now like the resettling of the land, it seems like that's something that our government's actually going to be involved in. So I don't know, like it really concerning shit. And then like as far as like there being no guardrails, or like I mean. There's kind of it reminded me of the whole Biden thing recently because I don't know how much you read about the Catholic Church. The one Catholic church in Gaza had gotten bombed, and then they said that this Catholic church was actually fucking Hamas sympathizers. It's like, and then like I said, nobody can even investigate these claims because you won't even allow anybody in there. But it's just they're just completely like a rabid dog off the fucking leash, and the thing at the very least we have to cease our support of it, and or else we are going to continue to be complicit. And there's no way that we're not, because like the bombing of Iran was a really big, I think, eye opener for a lot of people as well. It's kind of crazy that we've gotten so far away from that. And it seems that we've gotten away from it, and it seems so far away. In reality, like we were on the brink of a world conflict. I mean, it was in a lot of ways.
Still might be.
Yeah, it's still in the air. And this is action that was put forth by our government, and not going through the proper channels, which I understand that historically there's been a lot of people that have went around the proper channels, but that's just no reason to sit by and not call it out when it happens. And I think that should be something that we see change, and we should have different expectations for our government as we start to see more of the civilians in this country get politically activated. Hopefully there's more of a even kind of voice being voiced in our country now that you have the people that have been kind of like politically awoken through the whole Trump thing or COVID, whatever it was. Over the past 10 years, there's been something that has really gotten people into politics.
Well, yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, whether it's fucking January 6th, whether it's the
stolen election,
whether it's Russiagate, whether it's Epstein files, whether it's the debt, whether it's border. I mean, I think a lot more people are politically activated nowadays. I feel like we just have to get people to try to tear down this two-party system we have. I think that's the biggest thing Americans can do for themselves, dog, is get rid of this fucking two-party shit. This two-party shit's getting so out of control to where it's just like, because I mean, and that's why you can have a lobbyist group like APAC and the NRA and shit like that control so much bills that are being passed and pushed into law. I mean, once you get rid of two parties, like they can't pay fucking everybody. And if they can try, but it ain't gonna mean as much if you're paying 8 fucking people to do what you want. A few of them are gonna say fuck you, so. But if you have two major parties that you can just dump billions of dollars into to sway the minds of those people, I mean, it's a lose-lose. You're always going to lose. They're always going to get corrupted.
Yeah, I think that. Well, here, let me get to these comments because it is getting late as hell. I don't want to be thoughtful to your time. I know you probably have to work tomorrow. Paul says, leave my king out of this, talking about LeBron James, because Sandor said LeBron James is a Jew.
He does bow the knee. He does bend the knee, though. That's for sure.
Well, and then Sandor says LeBron would lose to Angel Reese in a one-on-one. So he's trolling. I understand why Israelis are so uptight about security. If 271,000 of my people had been exterminated, I might be that way too. So he's going off the Grok numbers.
Oh, damn. I was about to say, you got to be trolling because I thought it was 6 million Jews.
Yeah, Grok, when he had his little Mein Kampf awakening last week or whenever that was one of the things that he was asked as far as like how many people had died in the Holocaust, and he had said like around 271,000.
Which honestly, I mean, historically, look at the numbers. I mean, yeah, it's probably not 6 million people, right? I mean, we're just gonna put it out there. I know I was taught that as a kid.
Well, I mean, I think it's like it's just how are you calculating the number? Like, are you taking in? It's like the COVID shit. It's like, are you taking in consideration anybody that died while having COVID? Like, are you stretching the definition of what your standards are for counting people? I think that's where you kind of start to either the number or
they were like, what war? Right, like anybody who's in like a conqueror's war that is like taking mass amounts of land and stuff like that, or territories. Like, what leader decides to kill off most of their slave force that's basically going to help them win the war, right? Like, if you're taking prisoners of war to help you make materials, right, do different things, test your chemical weapons, all this other shit. It's like, well, what point is to kill them off?
Interesting. So you're saying they would have wanted to keep the Jews alive so they could use them. All right, let's move on past this topic.
What about Attila the Hun? Like, because I mean, Attila the Hun was one of the or Mao, right? Mao. Wow, he was one of the most ruthless, but he didn't even fucking kill everybody. He would let people fucking surrender, and so it's just like, you mean to tell me the band who literally killed like 5% of the earth was less ruthless than Hitler? I don't know. It's just hard for me to believe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Fair enough. That's fair to believe that. And Sandor here says, well, when you factor in that they're the chosen ones and they're worth 6 to 1 of us homeboys, it all adds up. So they're saying that because they're the chosen ones, they're worth 6 to 1 of us. So that's how it comes out to 6 million. Let's go ahead and play the Prime Minister of Israel here, making it better. So we can correct this. We can get back in good graces with the Pegasus program. As Pegasus,
Palantir coming from me.
As Pegasus folds into fucking Palantir, which folds into fucking whoever knows, whatever the fuck. God, we're pretty fucked. We are pretty fucked,
dude. We have no security anymore.
Yeah, it's totally rich shit down the drain.
Yeah, and all this Henry Snowden, how they're like, oh, he's a criminal. He released information that he did what the fuck was right. Fuck you guys.
Yeah, he did the right thing. He did the right thing, and he
probably will live in Russia for the rest of his life.
He'll probably spend the rest of his natural life in fucking
in the
Russia. If he might already be enlisted in the fucking military. They might have his ass. He might be in Ukraine somewhere right now.
Facts.
They got his ass in
the Russian military, and the fact that Putin was like has left him alone.
Yeah, I think just to say fuck you to America, be like, yeah, no, he can stay here.
Yeah, scot-free, healthy.
Yeah, he can stay here with me.
He can do TV, and we're gonna give him private satellite service, so you can't send a missile airstrike to kill him.
He's like, as long as there's no gay shit, he can stay here in Russia. Once the gay shit starts going down, he needs to leave.
Yeah,
so that's how they feel. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what we're saying, Sandor. We're not saying we would be like that. We're saying fucking Putin.
For the love of
bad guy. Yeah, Putin's a bad guy, man.
That's what happens. People join winners.
I feel like on the internet now too, it's like you don't
basketball team, huh? It's a fucking basketball team. Join winners.
What a
fucking NBA.
Oh, then I was gonna say actually at the beginning of that video where he's like, basically paints it as like they train their kids to hate us and all that. Isn't that exactly what the fuck you guys do to them? Is you train your kids to grow up and hate them and be settlers and have some kind of entitlement to the land based off of holy scripture, and it's like look, you got to look in the mirror. It's like every accusation is a confession type shit.
Yeah, bro. It's just like, oh, they do this, they do that. You're really just saying, hey, this is what we really do.
That's what we're doing.
Don't look over here, though. Look over there.
And it's constantly like this hypothetical of like they want to kill us, they want to exterminate the Jews. It's like you guys are actually killing the fuck out of them, though. That's the thing. You're actually really killing the shit out of them every day. It's like at aid sites. Like this is a common thing now that there's been several stories that have broke about them shooting people at aid sites. Like what the fuck?
I've seen the video.
Yeah, the point's not for that to be like a little trap for you to lay down. The motherfuckers are what's that called? Spawn trapping.
Bro, they're literally, them people are pinned down in the sand as bullets are just whizzing by their head as they're going
camping to the aid sites. What the fuck? Campers, fuck them.
They're like, oh well, they're Hamas. How do you fucking know? You're 100 feet away shooting rifles.
This is the thing. You're killing the fuck out of them anyways. If Hamas gets some of the fucking aid, it's okay. It's okay. I'll just say it. I'll say it. It's okay. And also, if they end up selling it to people for more than what you paid for it, you don't have to get mad about that and be a fucking player hater. You could just say, you know what? People are getting aid. The main thing is, and also, by the way, that's another reason they've limited where actually they made it where none of the nonprofits can distribute food directly in Gaza. It has to go through this like specifically state basically created. It's in the American government, but at the same time, you already know what it is. So this specific group are the only people that can distribute aid, and they're fucking not intended to do that. So it's like they're not even doing it correctly. So it's like where I was reading some shit when this shit first happened, where it was talking about like the aid distribution and that people that typically do this say that you need to have like several different aid sites all at the same time. So then you can kind of combat this idea that if you have like centralized aid, then you do have the problem where whatever kind of like power.
They can say whatever they want to say about it. They can say,
this like, so say if Hamas is taking the food, if you have like this one central site, they can just go to that central site and they can take the food. But if you have more people distributing aid, one thing that I was reading, they said you need to like basically distribute the aid in population centers. So like where people already are. So it's not like in like some kind of like, I don't know, like central kind of like square. I don't know. I mean, you've been to cities, so you know how it kind of works, where there's like some kind of like, not in like that kind of area, but like where people actually live, like in communities. So it's harder for Hamas to capitalize off that and just steal all the aid. So, I mean, there's a lot of reasons that they're manufacturing on their own end, or problems that they're manufacturing. And I mean, I don't have any faith in them to think that these problems that are being manufactured are being, aren't literally being manufactured in bad faith. I mean, how could they not be in bad faith when you're talking about problems created so you can, continue to try to justify, or I don't even know if it's justifying anymore a genocide. It's like they're just like fuck you. I don't care how you even feel about it. Is how it feels. Basically.
They're not even trying to lie about it anymore. They're basically telling you we're killing all. Like, look at this dude's fucking face on the screen right now. He knows he's sitting here fucking listening to some bullshit. His fucking eyes are popping out of his head. It's just like, dude, with this Netanyahu shit, it's obvious and evident what his plan and his goal is. And it's like we're sitting here and the world is kind of turning a blind eye to it. And it's just going to blow up in their faces because, like, even if you have all the rest of the Middle Eastern countries, like you say, that are playing ball and playing nice, you think they are not paying attention? Do you think they really are trusting you full and wholeheartedly? They're probably all planning to strike fucking Israel all at once. And then
don't you think they literally couldn't do what they're doing if we didn't support them financially with aid, with weapons?
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
with like, for example, the Iron Dome. I mean, they already were fucking crying that they were running out of missiles when they were going back and forth with Iran for like 3 days. I mean, that's something you don't fucking consider, at least from a civilian standpoint, before you start to go into these wars where it's like, oh, we don't have enough missiles to last more than a week. What the fuck? Well, I mean, from their perspective, this is how I would feel. So
well, this is what I'm trying to say, though. This is why I get so pissed off too, because it brings me back to the conversation where, like you said, they need our missiles to supply them, and you're right. Like if we cut them off, they wouldn't have shit. But I keep hearing how they're so great at creating all this technology and this, that, and the third. It just seems to me the nukes you have, we gave them to you. The planes you have, we fucking gave them to you. The tanks we have, you fucking gave them to you. The guns you have, we fucking gave it to them. It seems like America just gives you a lot of shit and money and stuff like that, and then we're told that you buy all this equipment from our military contractors, which I think is bullshit. I think we give you a lot of that shit at cost because it just doesn't make sense that we have this strategic partnership because of what you could give us. But you don't give us shit. We don't receive anything in return. People are like, oh, well, strategic partnership and this, that, and third. What? Fucking nothing. There's no kickback that America goes from dealing with Israel's problems right now, man. And you got this dude sitting here trying to justify it with these fucking bullshit ass fucking like unintellectual fucking points that don't even make sense to a fifth fucking grader. Like you could talk to a fifth grader about this stuff and be like, no, that sounds like bullshit. It sounds like you're fabricating stories.
Yeah, I do think there's a sort of like intuitiveness to this conflict specifically because it is like, I mean, with the Ukrainian and the Russian conflict, like I see how like both sides are complicated there. And like, I can see how, you know, Russia's defensive about American influence and missiles being close to their border. And then also I see why obviously Ukraine has an issue with being invaded. So it's like, you know, like this is just a moral issue that you're right. It's just so much more plain and clear where there's a side that is outgunned and overpowered. And the only chance that they even have to be, they don't have even at this point. That's what's so like unbelievable about it at this point. It's like there is no resistance at this point. So it's like, how do you justify continuing to kill, you know, 100 people this day? And then I think I was even fucking listening to one of these fucking settler debates or whatever the other day, and they were literally talking about that as far as like, you know, they've kind of throughout this process felt out like at what's the threshold as far as like how many people they could kill a day theoretically without really ringing alarm bells internationally. So it's like, and I think there's some truth to that because after you have this conflict with Iran and I mean wherever we're at now with the Epstein list or wherever the fuck we're talking about, should the fucking commanders be the Redskins again? Who the fuck knows what we're talking about today? It does seem like there's less urgency shown to this conflict, and it does seem like, you know, people aren't as concerned with the atrocities as they were, you know, whenever people were really protesting the bombing of hospitals or, you know, this or that. It does seem like this has become more of a secondary issue. And I almost wonder if it's just based off like some kind of level of apathy towards the situation. And that's possibly the goal. You know, when Israel's like, hey, we'll sit here, we'll deal with the initial backlash, people being shitty with us. But as Netanyahu was just saying here, like people will come with winners. The fucking motherfucker's dark side ass fucking accent. And he's yeah. So I mean, I wonder if that is the strategy where it's like, hey, eventually people just will feel so powerless about the issue and feel like they have no influence over it. So therefore, just can't really invest any more kind of mental bandwidth to that issue anymore because they have their own life to keep up with or whatever, or other pressing issues pop up, like I said, like this Epstein shit or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. So it's like maybe that's just always the goal. It's like this battle of attrition to just wear down populations into the point of like submission, and also through that submission, just, you know, surrendering their agency. And they're just like, you know, just make sure that that there's food in the grocery store and that the world's not on fire, and then I'll just like live until I die and I won't expect anything from anybody. Let me read these comments real quick. And then we'll get into these finish these videos out so we can shut it down, brother, because I appreciate you vibing with me. But that is on my mind as far as just your time anyways. Even if you're taking it.
Oh, big dog, don't worry about it.
You said you're off?
Yeah, I'm off tomorrow.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, that's great. So Sandor says, if you Yanks were committing a genocider on New Jersey, would Americans be in the streets protesting? The Yanks. I mean, so you're saying if Americans were committing a genocide on another state in America, would we have an issue with it? I mean, I would say yes. I can't imagine that would be something that we would generally be willing to like just
what kind of Americans now, brother? When you start
Americans genociding Americans. Goddamn. Supposedly, the U.S. has only 8 days of air defense missiles with the recent aid to Ukraine. That's interesting. It's a crazy concept, and Americans does sell a lot of weapons to the rest of the world. Yeah, that is really interesting. China makes similar moves.
We have like 4 contracting companies, bro, in this country. It's not like we have 300 like we have before. We have like a few big weapons contractors that may sell weapons, but it's like, I mean, I don't know, dog. I don't know. I don't think we sell as many weapons as we think. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah. Well, I mean, we definitely, I mean, just from what Jay's saying here, we don't have enough weapons to defend ourselves in reality if something really broke out. So, and then Jay also says here, China makes similar moves in African countries. I honestly think that is move that all the world powers do to expand their sphere of influence.
Well, it's an accumulation of resources for sure.
I doubt we would, Sandor. Honestly, we are some soft ass protesters. So as far as like he's talking about the Yanks genociding New Jersey. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's an interesting question. And sadly, I think it's a question. I think obviously, you know, that's just something I couldn't, if fucking killing all the people in New Jersey or trying to displace them. Really, just from like a theoretical standpoint, it should really hammer your point home, Sandor, as far as like why we shouldn't be accepting this, what's happening in Gaza. Because if you frame it in a way like that, which I mean, New York to New Jersey isn't a bad comparison in reality, honestly. Yeah, so I mean, really,
I don't even know what's real anymore. Like you read shit and it's like you see a headline and it's like, is this true? Is this not true? So I see so much stuff about, you know, what's going on in Israel and, you know, Iran and Palestine. And to be honest, I just really don't know what is going on there. So it's going to be interesting to sit down with Prime Minister Netanyahu and kind of just ask him some questions.
What a great take. This is why the fuck do these motherfuckers have successful podcasts? It's just some people know how to work the internet. It just is what it is.
No, he had they were.
Go ahead. No, talk about it. Talk about it.
They were connected to the other dude, and then like they fucking spin it off. And the thing is like people like this, it's just about the connections. They have a connection to Dana White, and Trump. So obviously they asked these boys for a favor. Hey, get the young people to like us again. Get Netanyahu on there to explain himself. It didn't work. You made it worse. It backfired on you. Everybody's watching this being like, you guys are a bunch of cucks.
Well, they're like, you got them on here with fucking 2 retards. So it's like, even young people that watch this, they're like, okay, why would we like that? Why would we like fucking creepy ass Netanyahu? Fucking.
Well, bro, they're not even asking any fucking real questions. So
exactly. So it's like, it's not actually like it's not a true test of whatever. Test
all
of
all they did was make it look like CNN or Fox, and nobody wants to see that shit. So it's a fail.
We'll get the truth from the horse's mouth, is what Sandor said.
And it's about what we read online and
get educated.
Probably going to be a lot of hate in the comments and stuff like that. In my opinion, I mean, dude,
we're journalists, right?
We're we're technically journalists.
How can you pass up this opportunity at the end of the day?
No, and plus, at the end of the day, it's like we get the opportunity to sit down with one of the most powerful,
weasel-looking motherfucker.
Yeah,
that just how can we pass up this opportunity? You know, bitch, you're salivating at the opportunity. You look like you just came off the fucking plane from Israel, motherfucker. What are you?
Yeah, you're a predatory businessman. You're not fucking journalist. The shame that they just sprinkled on the dead corpses in Gaza, the actual like citizen journalists. More journalists have actually died in this conflict than like any conflict of ever, because the only fucking journalists that can get in there are independent Gazan journalists. Yeah, I mean, how much of like a weird kind of, you know, I'm sure it's not intentional, but just a weird way to kind of like shit on that legacy of journalism. Just be like, hey, we're gonna have a conversation with this guy who is committing a genocide right now, and we're gonna have a completely uncritical interview with him. We're journalists. Tee hee hee. I don't even know how to fucking fix my collar. The fuck's wrong with this guy and his collar? I mean, seriously, he looked like he just got his fucking cheeks pounded in the back. And they sent his ass out there after fucking.
Like Mike Tyson just took him 2-3 rounds of Pilates. You know what I'm saying?
It looks like BB had his way.
They roughed his ass up before this, and he couldn't even fucking take the time to fix his shit back.
Yeah, wow, brother, thank you for that. Fucking nice snot bubble right in the fucking right there. Okay, well, let's go ahead and start this thing back up.
For people in the world, a world leader.
Yeah.
And we get to ask him some stuff, and we're gonna ask him what we want to ask him too. So if you guys, you know, want to hear shit,
ask him shit.
Whatever questions you guys want to hear, there's probably a ton of other interviews of him on CNN or like, you know, typical news stuff. We're gonna ask him what we want to ask him. So,
you know, there's other stuff where they ask him real question, typical news shit. We're gonna ask him stupid shit.
Hey, we're not
really
gonna really
shit.
talk to him about anything important. We're gonna let him sit here and give us a fucking speech for 45 minutes. And then
So why do you
layups,
bro? Do you remember the one question? So why do they say that people in Gaza are like dying and stuff? Because we're bringing them in food.
It sounds like two fucking children.
Yeah, they do sound dumb as hell. They do sound super fucking.
Yeah, bro. It just sounds like two children talking to an adult who's 10 times smarter than them. Like he literally is walking them. Like he's walking them through the questions. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, this guy's rocking his father's suit, and his father is a small man as well. But
no, and this dude's the biggest pussy out of all of them too. I can't stand this fucking guy.
Yeah, I've seen a few like random. Actually, ironically, because we watched the one video of Schultz talking about how he felt. One of the only other Nelk videos that I ever watched was when they had Schultz on, and Schultz was like shitting on him and just like, you guys are fucking dumbasses. Not that Schultz gets a pass, because like we said, I said everything I said earlier, and that all still stands about how much of a fucking total brain dead moron Andrew Schultz is and was on the show. But yeah, this is a whole nother thing. So
no,
Jay said
stupid. He's like fucking on Beavis and Butthead fucking stupid. Yeah, he looks like fucking Beavis.
There are elite levels of dumbass here. Jay says, by the way, he does definitely look like somebody's assistant that they grabbed and said, go talk to them.
Looks like Jimmy Neutron. Fucking look at him.
Go do propaganda. Okay. Well, the thing is, and the sad part is they have a successful podcast, but it seems as if about as much preparation went into this as if this scenario happened that Jay suggested. If somebody just grabbed these guys off the fucking street and was like, hey, go talk to Netanyahu for us. And they're like, okay, sure. We're going to ask him some good questions. So, like,
real difficult questions he won't be able to answer.
Yeah. Why?
So what did you eat for dinner last night?
Yeah. Sandor says we're losing the youth. Yeah, that's what the control groups are saying to Netanyahu. So they're gonna hop in here with the Nelk Boys. They should have had him do some pranks. That'd been funny.
They were better off. He was better off going on Andrew Tate. Like, give me a fucking break. Man.
Oh yeah, hey, that'd been interesting.
Oh, to me, this is crazy. Like how far we've come, and we're get to sit down with world leaders.
Yeah,
it's fucking insane. So.
Yeah, I mean,
I totally agree with that. I actually agree with that.
Bro, that shit is so forced. He's pissing down his fucking leg right now. He's got 3 Mossad agents pointing fucking P90s at his head. Look at him. Oh, yeah, I'm so grateful. I'm so happy we're so famous we could talk to this guy. He's like, bro, I don't want to fucking talk to this guy.
Bro, they probably shot both their asses up with the fucking drug from the Travis Scott concert before this shit fucking happened.
Bro, these dudes are getting paid millions of dollars to talk to this guy. I'm guaranteeing it. They paid him millions, bro.
So I did see afterwards they claimed that they didn't get paid for this, by the way.
They got paid millions by Israel. Fuck out of here. You don't even have to report the money because it's from a foreign entity. Fuck out of here.
Okay, that's how that works.
Bro,
And then Sandor says,
because all they're going to do is take a trip to Israel, right? Paid for by Israel, and come back with a duffel bag of money by Israel. It's all, I mean.
Sandor says, my morning dump gives more pushback. That's good.
Backlash. This is just an opportunity again. You can't really pass up. I don't see it. Like, there's no one else doing this.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I'll sit down with any world leader in the world.
I agree.
I mean, my dream guess is Kim Jong-un.
Both
So
of
Kim
ours.
Jong-un, if you're watching this,
This is kind of
love
like
to
that.
come to North Korea and interview you.
All I
as
can think
well.
about is
He said this is kind of
Hopefully
like
he
that.
keeps them. Hopefully he keeps them there. Fucking idiots.
My favorite part was when he said this is kind of like that. That's an admission right there, if anything. If this
No, you're not gonna do that because that's a real man and a real dictator that will chop your hands off if you say the wrong thing. So get the fuck out of here. First off, they're not gonna go to North Korea. And first, you're not sitting down with fucking the Ayatollahs. You're not sitting down with the Crown Prince. You're not sitting down with Putin. You're a pussy. Stop acting.
These guys interviewing Kim Jong-un does feel like that fucking movie that fucking Seth Rogen made where James Franco was going to interview Kim Jong-un. Like that kind of fucking dumb ass level of like, oh, we'll sit down, we'll talk to anybody. We want to talk to all the world leaders. It's like, bro, you're a useful fucking idiot. You're a useful tool for this guy who is involved. He's fucking wanted by the ICC, and he is. I think you can look at just if we're just being honest with the situation, you can look at it and you can objectively say it's a genocide at this point. But that's my opinion. So,
fuck, bro. Look at this guy, bro. Just look at it. I can't stand looking.
Enough said. Enough said. True.
The interview when we're doing
I'm so down to pull up to Moscow and interview Putin too.
Yeah, we'll do everybody.
This is what sets off podcasts. You could put a small microphone here, but no, you have to see this thing, right?
Yeah.
God, what a fucking monster.
Bro, he's a piece of shit, bro. He literally reminds me of the devil. I looking at him as like when I see him, I just see him covered in blood.
Yeah, that's
the blood of it
that way.
You know what I'm saying? Like I look at him like he
feels no remorse. He feels no remorse. Here, let me throw this video. I'm gonna throw this video on. I'm not trying to rush it, but like I said, I got some more shit that I want to get into, and now we're really getting into these videos. And then obviously, by the way, so I'm going to try to go live on Thursday. You're invited to pop in on that if you want. I might even do something tomorrow because, I mean, I do get in here and we vibe and we have such a good time. Sandor, thank you for popping in the comments. Jay, thank you for hopping in the comments. Wiggy, you're the bomb as well. Hopped in after he hopped out of the chat here. And then Paul, everybody that just hopped in the comments tonight. I appreciate y'all. Just because the reason I say that is because I have a bunch of other videos. I got to talk about this Hunter Biden shit. It's so dumb that I can't not discuss it. So, and Sandor saying GG, yes, sir. You already know, but we do got some more videos that I'm going to show. So I'm not hopping off yet, but I just want to let Deuce know if anything happens. For sure, I'm going to be back on here again really shortly. So if you want to hop on here, you're welcome. It's always a great vibe.
Right.
And this is more of this.
What's Zoran?
Yeah,
he's an anti-Semitic guy.
Yeah.
The highest, I think the highest population of Jews in New York City. How's that even possible?
Well, it's possible because a lot of people have been taken in by this nonsense. I mean, what, you want to defund the police? You want to have people go into stores and rob them and be free? You think that really creates a good society? You want to crush all enterprise?
Who the fuck is saying that, by the way?
Yeah, dude, I can't stand shit like this. And the fact that he threw him that fucking softball, fucking hating ass question, that legit needs to be slapped in the fucking face. That was such a pussy ass fucking softball layup that he just threw him to say.
He was hating too. The question was given with hate.
Bro, he just said some stupid shit and gave this dude a piggyback fucking question so he could come and say some goofy shit like this about someone. And you know me, bro. I don't even agree with everything Mandani said, but to sit here and frame it like that, bro. Oh, this dude who fucking hates Israel and does all this. Get the fuck out of here. That's not what
I agree, and I think that's totally fair. As far as like if you have an issue with Mamdani, for example, which is who we're talking about here, don't just attack it on fucking this baseless anti-Semitism bullshit. If you believe in our political systems, argue against socialism and make a good argument against it. I mean, honestly, if you think that's a flawed political system or whatever, then it's like I think that if that is the case, then push back against it with actual something of substance. Don't just try to like character assassinate him by saying that he's, and like I said, it's completely baseless because I mean I've never seen him say anything but things that I think are completely reasonable as far as like you don't have to support this war as an American, somebody who's not associated with fucking Israel. I mean, in order to say that
congregation of Jews in New York City. Oh, and guess what? They voted for him, dumbass. So what does that say?
Well, yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, some Jews are American first. I respect them. You know what I mean?
No, a lot of Jews, and here's the thing: like in the Jewish American base right now, they're having a problem because even they're having a divide where it comes to where, and you know, it's kind of crazy that like the thing that he's pushing so hard to get support on is also the thing that's breaking up his base of supporters in the United States.
Yeah.
Because he's basically pushing them to a point where they're viewing all the atrocities, they're all the hypocrisy. When this motherfucker talks, their skin crawls. When they see bullshit ass podcasts like this, where he comes on, where he still is not answering anybody. When they see him come to Congress and still lobby our politicians for more money that they have to spend and shit.
And they get off their fucking feet and give them a standing ovation that they wouldn't even give the president, to be honest.
Exactly.
Disgusting.
Exactly. It's, you know, so it's just when all this is going on, you're having you're having vocal Jewish people like Andrew Schultz and Dave Smith critiquing this motherfucker.
I don't think Andrew Schultz is actually Jewish, which is surprising, but I've actually heard him say that he's not Jewish. So just
okay. Well, we're gonna.
It's
he
shocking.
gets the pass. He got that name Schultz. He gets the he's getting that anti-Semitic hate regardless. So we're gonna get.
And I thought for sure Schultz was a Jewish name as well, brother. I'm not even gonna lie. So I'm with you.
He's gonna get a pass because I know he's getting some of that. His DMs regardless. You know
I mean his facial structure, if you feel what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But you know, either way, go ahead, keep on talking what you're talking
about. But you know, no, but then that's just the thing. Like, it's just crazy because. For this dude, and this is why people like this should not get interviews like this, personally, my opinion. Like, obviously, they're not educated enough. They're not well-spoken enough. They're not serious enough. That's the main point. They're not fucking serious enough because anybody would be dying to have this motherfucker on a podcast to sit down and ask him some real hardball questions.
Yeah.
And you get the opportunity and you don't even take it serious enough to wear a fucking suit, have your tie looking good, do your collar. You look like a fucking idiot on there with a polo under there. You're probably wearing some Hey Dudes and you got a Happy Dad in your lap. Get the fuck, like, no one wants to see this shit. And honestly, people are gonna watch this and those dudes are gonna walk around and they're gonna see how much respect people have lost for them because this is a real issue where people have suffered and died and you didn't even take it seriously. That layup softball question where he could just piggyback and say a bunch of bullshit is ridiculous. He should be fucking ashamed of himself for that.
Well, so before we hop off here, I do want to show. So they actually did already respond to this because they got a lot of backlash. They held on to this interview for about a week and didn't drop it. And then they dropped it, immediately got backlash. And then they've been doing a little bit of like a apology tour of sorts. So I have two more, this and then another quick short video that is in relation to this interview. And then I'll just show you that.
Even Trump said don't drop it. Trump said don't drop it.
They want to tax people to death. I mean, that's a one-term effort, but sometimes you have to get mugged by reality to understand how stupid that is. So that's silly, but sometimes folly overtakes human affairs for a while, but not for long because reality steps in. So I'm obviously not happy with it, but I'm.
Your opinion?
Oh, my bad.
Because I think if we can speak the truth to the young people of America, they wise up.
That was one of the reactions. They got him on to talk about like this interview that they did and just kind of like the backlash about it.
Pretty quickly.
It's called birthright. This is what the Israel.
That was another one. They also had Nick Fuentes they talked to. So, and they ended up saying, they're like, oh, well, when we platformed them, we intended to have a pro-Palestinian voice on the next week. And honestly, I mean, I saw a lot of people like just a lot of even commentators were like, these guys are fucking hack dumbasses. So Myron, I only saw a little bit of his little interview with him, but I usually, I don't watch a ton of Myron's content, and I usually find him to be a little cringe, but I thought he was on point with this. So
lately, he's been trying to dial it back lately, but he does a lot of clickbait shit with black people that I just find corny.
Yeah. I watched a video with him not that long ago where he was arguing with some black guy, and he was calling him like a monkey and a retard. I'm just like, I don't know if that's necessary, and I don't know if I feel good about supporting that. You know what I mean? Like, just seems like it's just a mean asshole person.
Yeah,
So
that's why that guy demonetized, and he's back to doing
But I do see some of his discussions, and he's somebody that will platform controversial voices, and so I do enjoy some of those kind of conversations when they come across my
Nah, he's got some good shit on there. Sometimes he's an idiot, but
I also don't prefer his like shit about women either. Like, sometimes I feel like that's just like,
I never liked that shit. I never liked that. Even though he was right about some of it, I didn't like his tone.
A lot of times it's just like misogynist, kind of like spiteful shit. You just sound like a guy that was like that's really spiteful about.
Even if you have a point that you're making and you are right, you can articulate in a way where you're not coming off like someone who just doesn't get pussy. You know what I'm saying? And that's how he sounds sometimes. He sounds like a guy that struggled to get pussy when he was younger. Finally got a good haircut, thinned out a little bit.
Money.
Got a good job, what I'm saying? He's figured that out, and now he's finally. But, and like, it's just, not saying he's not a smart guy, I think he's a smart guy, whatever, but, I think it's just the way he articulates himself. He kind of paints himself in a bad light, and
sometimes I think he does kind of take troll position. So it's like, I don't really like that. I prefer, if I'm listening to a commentator, that even if I don't agree with their positions, that I feel confident that I can trust that they, in all honesty, believe that position. With him, sometimes I think that he does kind of like get into some like, I'm going to argue some shit just to kind of troll and get people riled up. But I understand that has a place on the internet, and sometimes I watch it like that and laugh about it, so I'm not mad at it. Sandor, by the way, says, all good, just playing some Fallout, listening to you guys. I mean, the thing is, what's not hate speech nowadays? I think anything, if you even broach this topic, then you're already engaging in anti-Semitism. And then Jay said Fallout's a classic. Wish they'd come out with a new one. They do have a new season coming out, I think, at the end of this year, as far as the TV show. I don't know how
I got to get back on my TV shows and shit. Sandman, new season.
Andor, underrated. I slept on it because I watched that Acolyte, and that shit was one of the worst fucking TV shows I have ever seen.
Bro. Andor's fire.
Okay, yeah, Andor. Yeah, Andor is actually fire. So I slept on it. Also, I really wasn't like, I liked Rogue One too, but the French guy that's the main male character in Rogue One, he was like my least favorite part of it. So him being the main character in the TV show made me kind of weary of it, but I ended up giving it a chance recently, and I was like, okay, I actually fuck with this. This is Star Wars.
No, it's nice. It actually gives you like an authentic Star Wars feel.
Yeah, and I will say it's a show that a lot of times with those shows, I'm like, that we want to see Jedi. Why the fuck are you showing us all this?
Yeah, exactly. They don't want to give us the Jedi.
Yeah, but in Andor, they actually are able to get away with that. Jay here says, I've enjoyed listening to you guys tonight. I appreciate you, brother, and I appreciate you always tuning in.
Hey, brother, appreciate it.
He hops in here and he's contributed and gotten in the conversation before. So I've already said it. You've probably already heard it, but Thursday I'll be on here again for sure. I'm definitely committing to that. And I might make it on here tomorrow if I want to do a little bonus, because I do already have shit to react to that we aren't going to get to tonight. So also, I'm going to try to work out like a weekend day to try to be consistent with. But Tuesday has been a day that I know I can make happen with my current schedule. So it's better for me, and I can be more consistent if I have a schedule that I can be held accountable to. Jay says, I appreciate that. That was his, I enjoyed listening to you guys comment. And then Sandor says, yeah, so easy to get lost in the atmosphere. Great series. And I think you're talking about Andor probably. The Prime series is good as well. I'm not sure what the Prime series is, brother. Do you know what he's talking about?
No, I was actually looking at that comment. I'm like, fucking Prime.
Yeah. I mean, on Prime, I know they have a show called Expanse. I've watched a little bit of that. That show's pretty good, but it's not Star Wars. I'm sure
Bobby
that's
has some good shows, though. I'll give him that. So
yeah. But oh, Prime. No, he's talking about fucking Fallout.
Oh
yeah, that's right. Okay, my bad. I got you. So yeah, no, that was fire. I really enjoyed that. I like the Fallout universe. It's cool. It's unique. I also wish they'd come out with another game. I kind of want to get into the online version of it, but I just feel like I don't have the time to commit to like be good at any online games. So I just usually prefer the solo gaming. It's kind of it's also just kind of like my personality a little bit. I like if I'm playing video games, I like to just sit down and
lock in.
Yeah, be doing whatever the fuck kind of like story mode or whatever I'm doing. I'm not as used to like hopping on there and hopping on Call of Duty with like 3 friends and fucking bullshitting and running around doing that. It's just not
that takes a lot.
That wasn't what I was doing. But I respect it. I do enjoy watching streams where they do that. Check out Smooth Recoil, by the way. Smooth Recoil, great gaming stream that is related to the channel here. And yeah, I've talked to him recently about doing some scary games. That'd be great to see him get back into that. But
yeah, it's funny watching him doing that shit, boy.
Oh, bro, hilarious. The fucking Resident Evil shit had me dying. Sandor Clegane says, talking about Fallout TV show, Andor, get the fuck out of here. I don't yeah, so easy to get lost in the atmosphere. Great series. Yeah, I mean, TV show Andor, get the fuck out of here. I'm with you. So I have no idea why the fuck get the fuck out of here necessarily. But,
goddamn, that's so aggressive.
Yeah, goddamn it there at the end. But the Fallout TV show I definitely fucked with, and then Andor. I was late to discovering that because I was just skeptical, and then I ended up being really impressed with it. So that was my bad. But that's why I've been trying to spread the word because I'm trying to make up for it. I will warn people though. I have to warn people, and I did do some reviews on it on the channel, and you can see how much I fucking hated it. But that Acolyte series was so fucking bad, bro. Oh my god. And it was like it was the height of like woke shit with Disney. They're like, I remember the lady that was the showrunner. She's like, Star Wars is gay, and that's fucking good, or whatever the fuck she was saying. She's like, they were just happy to trigger people about making it the gayest Star Wars of all time.
Yeah, I was just flabbergasted.
Did you watch the show?
I was so flabbergasted.
Oh, bro, if you watch the show, then you know the fucking whole like female cult. And they had the whole female cult talking about the fucking power of one, the power of many.
Like, I had to tell my son, like,
oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, Sandor, the power of one, the power of many. That shit fucking had me cringing. I was actually furious. I love Star Wars. I love Star Wars.
I told myself to watch it.
I have a wonderful memories attached to Star Wars. Seeing the prequel series, I even got to see one of the original series in a theater, which was like that's like a fucking core memory for me as far as theater going.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, and it was at like a $2 movie theater. So here in the States, I don't know if it's the same in New Zealand where Sandor's at, but we have, at least in cities, I haven't seen one in Florida, but when I lived in Indianapolis, there would be $2 theaters, and they would play like older films. So I remember my parents taking me to that. It was fire.
We don't have those around here, brother.
Yeah, I've never seen any of those in anywhere in Florida. But I mean, I haven't really thoroughly explored Tampa. They might have some shit like that in Tampa. I'm not sure. But those definitely, there was one of those over by where I lived in Indianapolis, and I remember going to see. I want to say.
Dude, I wish they did have fucking one around here, but I mean,
yeah. You know what's fun that we don't have around here are drive-ins. So drive-ins are cool. It's just a unique, fun experience. And Indianapolis, they have specifically a drive-in, and
we used to have one.
I missed that. Yeah, I know there was one in Tampa. I remember looking into that a couple years ago because I wanted to take my daughter.
Yeah, but you know how that is. I mean.
Oh, bro. Yeah, 100%. Like, and also when it ends up being like Tampa, I know you really don't mind the drive as much, but I really fucking cannot stand the drive to Tampa, or anywhere. I hate fucking driving. But so let's get into Oh yeah, this was okay. So
you
this
gotta
was
go
actually,
fucking like 3 hours away just to do what you want to do. It's like Jesus Christ.
exactly. No, 100%. That's why honestly, we're looking at possibly selling the house, and it's like I might be moving to Tampa because it's like there's so much that I want to do that if I'm in Tampa, it'll make it way more accessible for me to do it. And as long as I'm not in that kind of environment, I'm not going to, even if I have short bursts of like inspiration where I really get after it and go, do it on a regular basis, I'm not going to actually be able to maintain that. So it's like I'd rather it be like convenient for me to, do podcasts with different people all the time, or whatever else I'm trying to do. Like, I mean, I do the stand-up shit, so it's like I want to make doing the open mics easy and not being like, okay, I'm only going to do an open mic once every fucking 3 months because it doesn't do anything for me.
No, I feel that. I mean, yeah, it's harder to do shit. Well, especially I've noticed in Florida too, it's harder to like kind of like be away from like be so far away from certain things because like a lot of opportunity does come in the city. So
absolutely,
like, a lot of the networking comes from the city. So it's like when you're living in the suburbs, it's like you're really putting yourself at a disadvantage,
Well, I mean, bro, and for us, we're even further than the suburbs. We're middle of fucking nowhere, basically. It's like
we're in the boondocks.
Yeah, we're in the boondocks, but I mean the nice boondocks. So I'm not trying to
don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted.
I'm not trying to be ungrateful. We live in a great, safe area, and I'm very thankful. And I don't want to be just say you do open mics. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, as much as I can, that's what I'm saying. It's just such a commitment to go to where those are that it's like it just ends up being something that I just can't consistently commit to on a schedule where I actually am able to capitalize off the connections I'm making, or even just getting a real kind of like flow for it. You know what I'm saying? Like every time you go, you kind of get more comfortable with it and more, you kind of find your own kind of voice with it. Once you spend like 2 months, 3 months, 4 months where you just weren't able to make it to Tampa because of work or whatever, you just start to get rusty or whatever. So
no, for sure. And you got to be consistent with that shit too. That's
absolutely, for sure. Because I mean, it's just like whenever you're around and in the element, that's when you have the opportunity to, meet that connection that ends up, spawning whatever else might come from it. So definitely just got to put yourself in the positions to have those interactions that end up leading to the next thing. And yeah, for me, it's big to make that fucking convenient because like I said, driving, that'll be enough to deter me. I'll be fucking halfway up to Tampa and I'm like, I don't even want to do this shit.
Well, but yeah, I think too, it's like you coming back late as fuck too. That's another thing. Bro. So it's like fuck. Now I got to come back at fuck. Like I just fucking, depending on how the crowd is, it's like, god damn, do I even want to take this drive home, or do I just want to go over the Tampa Bridge? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, just fucking crash out, literally. No, 100%. Or just like it's just like everything that we were talking about societally. It's like there's a lot to keep up with. At the same time, at 7 o'clock. 6:30, whatever, the sun's going to come up and then the day starts. You got to be ready for that too. So it's like also when you consider, like, obviously we're both parents, so it's like you got to try to have as much time that you could commit to that as humanly possible, basically. So it's like there's no amount of parenting time that is going to suffice for you to get the best result out of your kids. So I mean, as much investment as you can put in your kids, the better. So that's just the challenge of trying to balance life, though. So this is something, though. That's why this has been nice to be able to do later, because then I hop on here, then, at least I don't know about you, but in my case, my kid's sleeping, and I just end up having to be a little bit more tired tomorrow. But that's what it is. I wanted to play this. This is, I think, honestly, the most contentious part of the Nelk interview. So I want to get your opinion on it.
What's your go-to at McDonald's?
No, I'll tell you, Burger King. We did the double,
Whopper.
The double.
I haven't ripped Burger King in a long time.
Burger King kind of sucks.
Yeah.
No,
the BK Lounge can hit.
I disagree completely.
You like Burger King over McDonald's?
That's your worst take, I think.
Absolutely.
That's a crazy take.
No, that was fine. I mean, I like Burger King.
Them saying that's your worst take is so funny.
Answer is yes.
Stage 5.
Yeah. Oof. I don't know,
dude. I mean, I don't know.
So,
people are just fucking crazy.
Just disgusting, right?
These
What
people,
even can you say?
these dudes are fucking nasty, bro.
Yeah,
They should be ashamed of themselves. Their mothers should fucking disown them. Like, I don't know.
I think that's good advice for their mothers. And here, by the
Just
way,
your overall opinion. Us having a world leader on, as we said.
Look, he's a war criminal, bro. He's currently wanted by the ICC. He's killed. Like, for example, one of the things he lied about was like, oh, they were burning babies alive. That's not true. A lot of the shit that happened on October 7th was a lie. There was no mass rapes. There was no beheaded babies.
Whoa. Really?
Oh, yeah, dude. Like that's bro. He fucking was just saying, look, if you guys want me to really go through this, I can. But a lot of the stuff that went down on October 7th was sensationalized and a fucking lie. Look at your chat. They know I'm telling the truth. Look at your chat right now. A lot of the shit that went down on October 7th was a fucking lie. And most people don't have the balls to fucking call this shit out, dude. There was no beheaded babies, no babies in ovens.
Okay.
Mass rapes were a lie. Look at your chat, bro.
But murders happened. They're saying facts, but murders happened or no murders. Chill.
No, murders happened, but it's very important for you guys to understand how the murders went down. So there were 1,200 people that died on that.
and also think about the bar there, how they shifted the goalposts. Crazy. We're talking about mass fucking rapes and beheadings and killings of children. He's like, okay, so hold on. Are you saying no murders happened? No, dumbass. That's not what the fuck are you saying. What the fuck? Well, obviously, it's not what he's saying. He's just saying, like, as far as like the
Look at that fucking dweeb sitting there.
yeah,
quiet,
just,
my
they're
face.
totally cucked out.
Dude,
And
look at
he's
this
like,
dweeb.
he's like, they're saying facts in the chat. They're saying facts in the chat. Okay. Oh, okay. Are they saying facts? Are they saying facts about what you're saying or about what he's saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think we know. We know.
Yeah, they won't
Right?
clarify.
400 of those people that were killed were IDF soldiers, which by international law means they are enemy combatants and they're fair game. Next was about 800 people died. Now, this is the part that no one wants to talk about.
That part.
The 800 that died, right, that were civilians, we'll also keep in mind that everyone in Israel has to join the IDF at some point and do service. So you can make the argument that they're enemy combatants, but that's fine. Let's go with 800 civilians, right? Those 800 civilians, we don't know who Hamas killed versus who the IDF killed. Now, I know you guys are probably saying, like, yo, what the fuck? The reason for that, guys, is there was a controversial directive activated that day called the Hannibal Directive. The Hannibal Directive is authorization from the government to kill Israeli citizens and or soldiers when they're about to be kidnapped by Palestinian militias. And the reason why...
By the way, just that little tidbit. Like, I don't even think you have to be that deep in this conflict to be aware of the Hannibal Directive and that was possibly given
My first time
out.
hearing that, brother.
Okay. So, well, but either way, so I'm just saying, like, somebody like Myron, if these people would have been equipped with that level of knowledge, think about how interesting that would have been to get whatever the answer would have been from Bibi Netanyahu on that. I mean, he probably would have, skirted around it or into the interview or whatever may have happened, but it would have been worthwhile regardless for his feet to be held to the fire there. And as far as, like, I don't know if he just explained it, but the Hannibal Directive is basically them saying, like, you can kill, given the okay to kill citizen combatant, not citizen combatants, but Israeli citizens. So to prevent them from being taken hostage. So he's saying,
I don't even understand how the fuck, like, what is that? Is that a better death? Is what? Like, is that
well, okay. So yeah, I think partially some of what it is for it to be like you're not being taken and tortured and whatever. But even more importantly than that, in reality, it's just they don't want another country or another entity to have that leverage over them, or they don't want the opportunity for those people to be able to be used to infiltrate the Israeli government or whatever. It's it's easier. It's a tied up loose end if you just kill them. I mean, just point blank, period. So wherever that could lead, we could imagine several different paths that could go down. But the safest for the protection of the Israeli government is just that they would be killed. Because you even see, like, some of the hostages that have been released have come out and they've spoken against the Israeli government. So it's like, it's not always just a given just because somebody is an Israeli hostage or whatever that they're going to come back as a full-on supporter of Israeli vision.
If you're a hostage, right, you get to see all the barbaric shit that they do. You know what I'm saying? And you probably can even understand why you're being captured at one point. If you're seeing, like, okay, say you're in the tunnels underground, like they said that were being captured prisoners, right? You had some females that were released that said they never harmed them, this, that, and the third. But then again, it's like, think about it. You're down there. They're saying they're coming to get you, right? They're saying they're doing all this shit, but yet they're fucking throwing bombs. They're sending bombs and leveling all the surface around you, right? So it's like, okay, you're trying to get to the tunnels, but yet you're also caving the tunnels in with those bombs. Those people know that. Like, they're not stupid. So as you're saying, hey, we rescued you, they're saying, like, you didn't rescue shit, bro. You probably killed a few of the hostages yourself with just the bombs you were doing. It's just so contradictory that these dudes should sit here and be like, oh, you don't think they killed anybody? You don't think they murdered anybody? Yeah, of course they did. They of course they did. We know they did, but that's not the whole fucking point. The point is based on the retaliation of force that is definitely exceeding what any Palestinian can obviously do.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
They do this, and so they don't end up in a position where they have to exercise diplomacy and do hostages exchanges. They learned this with a guy back in 2006 named Gilad Shalit. So what Hamas did when they went in there, the goal was to get as many hostages as possible to negotiate the release of Palestinian prisoners that are in Israel. Again, I'm not here to condone their behavior, but I'm here to tell you guys why they did the said behavior and what really went down and what the intention was. So when we talk about the 800 Israelis that were killed, innocent people were killed. I'm not refuting that. But what I will say is a lot of those innocent people that were killed by the IDF. How do we know this? Because they were shot by Apache helicopters with Hellfire missiles. Hamas doesn't have that. There was some of them in the kibbutzes, which is their homes.
I mean, Myron, this is crazy now. We're going conspiracy theories.
This is not conspiracy theories, bro. This is 100% fact.
Because then, wait, Myron, bro. Myron, we're seeing a breaking news, a tweet. LMFAO having Nelk interview Netanyahu is like Ted Bundy doing a podcast with a woman. These dudes are fucking retarded.
Wow, Myron.
But here you are.
Yeah, I thought we were homies.
So how are you any different?
You didn't
than
say
him?
that was retarded. You said we're retarded.
Because you're using the platform, right? Just like, I'll give you the chance, but I'm just saying. Yahoo, Myron.
Guys,
they thought they just dunked on him just now? Because he called them a retard and he's using their platform? That kind of like...
He just made them just look how stupid. They didn't even know that he said that before he got on here. Fucking dumbass.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it actually highlights the point of like you having guests on that you aren't actually like fully like researching. Not that they don't know who Myron is, but it's like you could have seen that he said on Twitter today that you guys were retards. If that was going to change whether or not you want to have him on the podcast. But the guy's like, I'm going to let you defend that. I'm assuming that Myron's going to be like, I don't give a fuck about how you feel about that. You're retarded.
Look at his face. Look at that.
Yeah, exactly. Look at him. He's looking at him like, go ahead, prove to me.
Look at the one on the left.
Slide.
The one on the left's like, go ahead and prove it. Looking like looking like an idiot. And the one on the right's like, oh my God, I can't believe you said that.
This is actually the thing is they're pushing this question that so Sandor just said they're journalists, bro, hard-hitting journalists. I will say this pushback on Myron is the most journalistic pushback we've seen from them yet on this retard tweet, which is crazy.
100%.
Yeah, which is crazy because I mean Myron's just a fucking guy who tells fucking college girls that they're whores and like to cover up their pussy or whatever. So it's like, come on,
guys, let's be 100% honest, not bullshit. You guys didn't think you were going to get this much backlash, and now you're damage control.
Bro, are you crazy?
We knew this.
Myron, can I tell you? I'll be honest. Like I said on the pod, I'm not the most educated on this. When we got the opportunity, I started asking my Jewish friends, and I was like, "Yo, we're gonna have Netanyahu on the pod. Like, what do you think?" And they're like, "Bro, I fucking hate him." And then I asked another person, and they said the same thing. And then I'm like, oh, what do your parents think about him? They're like, oh, they don't like him. So that's when I really knew. I was like, dude, this guy is the most hated man on the planet. And I realized that before we did the interview. Myron, this is not a shock to us at all, whatsoever. We actually posted, I posted on my Instagram story, you could check. We were going live on Kick before we dropped this pod.
No, I know you guys were. But what I am saying is
the hate is not a surprise whatsoever.
Hold on, wait. Let's finish with Myron and then bring Sneeko right after. No, Sneeko, stay on and just stay. Okay,
go.
So yeah, what I was saying before, bro, is basically the reason why a lot of people don't like Netanyahu is obviously he's committing a bunch of war crimes. And the other reason why people are pissed off is because Israel claims to be our greatest ally, but they've been involved in a bunch of bullshit. They've stolen nukes from us. They were involved in 9/11. They had foreknowledge it was going to happen. This is all declassified information. It's not a conspiracy theory, contrary to what people tell you. The guy that owned the building got the biggest insurance payout ever, and he's a close friend of Netanyahu. That they were involved in the assassination of John F. Kennedy because he tried to take their nukes away. Like, this is all factual stuff that's come out from declassified documents. And we give these guys an enormous amount of aid, and then they drag us into foreign wars. Like Iraq, for example, in 2003, we had no business over there. Saddam Hussein had nothing to do with Osama bin Laden. We ended up in fucking Iraq, and 1 million people died. For what? Wars for Israel. Because Israel has a reckless foreign policy that we back, that Netanyahu's been a part of for the past 30 years, where we drag Americans into conflict for no fucking reason. And they have way too much influence in our government and with AIPAC, and not even have to register in FARA. So that's why so many people have issues with Netanyahu and the Zionist lobby in America.
Myron, my quick question to you is that
Makes sense.
Do you have a problem with, how do you separate having a problem with Jews and having a problem with Israel?
Sure, that's a good question. So there are people, right, that have been vocal about this that are Jewish, right? There's people like Max Blumenthal, Dave Smith, Norman Finkelstein. There's a bunch of people that talk about this stuff, and they talk about the atrocities and the bad foreign policy, Jeffrey Sachs, etc. A lot of intellectuals. But I think the important thing that people need to understand is that most Zionists are actually evangelical Christians, right? But most Jews are Zionists. So this is why, you run into the problems that you have. Not every Jew is a Zionist. A lot of them are actually, anti-Israel, which is great. But it's not about having a problem with Jews. It's about having a problem with Zionists. It just so happens that most Zionists tend to be Jewish.
Okay, because I think that's a big problem, especially on the internet, is that everyone at this point is grouping two and two together, and I think that there's a differentiator between being Israeli and being an American Jew. And like your buddy, you're never gonna turn down a collab from Aiden Ross, right?
Yeah, I'm cool with Aiden, but again, Aiden's not committing a genocide right now.
For sure.
It's not the same. You know what I mean? It's a completely different situation. And again, like I said before, it's a very sensitive topic. People are terrified to talk about it for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But if we're gonna go ahead and really have this discussion, I think people need to understand that Israel is not our greatest ally like they claim, and we give them way too much money, and they're dropping bombs on kids, and they make us look bad, and they don't deal with accountability for their reckless foreign policy ever.
All right, Myron, we appreciate you, bro. We're gonna bring Stico on.
No problem, man.
Thank you, Uncle Myron. We'll see you soon, bro.
All right. Yep. Humiliated. By the way, Sandor here says that keeps getting voted into power. Let's see, they're journalists. So you must be responding to something they said. That keeps getting voted into power more so than any other Israel politician. So hated. And then Jay says, I've never heard the Israel killing Kennedy over threatening to take their nukes away theory. So yeah, that is definitely an interesting theory that I've heard kind of kicked around on the internet quite a bit. Wiggy Wom says, yeah, it's kind of implied in some of the JFK files. All right, so let's see here. I think everything else could pretty much.
And that's an interesting point, though, because
the intelligentsia of the Democratic Party.
That's an interesting point, though, because there was a Jewish mobster, Meyer Lansky,
yeah. No, very true. Huge in the establishment of Las Vegas and all that kind of shit.
He was big in casinos and
Treason.
money laundering. He was basically the one that handled all the money for the commission. He was one of the only mobsters to actually never get convicted.
Yeah, I know that they utilized them in some kind, known. I want to say they utilized them in infiltrating Cuba. I think they used the mob and Lucky Luciano and Meyer Lansky, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Sandor.
I think they hunted down ex-Nazis.
Oh, okay. And then Sandor says it was the nukes and making the precursor to AIPAC have to register as a foreign agent. So JFK got the free skylight. This, by the way, was the Hunter Biden interview on Channel 5. Like I said, I'm going to react to this at length, honestly. like I said, I'll commit to Thursday with you guys. I don't know if I'll make tomorrow happen, but I'm gonna. That's gonna be my goal. But definitely look out for me on Thursday. But this right here is just a little.
The intelligentsia of the Democratic Party,
just so you guys feel
with 2020 hindsight, believes that Joe Biden should have considered not running again because of their perception that he was too old. And so then the drumbeat began. And the New York Post the New York Times, on a near daily basis, egged on by the Pod Save America saviors of the Democratic Party, with four white millionaires that are dining out on their association with Barack Obama from 16 years ago, living in Beverly fucking Hills, telling.
I just can't. This man triggers me. This guy actually fucking triggers the shit out of me.
Yeah,
like, bro,
he talks like his daddy too, which
he does talk like his dad, but then it's like the lack of self-awareness to be a Nepo baby crackhead who literally went to Ukraine and brokered fucking corrupt deals with corrupt government based off his connection with his father, to sit here and say that two guys who, by the way, the Pod Save America guys were saying like they're living off their relationship with Barack Obama from 16 years ago or whatever the fuck. They were speechwriters, and actually I don't know that they were like self-made or anything. They probably were put in whatever position they were put in based off nepotism, but at least they were like placed on like second base. This motherfucker was literally fucking born on home plate. And I mean, like, he already passed go like 6 or 7 times. Give me a fucking break. Like, for him to sit there and be like shitting on people based off of like some perception that they're not self-made from this person, that is fucking laughable. If you're anybody else, you're a crackhead in prison. Stop. Seriously.
Yeah, the lack of self-awareness with this guy is
crazy.
Unbelievable. It's
He's
actually unbelievable.
Two white millionaires living in Beverly Hills. Bro, if you haven't been able to make $1 million off your dad's name, that's your own fault, you fucking dumbass.
I mean, and the funny part is we know he has made it.
He has.
He just blew it on coke and crack.
Blew it on coke and whores.
It's just.
He let the whores fucking rob him after he fell into a fucking stupor.
Yeah,
Give me a break. This guy is such a fucking embarrassment. And honestly, the reason I really want to react to this, I don't know if you're seeing it on Twitter. My Twitter is full of people fucking celebrating this guy. They're like, oh, fucking Hunter is really telling me how it is. I'm like, bro, this guy is a fucking dumbass, completely disconnected, which why wouldn't he be considering his fucking lot in life? Like, why wouldn't he be completely disconnected from a normal person's struggle?
He's obviously just lost his mind. To not know how he's publicly viewed, you know what I'm saying, especially in the political space, to feel like, I mean, and the fact that people actually like hold his words to any merit is just absolutely fucking insane. You know, It's like you would not listen to this guy about anything if his name wasn't Biden.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if his last name wasn't Biden, you're not listening to him about shit. Like,
or if not to laugh at him like you would any fucking crackhead at the fucking gas station. Like,
exactly.
Like, we'll listen to your crazy fucking musings about whatever the fuck is going on and about how they fucking fucked over your dad. Like, what kind of fucking crazy spiteful cunt this is? He's doing this fucking interview to sit here and defend his dad, who was obviously not capable of being president.
And look at it, bro. Just look at this dude. He's obviously like probably fucked up right now. Like, it's
probably. But the entitlement to think like my dad should have got to run for president again, regardless of if he was able to speak.
Yeah, no, it's fucking
okay. The Republicans should have rolled out fucking Bruce Willis's ass. Fuck it. So it's like Jay said, went to Ukraine and embezzled money, death pass go and collected $200. Yeah, 100%, brother. No doubt. Jay said if he didn't have the money to fuel his drug habit, he'd be standing on the corner outside the closet or the closest convenience store begging for money. Yeah, absolutely. Fucking Dark Brandon's here. Hunter's having his redemption arc. Hunter Biden 2028. It does seem like that, like it might be in the cards for him. First act as president. All drugs legalized. Yeah, he should run as a libertarian. But hey, what's going on, by the way, M? Shout out to you. Appreciate you for hopping in here. We have been vibing for a while. Keep an eye out for us on Thursday and always on Tuesdays. I'm committing to the Tuesdays going forward, but also I'm going to try to swing an extra live every week. But just so you know, since you weren't in here earlier, I want to let you know you can expect us on Tuesdays. Let's go ahead
On
and
the rest of the world, what
this.
black voters in South Carolina really want, or what the women in the waitress living outside of Green Bay, Wisconsin really believes. I mean,
Do you think that Hunter thinks that he knows what those people want because he smokes crack? Is he that level of a racist?
Dude, yeah. I mean, he's going off like fucking just hopes and prayers, man. I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. I mean, he's talking about the election his dad won, but at this point, I'm starting to feel like that shit was just fabricated. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Stolen election, obviously.
it's just, oh my God. Just none of the, this country's just fucking gone to shit. I mean, I mean, politically, at least, I mean, everybody, the country's great. It's just, our politics is just, I don't even know. We got fucking crackheads that get a platform nowadays. It's like, what the fuck?
No, 100%.
This would never happen back in the day, bro. Like, what are we doing? A crackhead on TV fucking talking about politics? What are we?
Jay said he just smoked some crack 3 minutes before the interview. He might have. They went hard. I mean, I can't say we didn't. This is not a crack fueled 7-hour stream. This is. I mean, there was some weed involved, but that was it. But you would think that would have the opposite effect. But somehow I'm still.
I mean, dude, no.
Strong like a bull.
His hands are all over the place. Like, it's just like he's not even looking at the camera. I don't even know. I don't even know if he's looking at the internet at this point.
Oh, he's talking through the guys. Like it's a crack vendor. He's not even talking to the person interviewing him anymore. He's just like he's talking to his fucking dad. He's like, Dad, I always fucking supported you and I loved you. And when I fucked Bo's wife, it was for you. It was for you, Dad. Oh my God. Sandor, by the way, said, I don't believe you your lies, James. I waited all day on the 20th. Where were you, bro? Where were you? I don't know what the 20th was. If it was, it looks like it might have been Sunday. If it was Sunday, I know there was one day this weekend where I was planning on streaming, and then, you know, I'm not trying to blame my old lady, but you know, sometimes they end up like giving you that look where they're like, really, you know, are you sure you're gonna go streaming today? Because this might be it for us. So I got one of those where it was like, you know, streaming wasn't a good idea for my family, unfortunately. But like I said, you know, you got to put your foot down, and Tuesdays that has to happen because this is something I enjoy to do. And I'm going to try to work these in more often as well. And I like to do the impromptu ones when I'm really feeling inspired. So I've worked this space outside in this garage where I have my studio, where it's much easier to come out here and just record. So it's encouraged me to be more active out here. So Sandor, I promise that if ever I didn't come through, it wasn't intentional. And you know, I'll definitely try to be more reliable with that. And let's go ahead.
What the fuck? I mean, I can't believe that we do this over and over again.
Yeah.
Or I hear Rahm Emanuel is going to run for president. What a fucking, like, David Axelrod's going to run his campaign for him. That's like, oh boy, there's the answer. There's the fucking answer. Genius is all. You know, all of the things that they've won. You remember this, is that everybody talks about Joe Biden now as if he was somehow the choice of the Democratic Party. Bullshit. We lost Iowa. We lost New Hampshire. We came in second in Nevada. David Plouffe and David.
He's highlighting how the people of the Democratic Party did not vote for him in a primary in these states. But the argument that people make now aren't that he's like the movement of the Democratic Party from like a grassroots standpoint. They argue the opposite, that he was put forth from like the corporate Democrats and that he's just a useful puppet for them. So I think this is literally playing into that specific argument against his dad, to be completely honest.
But Axelrod went on TV. They said that there's no way Joe Biden can get the nomination, not a chance in the world. Mike Bloomberg is going to crush him in California. Elizabeth Warren's going to beat him in Massachusetts. There's going to get wiped out in Texas. He doesn't have the money to run. A lot of rural voters said, fuck you, we love Joe. A lot of urban voters said, fuck you, we love Joe. And they voted for him overwhelmingly. And not only that, everybody said, well, he'll never be able to beat Trump. And then they said, well, he'll never bring us out of COVID. And then he said he'll never be able to pass bipartisan legislation, and he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, and he's living in a different generation, and he's living in a past time. And over again, David Axelrod would go on and say, you know, the thing about the president is that he is just a man who time has passed by, and he doesn't understand Congress. We pass bipartisan legislation more than any presidents in Lyndon Bay.
Like I said, we.
Yeah.
Hunter said we. This man was getting high on crack when his dad was having those fucking arguments.
This man was taking trips to Burisma, and he's talking about me.
Yeah, 100%. This fucking dad was out here fucking
cash.
His father's brain was rotting away, fucking on the Senate floor, trying to argue to put fucking blacks in prison for a little bit longer.
Yeah, he was sitting there arguing for his fucking pardon, and he's sitting here talking about we.
That's the thing. See, that's the thing. He did get pardoned. We are looking at a man who's bulletproof. He can't do anything illegal. When Biden gave him that fucking pardon, he's free, and he can talk about it.
I think it's only for like 5 or 10 years though that pardon lasts.
That's all he needs. That's all he needs. Shit, 5 to 10 years if this man with his fucking heart, his crack fueled heart, lasts for another 5 to 10 years. Yo, God bless us all.
Johnson, and who had a supermajority in both.
What was that?
He looks pretty healthy there, so I don't know.
Does look healthy.
He got
Although his posture looks fucking nuts.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it looks like he's took some ass whippings.
Yeah.
With the House and the Senate, with Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. And who did that? That didn't happen by magic. That didn't happen in the Obama administration. That happened because Joe Biden got on the phone with Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin and Chuck Schumer and the rest of the party and Republicans in the party, and he passed a fucking bill because Mitch McConnell didn't stand in the way like he did to every other president other than Joe Biden. Because
he took all the shit out that we fucking wanted and compromised in every fucking possible way.
He did everything those cucks wanted. That's how he got it.
Oh,
yeah.
he's a classic uniparty. So it's like, hey, the Republicans were like, yeah, this works for me. Fuck yeah, I'll sign on to this shit.
Yeah. You sent $20 million to my fucking foundation, no problem.
Oh, you mean fucking Israel gets fucking 1,000 more bombs to drop on people? Yeah, hell yeah, I'll sign on to that.
Done.
Yeah, perfect.
He did it.
Fucking support
him alone. And then they said, well, look, it's all going to come down to this State of the Union speech. It's going to come down to the State of the Union speech. That was it. And he knocks it out of the park.
And it was that one debate that caused the full backslide.
Yeah, man. And I'll tell you what, I know exactly what happened in that debate. He flew around the world, basically, and the mileage that he could have flown around the world 3 times.
Yeah.
He's 81 years old. He's tired as shit. They give him Ambien to be able to sleep. He gets up on the stage, and he looks like he's a deer in the headlights. And it feeds into every fucking story that anybody wants to tell. And Jake Tapper with literally how many anonymous sources. If this was a conspiracy, Andrew, you know this, somehow the entirety of a White House in which you literally living on top of each other has kept their mouth shut about, like what? And what's conspiracy?
Yeah.
That Joe Biden got old? Yeah, he got old. He got old before our eyes. The people that came out against him were who? Nobody. Except
what?
Speaker Pelosi, Speaker Emeritus Pelosi, did not give a full-throated endorsement, which allowed everybody else to kind of go, okay. Except who came out full-throated? Progressives, AOC, Bernie, the entire progressive ring, Ro Khanna, the entirety of the progressive side of the Democratic Party said Joe Biden has got more of our agenda accomplished in 4 years than any president in history. The largest investment into climate change in history. Just that alone, okay? And so he gets over the hump. He goes and does a Stephanopoulos. Everybody's okay, that's not enough. We got to see him give a press conference. For what? You remember that? It was about a 2-hour-long press conference, and he gave a tour de force, around the world history lesson about the existence of NATO, Russian aggression, and Ukraine. They said, okay, well, wait, he's got to go give a speech in, he's going to speak to the NAACP, because the NAACP and the Hispanic Caucus and the Black Caucus said, if you fuck over Joe, don't count on us. Because you know what they're doing? They're trying to take South Carolina away as the first primary state. The first time in history that the heart and soul of the Democratic Party gets to have its voice heard first after 50 years of Iowa and New Hampshire with 3% black population states.
I thought it was less.
Less than that.
New Hampshire's got to be closer to 1.
Closer to 1.
I saw a few blacks.
Finally, and you know what? You know what you have? You have the Pod Save America motherfuckers saying, I don't think South Carolina, was only there because of Joe Biden, and Joe Biden and that's what he did to save his own self. Why should South Carolina have the vote? What the fuck? I mean, are they out of their fucking minds?
Was there investigation?
Well, there you go. Look, man's caping for his father. And you can't be mad at that. He spent a lot of time in rehab thanks to his father. So I mean, what else can you really expect somebody? He's gonna come out, but it's just weird to see him being a public figure, I guess, after all the backlash, involving the pardon specifically, I guess was the last thing that we saw with Hunter Biden, but we will get into that more in depth. I'm sure Andrew Callahan's, who's doing the interview from Channel 5, he's got a great channel. He's actually a journalist, and I think he deserves that badge, and has been on the ground level of a lot of really interesting events, and he's done really cool coverage of it. So I'm excited to see the full interview. I mean, that, like we already kind of discussed, what just makes you absolutely fucking grit your teeth and cringe about that.
Some of that's true though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, definitely as far as the effectiveness, but I mean, a lot of the effectiveness boils down to one, the willingness for Biden to pursue policies that did compromise a lot. But I think that as far as like we see now with Trump, with sort of like a full head-on, full steam ahead move towards fascism, you have to look at the timidness of the Biden administration and say, if they would have really stood on what things that we really find as like kind of like pillars of liberal ideology, or this kind of like progressive ideology that we're in today, if he would have really stood on those kind of principles, then I think we would probably be a lot of people feel like we would be in a better position as a country today, in my opinion. But they're so obsessed with playing within the rules in that way, and appeasing people that, in all honesty, once you're out of office, they're doing everything they can to, peel back all of that legislation that you got through. So all the things that he's claiming that Biden did, a lot of that shit's getting torn apart by Trump now. So it's like, what did it actually matter?
That's true.
And especially after he fumbled the transition. There's so much talk about him being a single term president, and that he was going to be, he was going to be a transition president. And then at the end of the day, he couldn't give up the power with his own ego. He had to be forced out of position. That's why you hear his fucking Nepo son, because he's not fucking right. He's not nestled up to power anymore. And his fucking spite that he has towards like Pelosi, who, I don't think Pelosi is, a good faith actor in all of this, but at the end of the day, the motherfucker needed to go. And if she had the means to create some kind of alliance within the Democratic Party to get him the fuck out of there, she should have been done that. If she would have been acting out of what was best for the American people, that shit would have been done months ago, years ago, whenever it needed to be done. But it needed to be a situation where it was completely illuminated in front of the American public, in comparison to Donald Trump, where you actually had Donald Trump on the stage looking smart and also somewhat compassionate, because he's like, look at this old ass man that could barely speak. And also Sandor, great point here. Sandor says, too old to travel, but young enough to be president. And Jay says, I will say that all of this aid the West has given Ukraine isn't free. Ukraine's about to be a colony, considering those rare earth minerals deals, and with how corrupt Ukraine is, third in the world pre-war. Hey, next time we hop on here, I think we can have a real discussion about kind of colonialism and all of the like all the talk that Trump's been doing about like bringing countries into the fold, saying like Greenland can become a American country, Canada can. How much leeway does a country get to overtake these countries in like a economic sense? If there's not like some kind of like barbaric war taking place, do we have any stomach for a situation where a president like Trump, there's some economy that's completely built around its connection with the U.S. government, and then the U.S. government then says, we're not going to do business with you, or we're going to make it impossible to do business unless you become a state. I don't know. Is that something that we feel good about? You guys let me know. Think about it. Jay said, "Hell yeah, let's do it." Yeah, brother. Like I said, definitely Thursday I'll be on here. We'll be rocking. I do have a video to play for you guys as we play it out. But Deuce, I'm not going to hold you, brother, unless you want to. Definitely you can stick around to see the video if you would like. It's just a song I'm going to play as we let this kind of die down for the night. But I do want to say, go check out Deuce Andretti. Go check out Deuce Andretti with the and let me go ahead. Oh, whoops, I took you off the screen. My bad, brother. I'm trying to take Jay's comment off so they can see Deuce written out. Go check out Deuce, and it's spelled incorrectly though on Twitter. I do want to say, so it's DUE. Go check out Deuce Andretti. It's fun. It's like a little bit like it's like a hidden menu item. When you go to Starbucks or whatever. Not everybody can find them. You got to know. If you know. But go find Deuce Andretti on Twitter. Great takes on Twitter. A lot of times when I'm scrolling down my For You page, I see some fire takes and some interesting conversation starters. So I appreciate you. And I have also seen you get involved in some conversations on Twitter. So that's been cool to kind of I haven't tuned into those conversations on the spaces, but it like notifies me or whatever. So that's cool. Definitely tap in with my guy Deuce Andretti. Mostly it's sports talk. It's a lot of Notre Dame talk on there. That I noticed, but definitely you get into the political shit and you'll holler at some people. But diehard Fighting Irish fan, it just is what it is. It's in his blood. It's in his blood.
Yeah. Die hard, baby. You already know. Deuce.
Sandor says, "GG lads." He says, "GG lads. See you all Thursday." 100%, brother. I'll definitely be locked in. I don't know if Deuce will be available on Thursday, but he's welcome as always. I know Paul said that he wasn't going to be able to make it on Thursday, but regardless, I got a bunch of stuff to react to, and I'll sit here and rant if it ends up being me ranting. But if Deuce is available, he's, like I said, definitely welcome. Jay, you're welcome as well. And Sandor, you're always welcome as well, brother. I don't know how the internet, over there works, but you're always welcome. Jay says, "Go Dogs." So you boys can definitely, anybody that's watched for a while or watched the old content, that we always has some great sports debates. I definitely want to get into that. I got to reach out to a buddy of mine, Jay, actually. Got to get him back on here. But it's felt weird to talk about sports topics, to be honest, with all the crazy shit going on in the world. Like, do you really want to talk about, the Dolphins made a trade for Minka Fitzpatrick when it's like, okay, like, our president's involved in covering up a pedophile ring? I'll celebrate the trades. I'll celebrate the trades on my own time. Right, exactly. Sandor said, "I'm color commentary and hot takes." No, 100%. And you keep it live in the chat. So anybody that hops in here, they know it's not a ghost town. They know it's not just bots. So you're doing a beautiful, beautiful thing for me, brother. And I appreciate anytime you hop in the comments and add just to the conversation, or also, like I said, it's doing something for the algorithm. It's telling them, that we're talking about shit that people want to also talk about. So, I definitely appreciate it. And there's no pressure ever. Jay says, "Agree." And it isn't football season yet. Def ready for it though. Yeah, once football season kicks off, we will have to work in some football topics. Also, by the way, on Thursday, Deuce, I'd love to get your opinion on the WNBA, them demanding equal pay, whatever the fuck they're demanding. I got to look into it. I just saw the kind of like general.
Yeah, I can definitely tune in for that one, brother. Definitely, for sure.
Oh, brother, 100%. Like I said, just keep an eye out around 9 o'clock. That's my goal. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, we try to shoot for 9. We might end up going a little bit later than that if I end up like being behind, or I have technical difficulties, or sometimes I'm pulling a lot of videos and that could take a minute. But like I said, Deuce Andretti, go check out my man Deuce Andretti. The vibe is just too immaculate that I'll keep on vibing out, brother. I know you're fucking tired. I'm tired too. That's maybe why I'm like this. But yeah, go check out Deuce Andretti. Flip the E and the U. Go check out me, Sitting Politic everywhere. Go check me out specifically on Instagram and Twitter. excuse me. Twitter, if you want to see hot takes coming at all times at 4 a.m., 3 a.m. I might hop on there and just start be talking about the going-ons of the world and the wars and all the fuck shit, the secret societies. We get into that. I interact with Alex Jones sometimes on there, and that's fun. Jay says, it's like Charleston White said, wear a bikini and you'll get that money in the WNBA. Well, yeah, that definitely opened it up. And they got a few babies over there. I would not be mad at seeing throw on some swimwear, if you feel what I'm saying, right, Deuce?
Mm-hmm.
Objectify the ladies with me, brother. But this is so I want to go ahead and play us out here. Like I said, Sit Politic everywhere. Show some love. Sit Politic, boys.
You just made the list.
We're out here. Trump, we're on your ass, boy. We know you're on the list. Stop fucking with us. You can't keep lying. We're on your ass, Epstein. We know you're alive, bitch. We're close. And we're close. And this right here, by the way, this is a track from RXK Nephew. This is a diss to Fetterman here. We got to say fuck him. We'll let this play us out. You let us know if you like it. And we'll see if it's survived and if it's back, but
got a bald head, John Fetterman. Walk in, get lit at a Democrat party. Get a bitch pregnant at a Republican party. Call Fetterman, dad got fentanyl Miley. Who the fuck you think you is? Who the hell you thought you was? Nigga bought a church in Pennsylvania off his family drugs. Nigga, you like 6'8". White man can't jump to this day. All your advice is dead dirt. My samples that don't make you dance break. We still trafficking through PA. My dogs in Philly got switches for days. I feel like Neff Ketterman. I feel like Neff Fetty Whiteman. I feel like Neff Slitherman. My dope hit like Rob Van Dam. All Auntie said was God damn. Tell Fetterman he can suck my dick. I'll take that back. I don't want him to do that. I'ma turn Mexican and jump the border. I'ma buy an eighth, turn it to a quarter. Fetterman Neff for traffic your daughter. It's a ransom. Free food stamps. She my type. Only fans and food stamps. Treat my trap like a boot camp. This random dope, we don't do stamps. Got a BBL, that shit stank. Hit it once, set on top rank. Off the Remy, they ain't have my drink. Neff Fetterman doing what they can't. Got a bald head, John Fetter. Walk in, get lit at a Democrat party. Get a bitch pregnant at a Republican party. Call Fetterman, dad got fentanyl Miley. Who the fuck you think you is? Who the hell you thought you was? Nigga bought a church in Pennsylvania off his family drugs. Nigga, you like 6'8". White man can't jump to this day. All your advice is dead dirt. My samples that don't make you dance break. We still trafficking through PA. My dogs in Philly got switches for days. I feel like Neff Ketterman. I feel like Neff Fetty Whiteman.
Another classic, underrated, underpromised, overdelivered. We're in this